This story begins in Seoul, or rather in a large fitness center in Gangnam. Sounds come from the room for staff. From the screen of the monitor, everyone is welcomed by the muscular guy who seems to can heck the Big Jai Canal best fitness maniac. Food appears on the screen. He says that he saw many requests, so today there will be one of the popular mocks, a chicken in honey and beer kicks. He is already losing his muscles from his gaze alone. The guy suggests starting to eat and bites a pretty piece from chicken legs. He sits in a chair in front of the monitor and praises the food that he was drinking beer. The muscles of this guy shout that he is obsessed with sports. Of course, no one is born a fitness maniac. What led him to this obsession? Once he received terrible injuries. He had problems even with ordinary walking. Kan Hek was seriously injured when he served in the forces of Special Forces. Its rehabilitation was based on methods of manual therapy and physiotherapy. After that, he tried all types of classes from yoga to Pilates to strengthen his body, and also studied the rules of nutrition and diet. At some point, this made him one of the best coaches of the country. Kan Hek was educated at the University of Kangguk at the Department of Physiotherapy, and became the most popular rehabilitologist of Gangnam. And now, hiding in a small room in a fitness center, he broadcasts eating a large amount of food in real time. The guy regrets his muscles, but enjoys food. And the pandemic, which overwhelmed the whole world, is to blame for everything. Even in a dream, the guy scolds the coronavirus. Quarantine restrictions and the time limit led to the loss of customers. To cover the cost of maintaining the gym, which could not fully work, Chivekan Heku had to become a streamer. But the profit is still not enough for 5 different halls. From annoyance, tears are blurring into his eyes, and he tries to erase them with a fist. Spectators ask questions and build assumptions about why he is crying. But the guy says that something just got into the eye. He says goodbye to his audience until tomorrow. He asks to put likes, subscribe to its channel and press on the bell. Opening offline, he thinks about how to live until tomorrow. Kan Hek looks at a chicken meat box and empty beer cans. He thinks that eaten food is a calorie bomb. He would like to do exercises, but alcohol provides too much load on the body. He asks the question, how did everything come to this? Remembering the advice of the doctor, to whom he turned about the loss of hair, the guy decides to relax the day. As Aesculapius explained to him, his health problems are associated with stress. The doctor said that the guy did not notice the accumulation of fatigue because he was always healthy. And now his body is on the verge. The doctor recommended that he reduce working hours. Otherwise, he can become bald, as the doctor thinks. Kan Hek is horrified to be without hair. His imagination colorfully draws how girls mock him. He is afraid to remain a loner forever. The doctor prescribed him a medicine, but insistently recommended that he deal with the cause, with stress. He insisted that he needed rest. The guy in despair, he does not know what to do. He always worked or trained, and now he has nothing to do at all. Kan Hek mentally sorting out various options, but nothing standing comes to mind. Finally, he recalls that in childhood he was fond of novels about Murim. Recently, his life was so loaded that he completely forgot about them. He was raised by his grandparents who did not differ in great income. He often borrowed novels about martial arts in a bookstore on the corner and read them excitedly. These moments became his most precious memories. Looking for a suitable book, he recalls how his grandfather constantly reported him for going there too often. On the internet, he sees the novels The Return of the Absolute Demon and The Tyrannia of the Enforcement Fraction of the author of Gakken, and recalls how much he loved them before. Suddenly, he stumbles upon a new series of chronicles of the monk Shaolin. Kan Hek for the first time sees such a name and decides to read a little. We are talking about Mu Jina, who only entered the Shaolin temple in order to start the path of a martial artist. He is fascinated by reading. He considers the hero and his actions cool. He has fun and he finally feels relaxation. Kan Hek is trying to remember when he last rested so much. Only childhood comes to mind when he enthusiastically read books about martial arts. He feels that his eyes are already sticking together. The guy falls asleep right on the floor, dropping the phone out of his hands. While he is sleeping tightly, the smartphone screen begins to glow. Opening his eyes, he hears someone says, "Mujin, wake up." The voice is more persistent, while he adds that they have to go to the morning training. Kan Heki hastily jumps up. He cannot believe his eyes. In front of him is a boy in a suit of a martial arts student, who is worried that they will come last, and they will scream again. The guy is perplexed. Where did the child come from here? He cannot understand who this boy is and why his head is so tight. He, hearing that he calls him a child, laughs. And then he says that, in fact, he is older and more than him. Kan Hek is perplexed. How can a child be larger than a person with a height of 180 centimeters and a weight of 90 kilograms? At the same time, the maximum weight that it can raise is 3 repetitions of 650. He tells the interlocutor that he has vision problems. The guy cannot understand how the boy made his way here. He wanted to say that his house is here, but, looking around, he understands that the situation is completely unfamiliar to him. Feeling his body, he realizes that he himself became a boy with a scalded head. Not believing in what is happening, he begins to scream. He asks, where did his hair go, where he is, and what kind of strange house from the series. Suddenly he realizes that the boy called him Mu-gin. He recalls that this is the name of the protagonist of the novel, which he read before bedtime. The guy does not understand why he became Mu-gin, and what happened to his body and muscles. He recalls that he dozed off while he read the book. He decides that this is just a dream and feels relief. This used to happen when he read a lot. The boy asks, what is he talking about? He rushes him, worried that they will definitely be late. Kan-hek accepts the fact that he is now Mu-jin and agrees to follow him. He considers the interlocutor a rather cute guy. The boy continues to insist that they need to hurry. Kan-hek decides that if this is a dream, then he will simply enjoy what is happening. They are met by a cry of an angry man. He believes that for being late for training, they should teach a lesson. The teacher, standing on the site in front of a group of boys, tells them to become in place. Mu-jin asks for forgiveness. Mentally, he admires the realism of sleep. He hears the team to start training with the pose of the rider and is trying to understand what kind of exercise this is. He decides that these are squats. Out of the corner of his eye, he monitors the actions of other students. Watching how the boys perform the exercise, he is perplexed. He believes that such a performance can only cripple his knees. The teacher gives the command to perform the exercise of the pose of the rider. Mu-jin suggests that these are squats. He watches how other students perform the team. The guy is outraged by how they do it. Choi Kan-hek began to engage in fitness during rehabilitation. He knows best of all how important exercise is on the lower body and body. Sometimes he met coaches who paid all the attention of only the upper part. They missed the whole essence of classes. When he sees such meaningless exercises, the fitness trainer inside him begins to scream. He understands that his legs are too wide apart, and his back bends unnaturally. The teacher says that the lower body is the basis of martial arts. The guy is perplexed. If a man knows this, then why makes you do this? He continues to say that they need to learn how to maintain a balance in the legs. He believes that otherwise, no combat stand will be successful. Mu-jin does not understand why to tell children who do not even know how to keep posture. Fortunately or not, the guy is not one of those people who will silently look at the wrong exercise. He cannot be silent even in a dream. The guy screams that they are ignorant who do not know anything about exercises. Pupils freeze in fright. His friend in a whisper asks what is happening to him. The teacher curses and is interested. How dare he talk during training? He says that the guy is looking for excuses because he is hard. And he asks, how can he be called a student of Shaolin after this? The man demands that he immediately become in place and continue training. The guy thinks that this is a novel about martial arts. Perhaps that is why energy is felt even in a cry. But he considers himself obligated to indicate the mistake noticed. The guy thinks that you can't succumb to threats. This is much easier than serving customers without experience. He recalls how the newcomer who came to training was interested in, could he make 3 approaches for 503 months? He was told that it was easy. He asked such customers to talk less and exercise more. The teacher asks, does the student really want to say that Shaolin's training is wrong? The guy is delighted with the realism of sleep. He decides to play along and speak as an expert in martial arts. He explains that if they use the same methods, then knee injuries can become a big problem in the future. In the joint with damaged cartilage, the bones will be rubbed and collided with every movement. The teacher says that this is the excuses of weak people. The guy is surprised by his answer. It seemed to him that in order to study martial arts it was necessary to hone the body and mind. And now the man says that these exercises are only for the strong. He believes that this is some kind of contradiction. The teacher replies that they study martial arts in order to become better and achieve the state of Buddha. That is, to take the path of enlightenment. The guy says that it turns out Shaolin cannot help weak people achieve enlightenment. The teacher denies he did not mean this. He explains that the intentional complication of training helps to strengthen the mind. The man believes that the human spirit is weak. Therefore, people are looking for comfort at an hour of difficulties, and this opens the way to evil. Training is designed to prepare a person for difficult times. The guy asks, so you can do the hits of the spirit only at a young age? The teacher is perplexed. What does he mean? The guy replies that he just said it himself. He says that from his words he concluded, in his youth it is allowed to break his knees in order to hone his spirit. It turns out that the teacher invites them to destroy their bodies now, because in the future, training of the spirit will not be needed. He asks, does this mean that a little difficulties in his youth will allow them to achieve enlightenment? Pupils begin to whisper. The man is furious. Suddenly, a monk appears, and the boys hurriedly parted. The guy, pointing his finger at him, says that he is interested in how complicated his training was. After all, he is already at this age, but has not yet reached enlightenment. The teacher considers him crazy. He is angry from the fact that the boy dared to say this towards the first-class student of Heijon. The monk is instantly transformed, and with an exhalation alone radiates incredibly powerful energy. Everyone around the ears cover with their hands, trying to protect themselves from exposure to his strength. Mujin now understands what the best student looks like. The monk carefully looks at the reaction of the people around him. Approaching, he explains that the martial arts of Buddhism are aimed at self-improvement. In other words, they are only a way to achieve enlightenment. Approaching Mugin, he says that their martial arts are different. The guy asks, what is their difference? The man replies that they are needed in order to protect living things from evil and demons that can harm them. Mujin asks, does he really want to say that it will be easier to protect with sore knees? Looking at him, the man thinks that if you leave everything as it is, then this child can have a bad influence on the rest of the students. But he realizes that adult students of the Buddhist group cannot punish young monks who only joined them. It seems to him that he finds a way out of the situation. The monk says that if he believes that Shaolin's training methods are wrong, then let him prove it with his example. Since he claims that they are mistaken, it means that he knows the right path. The monk invites him to defeat the one who studies the methods of Shaolin. Mujin asks, who will it be? And he expresses the hope that the monk will not offer his candidacy. The man replies that this will be a student who joined them at about the same time with him. He offers Mugun to go forward. A rather large guy appears in front of them. The monk says that Mugin will have a chance to prove his case. He is given 7 days. He can train those methods that he considers correct. After that, they will conquer. Muhun's gaze does not portend anything good. Mujin thinks that his opponent is clearly in another weight category. Does Heijon consider such a balance of power an honest battle? He understands that he only pretends to be attentive, but in fact he wants to crush him so that he could no longer argue. Mujin, standing opposite Mugun, realizes that he is clearly inferior to him in height and weight. He in his thoughts unpleasantly responds to the monk. The man is satisfied with himself. He is sure that the boy will not act like that now. Mujin takes a call. He thinks he will cope with this boy. The monk decides to look at their battle in a week. The teacher believes that the boy decided to go in a difficult way. He offers to continue training. Friend Mugin asks, why did he do this? He offers him just apologize to Heijon. The teacher calls the boy, calling him Muyul, and asks to return to his place. The man is dissatisfied with the behavior of a student who opposed the system. The boys consider him an impudent. Mujin is training intensively. He hears someone naughty him. The teacher asks, why does he do other exercises arbitrarily during training? He replies that the monk Heijon allowed him, and asks, perhaps the man has a higher rank. The teacher wants to restore him, but the monk tells him to leave him alone. There is a promise. Watching the training of other boys, the guy says that they do everything wrong, and nothing will remain of their knees. Pupils perform the exercise, listening to how Mujin sighs that they are still so young. He asks, who will be responsible for what is happening? Mujin continues to say that their training is terrible. The cartilage will clearly be damaged. It even hurts him to look at them. The teacher persuades himself to pretend that he does not notice the boy. The guy who trained in the early morning for about 2 hours hoped that after that he would receive a large number of nutrients. He hears his name to go for breakfast, and happily agrees. He still does not know what problems he will have to face. The guy looks at the plate standing in front of him in bewilderment. The Buddhist menu is completely vegetarian. The students thank for food. Such dishes are quite natural for the temple, but Mugin is shocked. He thinks that the side dish is terrible, and there is no necessary protein. He is surprised that the smell feels, this is a dream. Mujin believes that, in general, it smells good, as for a dish in which there are only vegetables. He thinks that he does not give a damn about the smell. He is forced to eat with one grass. He sniffs again to food, and then he shouts that this is a cruel treatment with children. In response, he hears that it is forbidden to chat during food. The guy continues to be indignant that they trained all morning. Is it too cruel to give them only vegetables after that? They pounce on him from all sides, saying that he carries nonsense and does not respect others. The teacher believes that this will not work, and decides to teach him a lesson. Mujin does not understand why everyone was angry if they really gave him bad food. He knows that protein is needed for training and is not going to retreat. Otherwise, his morning exercises will go to dust. He hears someone's laughter behind himself. The teacher is surprised by the appearance of this person. Having stumbled, he pronounces, "The head of the hall, Hin Moon?" The head of the diet, which is responsible for the entire food in the Shaolin temple, says that he passed by and decided to go. He believes that the boy was very hungry. A man allows him to take supplements if he is not enough. But Mujin replies that he is enough for him. Hyun Moon asks, does he want another side dish? He thinks that these are simple complaints of a hungry child. He prefers to be generous and miss his grunts past his ears. Mujin is interested. Do they have protein additives? But, recalling, he asks, is there a chicken breast? Others look at him in bewilderment, believing that he carries nonsense. Mu Yul is interested. Why does he behave so strangely? Do he really have problems with his head? The guy says they need protein. Suddenly he begins to understand something. He feels his body and muscles. He thinks that this is all strange. He was tired of exercises, feels the smell of food, and had to wake up for a long time. Is this reality? The guy believes that first you need to deal with this situation. He realizes that now he is a young monk of the Shaolin temple, and believes that something needs to be said. Mujin, heading his head, says that he was very hungry and went too far. He asks for forgiveness if he said something superfluous. Hyun Moon believes that he was just tired of training. Mujin asks, can he ask for any mushrooms or beans? The man looks at him as a madman. Mujin thinks that a dream is or reality, but he needs protein. He sits in the lesson, and cannot believe that they teach Buddhist scripture immediately after training and food. He is sure that even the Buddha would fall asleep from such a schedule. While the lesson is going on, he continues to reflect. If we assume that he was in the world of the novel, then how can he go back? He is illuminated by the idea that if this happened because of the book, then perhaps it will be enough for him to simply wait for the end of the plot. He believes that the situation is not so bad. Mujin is the main character of the novel, so he has an impressive talent. The Temple of Shaolin is the strongest in the Orthodox fraction. After all, we are talking about the Temple of the Polar Star of Mount Tai. His thoughts interrupt the plot in the book. He understands that he also has problems, and the first is that he attracted too much attention. But there is nothing to do. The seeds have already been planted. And if so, then he can only win sparring, and then he will force them to admit his training methods. Hey John apologizes to Hyun Moon for the student, but he considers the boy a unique child. He asks what a man thinks of him. He replies that he gave him 7 days so that he could prepare and prove that his words are true. Hyun Moon says he acted as expected. They are practicing Buddhists, so they cannot punish children on each exit beyond. He clarifies. Sparring will be with Mugun, as far as he knows. The man believes that this boy shows the highest result among those who came this year. Each year, the Shaolin Temple takes students from hundreds of children. Some of them do not withstand severe training and leave themselves. Other students, having mastered the basic things, change the temple. Of all the children who came to the main temple, only a 10th falls into the main temple. Therefore, the initial period, the first year of study with older students, usually does not allow you to make your name recognizable. Mugun is a rare exception to the rules. The monk believes that this boy will correct the impudent behavior of Mugin. 7 days have passed. Mujin goes to sparring with Mugun. The monk invites them to prepare for the beginning of the fight. Mu Yul is interested in what his friend is doing. Mujin makes stretching. What is telling him about? He does not understand what he was talking about. The guy recalls that he needs to speak in the style of martial arts. He says that this is a tendon lengthening technique. Stretching is a set of actions that is performed before the start of the main exercises. It prepares muscles and tendons, and also relaxes the whole body. There are many poses and techniques that can increase flexibility and increase the ranges of joint movements. Mujin says that if he is interested, then he can try to do it himself. Others do not understand what the boys are doing. Mu Yul clarifies. In what position should he put his legs? The guy believes that he succeeds. He thinks that the boy quickly grasps. Is it really because of a young age? A friend draws the attention of Mugin to the enemy. He admires his blow. The boy believes that he is amazing. He admires the fact that even the sound of dissection of the air is heard. The guy understands that he will have big problems if he misses such a blow. He is surprised that he was appointed such an opponent, and gave him only a week for training. Looking at the enemy, he thinks, how can he defeat him? When he is already standing opposite the opponent, he comes to mind the desired way. Hey John thinks that it seems that these were still not excuses to avoid training. Although the boy did not listen to their instructions, he had his own training. He himself saw how he worked out blows on a tree. When asked by a friend what he is doing, the guy replied that he was practicing a method that Bo-gan could instantly surpass. A man just cannot understand. Why conduct training with a tree? He is sure that the boy will now receive a good lesson. Bo-gan thinks that the monk is looking at him. Mentally, he asks him for forgiveness for the fact that he, too, will become only a step in his path. The monk decides to interrupt the preparation of Bo-gan. He finishes the stretch. He asks, can they start? Hey John and Bo-gan do not understand. The guy will bluff or want to show off. The man invites them to take a step forward. Bo-gan steps confidently. He wants to teach his opponent. Bo-gan prepared for battle. The enemy decides to use the power of consecutive blows that he honed for 3 months. Bo-gan rushes forward. Bo-gan does not understand what is happening. He decides that the enemy wants to stun him with a swift attack. Bo-gan successfully evades enemy fists. Everyone is watching the course of the battle. The guy thinks that he cannot use the techniques of modern martial arts on a child. He is sure that the techniques that he was taught can even kill if you make a mistake. He believes that in this situation, the most suitable technique will be the one that even Bo-gan can withstand. The guy makes a capture and overturning the enemy to the ground. He calculates the time that he needed to intercept the initiative from Bo-gan. It took him about 1 second. He makes the elbow haul, not allowing the enemy to rise. People do not understand what is happening. They scream so that Bo-gan quickly gets up. Is the student of Shaolin unable to cope even with such an adversary? His friends cannot believe that he was so fast. Someone screams, look at his face. It is completely depressed. Bo-gan himself cannot believe what is happening. He does not understand what the opponent did with him. Some students of the second year quickly came to their senses, but gave only useless tips. And although none of them had yet seen the capture of the hand, the years of training of martial arts were not in vain. They quickly understand that the technique used against Bo-gan is very painful. He suffers pain, gripping his teeth tightly. Bo-gan says that if he does not give up now, then he will break his hand. Fans continue to scream so that the guy rises because his opponent almost does not train. Bo-gan says the joints will fly away if he applies a little more strength. He is sure that the enemy feels it. The guy warns, one mistake, and he will remain crippled for life. A light crunch is heard. Bo-gan demands that he surrendered, those around him to lead him to rise faster. Bo-gan suffers pain with all his strength. Unable to withstand pain, he screams heart-rendingly. The guy did not expect such a reaction. He, apologizing, hastily lets go of the enemy's hand. The teacher turns to Hey John. He is interested. What to do? The guy feels the opponent's shoulder. He says that they made the children fight. A consistent blow is one of 8 fists of extreme measures. The basis of the attack is a fist, elbow, shoulder. This blow helps to quickly defeat the enemy at a close distance. He is known for his outstanding power. Bo-gan mastered him better than the rest of the monks of his age. Even some seconds were impressed by his consistent blow. But this beautiful and honed reception with a bang lost this morning. Without the slightest resistance, a strange monk, with a strange technique. Bo-gan, wiping his tears with his fist, says that it is dishonest. Bo-gan, kneading his shoulder, asks, what does this mean? He replies that he immediately flew into him and attacked an incomprehensible technique, and not a consistent blow. He believes that in an honest battle he would not lose. Bo-gan is trying to reassure him. Smiling, he says that their Manhwa is the best. He replies that his name is Bo-gan. The guy agrees with him. Bo-gan hears behind someone says that in the words of Bo-gan there is a share of truth. Turning around, he sees the second. One of the students says that the martial arts of Shaolin should be used in the temple, and the guy violated this rule. Bo-gan thinks that they carry some kind of nonsense. The teacher asks, why did he not use a consistent blow? The guy replies that in this case, sparring would turn into endless beating. He does not understand what they are leading to. He believes that then they both would have received serious injuries. Therefore, he concentrated on suppression, the basis of any sparring. Of course, the enemy burst into tears, but they were able to avoid serious physical injuries. The teacher believes that he says nonsense. The master Shaolin does not fight like that. But he does not agree with his words. The man thinks that Shaolin's consistent blow was so simply defeated by a young and inexperienced child with a strange technique. He does not want to admit it, but still Bo-gan lost. He is afraid that people will begin to doubt Shaolin's military equipment. The teacher thinks that in the worst case, students will begin to leave. He asks, "Hey John, what should they do?" Seeing that the monk was smiling, he decides that he came up with something. Hey John turns to Mugen. He asks, "The guy wants to say that he used this technique so as not to harm the enemy?" He confirms his words. The monk says that in this case he remained faithful to Shaolin's path and won sparring. His words are perplexed by others. Mujin does not believe that this stubborn has surrendered so easily. The man says that the reason why his technique has become more effective than a consistent blow that his opponent is a weakness. Mugen is insulting to hear such words. Shaolin's highest goal of martial arts is a victory over evil, which also succeeded in this matter. Hey John says he will personally show him what the essence of their technology is, and also demonstrates real force that can defeat any demon. He orders to bring boulders. Two guys hardly bring a huge stone. Mujin understands that the man is going to break his hand. He did not think that he would see this live. Hey John tells him to watch carefully. He wants to show him all the power of the sequential blow that they study. The monk concentrates energy in the hand. He strikes a powerful blow. His fist makes a huge hole in the stone. The boulder scatters into pieces. Mujin and the rest of the students are delighted with the demonstrated technology. Looking at Hey John, they are interested. Are they really able to once too? The guy looks at the monk opening his mouth. He feels the delight that he sees real martial art. The guy believes that it should be like that. By force that can break through the road through the mountain. One wave of a sword that destroys hundreds of enemies. Blow, exploding the opponent. Then his delight subsides a little. He asks Hey John, "Did they not talk about suppressing the enemy without harming him?" The monk looks at him inquiringly. The guy indicates that only crumbs were left of the stone. In front of them, in fact, a pile of small pebbles lies. Hey John silently looks at his hands. The students stand without taking his eyes off him. The monk is somewhat embarrassed. He really said so. Strange silence covered the training site for the second time. Hyun Sleep, the leader of the Arhat Hall, responsible for education, the teacher of Hey John, asks, "Did one child really defeated the other with just a movement?" His interlocutor confirms this. The man considers the boy unusual. Hey John says that the student is more impudent. Mugyun studied this technique more diligent than others. Hin Sleep asks, "The man is afraid that the guy had enough one glance at the equipment to find her fatal flaw." The monk replies that this is so. He shares his thoughts with the leader of the Arhat Hall. Hey John thinks that the boy may turn out to be a spy of an unorthodox faction or demonic cult. The interlocutor thinks about his words. Mujin sits at a desk and angry, because he does not understand anything. The guy is trying to figure out what the teacher says. Hin Sleep does not consider the boy a spy, otherwise he would not attract so much attention to himself. His interlocutor suggests that perhaps he does it on purpose. The leader of the hall thinks that it doesn't matter. This child, first of all, is a new student. Therefore, if he is under constant supervision, then sooner or later hidden motives will become obvious. A man believes that a boy can be a native of a family of martial arts masters. Hey John thinks this assumption sounds believable. After all, the boy was engaged in such strange training. Perhaps these methods are inherited from the family. He recalls the course of the battle between Mujin and Mugun. Hin Sleep says that the highest figure in the life of a child is his father. It seems that the boy simply wants to prove that the techniques of parents are stronger than the millennial technician Shaolin. The man is sure that after the victory of Mujin will become even more self-confident. He thinks to make them. He asks, "What about entrusting this business of Bo-gan?" The interlocutor is surprised. He believed that this person would become part of the disciplinary hall that controls the laws of Shaolin. Hin Sleep asks him not to worry. Bang himself volunteered to join the Arhat Hall. The night came. Pupils returned to the temple. They believe that they have trained perfectly, and now you need to sleep well. The attention of one of them is attracted by some kind of noise. Seeing his source, he offers his friends to go another road. But they are also curious to see what scared the guy so much. In the hall, they see a man engaged in training. One of them says that this is a crazy dog, a fanatic-ruled Bo-gan. The second guy is perplexed. The man trained in the hall in the evening. Why would he also come here at such a time? A friend replies that a man trains a horseman pose. But why exactly they cannot understand here. They suggest that Bo-gan does not want to interrupt training. The guys consider him stubborn. They think that the nickname is a crazy dog by itself, but it would be better to call him a dog of rules. One of the guys laughs, repeating the nickname that they have invented, and offers a new, crazy dog of a disciplinary hall or a disciplinary dog. And then he adds that there is a place for him. But his laughter breaks sharply when his friends say that from tomorrow a man goes into Arhat. A frightened guy cannot believe this. He says that everyone was sure that he would go to the disciplinary hall. There were rumors that he would become the next master. Why is he going to another place now? He does not want to live next to a crazy dog again. Bo-gan is one of the influential monk scientists. He always imposes discipline to others, even if these are the senior monks of Shaolin. One of the guys says that there are rumors that Bo-gan wants to visit all the halls in order to thoroughly study the laws of Shaolin, and then he will return to the disciplinary hall. His friends consider the man a fanatic, obsessed with the rules. But they think that, even though this scares it, but he is worthy of respect. Bo-gan, the defender of the laws, tries the most. He considers it wrong to impose on others the rules that you yourself do not observe. He also devotes a lot of time to basic training, and his knees are constantly subjected to loads. Now they are in such a state that without the use of internal energy it is even hard for him to walk. They are so damaged. But he does not care about it. Basic training tempers the spirit and body. He considers the pain part of the training of the mind. He had just finished 30 minutes of the horseman. The man thinks about Mujina, a problem but promising student. In his view, the boy looks rather ominous. He decides to do everything to return him to Shaolin's true path. The next day, stunned students lined up on the training site. In front of them is Bo-gan. Are they interested in what he is doing here? The man replies that he joined the Arhat hall. Mujin and Muyul rejoice that today they are not late for training. Bo-gan, a fanatic of the rules, says that he will be glad to work in their hall. Mujin delighted with his muscular body. He thinks that a man looks like a soldier. The students are talking quietly. Some are surprised that he joined them. The latter say they will have problems. Someone asks them to shut up so that Bo-gan does not hear. Recently received students are interested in, who is it? Mujin quickly figured out the situation. He understands that in front of him Bo-gan is the defender of the rules, but he decides that this is not his problem. The man gives the team to start training. Pupils practice the pose of the rider. Bo-gan thinks that you need to understand a person to direct him. Find yourself and the enemy, then you will not lose a single battle. He wants to understand what the essence of the problem is to solve it. The man examines Mugin and analyzes how he performs the exercise. His legs are spread out shoulder-width apart. His back holds straight. The hips are pushed back. The fingers protrude forward. He tries to repeat the exercise as Mujin does. The man continues to observe. He notices that the boy inhales on movement and exhales when he rises. He thinks that there is no difference. Bo-gan experiences the same pain as with a regular exercise. He thinks, is it really some kind of trick to avoid training? He believes that the boy needs to be taught to perform the exercise correctly. Suddenly a man hears a voice that claims that he does this wrong. In front of him is Mujin, saying that he has an incorrect stand. Bo-gan asks, what is he doing wrong? The guy thinks that he will have to teach a man basic things. He is trying to understand why he is trying to copy his exercise. Mujin hears an unpleasant noise from his joints when he bends his knees. He thinks that the body of a man screams about injury, and a self-respecting coach cannot ignore this. Mujin believes that Bo-gan can be called a disciplinary master. He wants to lure him to his side. His thoughts that a man has power and the life of Mugin can become much easier interrupts the voice of Bo-gan, interested in what he does wrong. The guy explains that such exercises will cause more harm if performed with damaged knees. He asks, can a man do what he will tell him? Under the leadership of Mugin, Bo-gan stretches out sap, the first approach. The guy is delighted with his flexible body. He explains that this is a tendon lengthening technique. It will help to dump the stress in the knees. The boy says that if Bo-gan performs it before the main training, it will be able to move easier and reduce the load. The man agrees that the difference is tangible. Mujin recommends that he make one approach, but immediately corrects. That is, repeat the exercise 3 times with an interval of 30 seconds. The man is surprised by the word, approach. The boy is justified by the fact that he agreed. Bo-gan experiences acute pain and sits down, stretching out his leg. Mujin massages his knee. He understands that a man experiences painful sensations even from a slight massage. These workouts overload the joints, and he is not surprising that Bo-gan was injured. The boy continues massage. The man thinks that at first he was hurt by one touch, but now he feels relief. Mugin's hands still need his knee for some time. Then the boy says that they were on the second repetition, but interrupted, so he offers to start again. Bo-gan is surprised that he recommends to do this right now, but the boy insists that they will not wait for training and pushes his hand in the back. The man asks to wait a minute. Looking at the boy, he thinks, who is he? Mu-jin assures him that he will succeed. Surprised students watch them. John asks what this child is doing with Bo-gan. They answer that they do not know. Above the training site, Mugin's voice, which recommends Bo-gan, is spreading the exercises he showed when he feels problems with his knees. The man was called a fanatic of the rules for the fact that he always, and in any case, tries to follow the letter of the law. From the very joining the Shaolin temple, he carefully monitors every student. Everyone has long known how obsessed he is. But in front of John, the same Bo-gan is friendly with a new strange monk. The boy offers to rest a little, and then repeat the exercise 15 more times. The man agrees. Bo-gan performs a narrow squat. The boy asks, how is he a new stand? He says it is like sitting in a chair. The man recalls how he previously claimed that he should not do this exercise. The boy confirms that his knees are in poor condition. He recommends bending legs weaker to reduce the load. The man agrees with him and performs a mini del. The boy tells him the order of exercises. He demonstrates how to perform the first of them. You need to slowly bend your knees and take a half-sitting position. He recommends not to crush his knees during squats. The entire load needs to be transferred to the hips and buttocks. He explains that when lifting, the load there is also. Mu-jin asks how he feels. The man replies not bad. The boy offers a little rest. Bo-gan thinks that his pain has decreased from these exercises. The guy says that when they finish 3 repetitions, they will go to the ikram. He decides to show the man the benefits of a personal coach. He recalls that all customers similar to a soldier had a frightening appearance, but they easily succumbed to those who treated them kindly. They also loved when they were praised. He uses the same tactics here. Mu-jin admires how quickly the man learned the rack. He is sure that he probably trained diligently. Bo-gan likes his words. He replies that he is studying in Shaolin for 18 years. Pupils think that perhaps the man is always angry due to the fact that he is invented by nicknames. John feels that he is bad. His head was so exhausted that he decides to ignore this couple. Training is over. The time has come for breakfast. Mu-jin tells Bo-ganu so that he repeats shown exercises when he will train the lower body. He assures that this will work best if you do exercises before the start of the main training. The man says he understood everything. It seems that Bo-gan silently follows the instructions of Mu-gin, but this is not a blind faith. He decided to trust him when he checked the exercises on himself. Having tried stretching classes, physiotherapy, and massage with a first-class coach, he concludes. Bo-gan decides that these are excellent techniques, effective not only the way of performing exercises, but also the lengthening of the tendons, along with acupressure. The man almost does not feel pulsating pain in the knees, and the limbs muscles stretched greatly. He asks the boy, are these techniques of his kind? Bo-gan says they are very effective, and his family is definitely unusual. These techniques look as if they were improved by generations. The guy is glad that such a convenient misunderstanding arose. He acted very suspiciously, and tried to figure out how to change his opinion about himself. But the answer was found himself. Mu-jin says that it is. He was taught by the family. The man admires the exercises, but his praise only concerns his knees. He continues to explain that they are studying martial arts that have existed for millennia. Bo-gan understands his pride in his family, but he also advises training the temple. Mu-jin replies that he will remember his words. Mu-yul hesitantly interested. Is it already a friend? Bo-gan lets him go and the guy leaves. The man hears the boys talking. Mu-jin says that his friend could go ahead if he was hungry, and he replies that he was waiting for him to eat together. Behind Bo-gan is a coughing. Turning around, he apologizes to John for appearing before him in such an unsightly form. He says that he needs to know the enemy in order to defeat him. The monk is interested in what he managed to find out. A friend asks Mu-gin what he talked about with Bo-gan, but he replies that they were talking about trifles. The defender of the laws believes that the boy is a native of a family of healers, not martial artists. John asks, why did he decide so? Bo-gan explains that his knees are in terrible condition after difficult training. The interlocutor is interested in why he did not talk about this before. The man says that he did not want to disturb teachers and senior monks. But first of all, he was afraid to show weakness before the younger ones. Even those students with whom he trained for more than 10 years did not notice anything. But Mu-jin understood everything in a moment. He immediately said that with such exercises, his condition would only worsen. The man says that the boy showed him new movements. Now his knees are not so much loaded. John complains that Mu-jin from a family studying martial arts. He asks what to do now. This talented child can destroy the entire Shaolin training system. Bo-gan asks him not to worry. He promises to return the boy to the right path. He says that the younger ones always obey the elders with whom they got closer. He believes that instead of coercion, you can carefully introduce the boy to the methods of training of the temple. John thinks about his words. He decides that do not rush events. You need to do everything carefully. He says he is counting on Bo-gan. After some time, a midday training. Jin thinks that he can't get used to the lessons of Buddhism after breakfast. A friend says that his face acquired a purple color. The guy replies that he knows about this, mentally adding that the death of a young organism from malnutrition seems quite real. John tells everyone to hone a consistent blow, and believes that it is time to move on to the next stage. The true power of martial arts is revealed only when the inner and external energies are in harmony. The man announces that from this day they will learn to control internal energy. Two guys come forward. The monk says that these two will demonstrate everything. He orders to take the plane of the lotus, which they studied. Jin does not know what it is. He sees how one of the guys takes the desired pose, and recalls how to do it. The man tells to close his eyes and concentrate on breathing. He recommends inhale slowly and deeply through his nose. The air should pass through the throat. He says that they continue to breathe until the air reaches the energy nucleus. Jin rejoices that the day has come when he will study real martial arts. The monk tells them to take a position. Jin, taking the desired pose, reflects on the fact that before they were given only physical activity, and he began to get tired. And now they will learn something amazing. The guy was not the only one who was waiting for this. After heavy basic training, everyone reached the first stage of martial arts. A new type of training is an excellent incentive for young monks. They will study the millennial techniques of Shaolin. Everyone wants to succeed and learn how to break boulders, as Mona Heijan does. Everyone focused on his words and began training breathing. Jin feels that the exercise is somehow strange. The guy listens to his own feelings, trying to understand what is alarming. Listening to the recommendations, he thinks that this training is different from the one in the novel. He is surprised. Will they really not tell them about Qigong technology, or about 8 phases in Fussy? What about Eastern philosophy? Jin believes that there are reasons for everything. An hour later, the guy who still challenged the Shaolin techniques, this time carefully follows the instructions. He decides that the time has come to study everything properly. Jin wants a force that goes beyond reality, and allowing people to crack entire mountains and soar in the sky belong to him. He is excited and thinks that he will learn to all the most important from this novel about Murim, and then he will be able to use these skills. Hearing the team, he opens his eyes. John says that the Tona technique that they had just mastered is the easiest way to accumulate energy in his body through breathing. To curb Qigong technique, they need to feel energy. Jin carefully listens how the monk explains that they should practice Tona every day in order to learn to feel energy. The guy is upset that they will not study her now. He cannot believe that they will start with the foundations. For internal energy, they first need to feel CI. Suddenly, he sees a book extended to him in front of him. He asks, "What is it?" And in response he hears that this book depicts the path of energy in the human body. The guy is surprised that she is so thin. John says that there is no need to memorize the whole book. It is enough to remember the basic information on the energy path. This is necessary to manage energy, as well as for subordinating the enemy. Jin enthusiastically looks at the brochure. The path of energy is the direction in which human energy and its strength flow. On this path, not only Kai moves, but also the internal power of man. Therefore, before studying martial arts, it is necessary to understand this main element. John begins to talk about how everything works. Jin looks at the open book with admiration and wants to remember everything. In the evening of the same day, going with a brochure in his hand, he decides to learn the main points of energy in the body and practice the accumulation of energy with the help of Tona. He is sure that as soon as he masters this, he will be able to master Shaolin's initial techniques. He realizes that then he can immediately practice the Tona technique. His thoughts are interrupted by the call of Bo-gan. Jin asks what he is doing here. The man replies that his knees hurt less thanks to the technique with which he taught him, and now he began to train more. Jin covers his ears, unable to listen to the crunch of his knees. He says that he just told him about the exercise to heal his knees. Bo-gan believes that the more to hit the iron, the stronger it becomes. He offers to look at his hands. He trained them for 18 years. The guy thinks, where to come from good muscles if he has never seen a quality protein in the diet? The boy says that iron needs to be beaten moderately, and if you hit too much, it will break, the same with the human body. The man is a little dumbfounded by his words. Mujin asks him to sit down. Touching his leg, the guy asks for permission to help relax his muscles. He warns that it will be a little painful. The man believes that pain is normal. It should be. The guy resembles all this old times. Then he served in special forces. His body was on the verge of daily exhausting training. Despite the hard work done, the long-term service came to an end due to injury. As a result, he was forcibly written off. At that time, he was lowered into the water. The guy believes that Bo-gan looks like him from the past. Continuing the massage, he says that if the body of a man suffers, then he will have to bear responsibility for it himself. Therefore, he needs to take care of himself. Bo-gan quietly eclows him. The guy raises his head to him, thinking that probably his words sounded too unnatural. The man says, putting his palm on his head, that does not know what he had to go through this world. But Shaolin does not throw his students only because their bodies are in bad shape. Even more, no matter what happens, the temple will not abandon its student. The guy answers, if so, then good. Bo-gan says that from tomorrow he must trust him and begin to practice Shaolin's techniques. Then he cries out with a sharp pain. This was the first cry that Bo-gan published in his entire life. Rising, the man asks for forgiveness for taking his time. He is interested in what the boy will do now. He replies that he was thinking about practicing the Tona that he learned today. Bo-gan is surprised that the native of such a family did not learn to feel energy. He recalls that he is forced to pretend, and says that he could not properly study this because of family circumstances. The man invites him to learn this right here. He believes that it would be nice to practice together. He says that his presence may help him feel energy much easier. Mujin thinks his words sound convincing. Sitting in the lotus pose, he reflects that even if he tries to feel his energy, he may not understand what exactly she looks like, because he does not know herself. But if someone will use energy nearby, then this may work. He believes that you need to try. The guy says he is ready. The man asks him to concentrate. He invites him to look at him and study. If this helps the boy, then he will be glad. The guy carefully watches him. He is surprised how it looks. It seems to him that even the air around has changed. Looking at Bo-gan, he decides that he needs to understand the difference between his energy and him. He understands that he sees something that was not when he was alone. He opens his eyes in amazement, thinking, was it really a conversation about this? Mujin understands that this is the same key. When exhaling through the mouth, it is worth concentrating all the evil energy in your body and throw it out. And with a deep breath, draw pure energy into the center of the body. Thus, he will be able to find the difference between his energy and the energy of Bo-gan. He tries again and again, until finally he does not feel the energy of Kai. He is surprised and even slightly disappointed. She is the size of a rice grain, so small that it seems a miracle. The packaging with chips comes to mind. He thinks that if you can call them truffle for the content in them, 0.000000001% of truffle, which means that this can be called success. The guy quickly perked up. Bo-gan watches the boy. He realizes that he has already begun to feel ki. This means what Heijan and Hyun Sleep said is pure truth. He thinks that this child will become the support of Shaolin. Mujin is immersed in himself, he feels ki. He also gets used to breathing stably. It seems to him that it became colder and he opens his eyes. Bo-gan says that he finally came to his senses. The guy sees that he was already dark. He is surprised that it is already so late. He guiltily bows his head and asks for forgiveness from Bo-gan. He did not think that time would fly so fast. The man tells him to relax and hurry up to the hostel. They will soon announce the hang-up. Bo-gan carefully looks at the boy. He is surprised that he only revealed in himself Kai, and she has already reached such a level. Mujin thanks him for his support. Bo-gan says that he can now study the initial technique of Shaolin, the technique of Buddha's heart. The guy asks, shouldn't he memorize all the ways of energy? The man is interested. Did he really not do this as the son of his family? Mujin replies that it was a joke. Mentally rooting himself, he talked again. The man laughs and saying goodbye leaves. Mujin is angry due to the fact that Bo-gan constantly reminds him of his family. He decides to learn all these ways today. Early morning of the next day. Training. Evil. Mujin hears how those who felt ki and learned the ways of energy are asked to go forward. He thinks that he barely remembered everything. But stepping forward, he can be proud of himself. But suddenly the guy realizes that not only he stepped forward, he sees that everyone went forward. Mujin does not understand why there were so many. Was it really so easy to do? The monk says that then he will tell them their next steps. The guy is upset. He thought that Mujin is an unrecognized genius. John shows them a book and says that the technique of the heart of the Buddha is described here, which is the basis and foundation of the principle of Shaolin's mind. He opens the book and promises to tell them everything consistently. Then he adds that the introduction will not take much time from them. He begins to read. Everyone is listening carefully to him. Mu-jin still cannot believe that all students were able to comprehend Qi and the path of energy in just a day. Then he sees how everyone is returning. A friend asks how he could learn all this. And the guy replies that this is only the beginning, so it is not at all complicated. He explains that first, the incoming energy should circulate over the body from one place to another. And if when lifting Ki it is incorrectly directed, then it can be dangerous. He is silent. The friend did not understand anything. Mu-jin says that he will also be able to comprehend this in the shortest possible time. You just need to first concentrate on his breath. The guy remembered the entire map of the tracks well, so she was well imprinted in his memory. He continues to practice and feels how his energy accumulates faster. He feels this as if the number with 4 decimal signs changed by the number with 3 decimal signs. He realizes that he studies martial arts. He feels his growth, and he believes that this is pretty fun. Martial arts, and he is the main character here. Mugen's training went smoothly. He hears his name by name and asks to see. Looking around, he is interested in Mu Julia. Where does he come from? In front of him is a friend, with a guy thrown over his shoulder, whom he holds by the leg. Realizing the situation, Mu-jin asks where the friend found the body. He replies that the guy was punished. Mu-jin expresses the hope that this was not done by his hands. Mu-yul explains that Mu-gaina was punished for giving up the mountain earlier. The guy says he understands it, but why does his friend carry him like that? He replies that he is too heavy, and in another way he cannot carry him. He was going to only raise him, and he fell. Mu-jin risses and goes to them. He examines the Mu-jin. At first it seems to him that the guy was just getting down due to the fact that Mu-yul carried him like that. He is more closely. Mu-jin understands that someone beat the guy. He is impressing numerous bruises and traces of clothes, Mu-jin thinks. Why does the name of the guy seem familiar to him? He recalls that unlike other children, this boy always had an exhausted look. Her cheeks are hollow, the body is thin. He remembered Mu-jin, but something does not give him rest. Mu-jin is trying to understand why this name bothers him, but he does not manage to remember anything else. He is tormented by the fact that he certainly heard this name somewhere. The guy decides that this is not important now. A friend asks why Mu-jin decided to punish this way, but Mu-jin does not know. The guy thinks that judging by the footsteps on his body and clothes, he has an assumption. He says that it is better to know this from someone who knows this for sure. Mu-jin believes that if he was sentenced to this, then there is definitely a person who rose to the mountain before him. He explains to his friend what he has in mind, the guy with whom he had sparring. They are approaching Muguna, gloomy at them. Mu-jin and Mu-jul, holding an unconscious body, silently look at the guy. He asks, what do they need? Mu-yul asks a friend, is it really Mu-gyun beat a boy? He answers that this crybaby is unlikely to laugh anyone. The guy reminds his friend that he said that Mu-gun was the first to go to the mountains. So, if anyone can know something, then it is he. They decide to go to him and ask. And now they are facing Mu-gun. He is interested. What do they want from him? The frightened Mu-yul releases the leg of Mu-jin from the hands, and he falls to the ground. He lies, his hands spread wide, and the guys look at him for some time silently. Mu-gun is interested again. What do they need? He asks for what should he break away from training and spend his precious time on them. Mu-jin does not understand why he behaves like that. Is he not a best student of the master? Isn't the students more important than training? Mu-gyun is interested in. Since when did he become his student? The guy, without answering his question, asks, did he really like it when the student beat him? He replies that then he had not the same mood. Mu-jin mockingly says, yes, probably. This is the whole point. He continues to mock, saying that the guy lost to a weaker enemy, and then he asks the teacher for help. His words bring Mu-gun into a rage. He is trying to hit Mu-gin, but the guy rushes forward, leaving at the same time from the blow. He is falling the enemy to the ground, and with the help of twisting, immobilizes it. Mu-jin says that a guy can fight him at least 100 times, but he will not be able to win. The opponent is desperately trying to free herself from capture. The guy promises to tell him why he lost, if only he tells them what happened to Mu-gen. He breaks out of a weakened capture. The guy thinks that he hates him because he is offended because of the defeat in the last match. He considers him a proud person defeated by unknown technology. He is sure that he is very curious why he lost, so the guy is so nervous. Mu-gyun is interested in, is he really the reason for his defeat? Mu-jin recalls that first he should tell them why Mu-jin is in this state. He replies that he was beaten by Mu-tae with his henchmen. Mu-jin asks, "Who is it?" And he hears in response that this is the only son of Feguk from the bull from the side clans Shaolin. Mu-jin is the son of a master of a side clan. Master Hin Moon went to pick up Mu-tae as a student, but noticing the talent of Mu-jin, took both boys. The son of the rich man began to bully Mu-jin, believing that he was below him. Mu-jin is surprised that the student of Shaolin can do such things, but the guy replies that nothing can be done here. The father of Mu-jin works for Mu-tae. In this situation, can a boy resist? Mu-jin thinks that if it were an ordinary school, he could understand this. But this is the temple of Shaolin, where they teach the Buddha's way. He asks what Mu-gun himself did at the same time. Is he not the strongest here? He is perplexed. What was he supposed to do? Mu-jin screams that he is the strongest and had to protect him. Mu-gyun replies that there were 3 of them. It's hard to cope with one. What can we say about 3 at once? Mu-jin says all this is nonsense. His friend said that he was the strongest here. They both look at Mu-julia. Mu-gyun says that he sees him like that because Mu-yul, like them, is not very well trained. When asked by the guy what this means, he replies that these guys are from side families. The martial arts of side families are based on the martial arts of Shaolin. So they already know the basics, therefore they are not training so hard. Mu-jin recalls the guy who came out this morning with him, and thinks, was that really he? The guy recalls that the boy is studying poorly. Their attention is attracted to the wake-up Mu-jin. The novice student of Nahadan rises and tries to understand where he is. Touching a bruise on his head, he remembers everything. He screams and tries to crawl back. The guys say they will not touch him. Mu-jin thinks that nothing can be done here. If you are very scared, you will begin to hide from people. He says that his circumstances are very familiar to him. He looks at the boy and thinks, how much was beaten and humiliated that he became so? He is perplexed. How can school violence exist in the Shaolin temple? He thinks that the boy's father works for a family of a guy who beat him. Of course, he could turn to Hyun Muna for help, but is afraid of retaliation. Mu-jin is trying to come up with some way to help the boy. Finally deciding something, he asks to listen to him. The boy looks at him incredulously. Mu-jin suggests reporting on the guys who are pissing him off, Hae-jon and Hyun-mun. Mu-jin replies that his father will not be left alone. The guy says that everything will be decided if Mu-jin becomes a student of Janshan. The student of Janshan continues to study, living in the main hall. Pupils of side clans usually come from the outside. And no matter what a high position they occupy, they cannot just touch the student of Janhan, belonging to Shaolin. However, not everyone can become them. Everyone understands for what purpose Mu-jin makes this proposal, in addition to Mu-julia, who looks inquiringly at a friend. Mu-jin says that miserable students from side clans will not dare to threaten the student Janshan from Shaolin and his father. At the same time, he thinks that there is, of course, the chance that everything will turn out dysfunctional. But he recalls the words of Bo-gan. Shaolin will never turn away from his student, no matter what happens. He thinks that he will now check how true they are. He reaches out to Mu-gen, saying that Shaolin will not allow these guys to create what they want. Mu-jin invites the boy to try to bring this plan into life. The guy is interested. Why is the Jin shaking? Does he not want to become a student of Janshan? A trembling boy cannot even say a word. Mu-jin asks, does he really want his father to continue to work for a family who treats him so badly? If the guy gives up, then the father will have to dance under the pipe of Mu-tae. He is interested. Will it really suit him? Mu-jin finally makes a decision. He reaches out to Mu-gin and says that he will try. Then he clarifies that he will try once. Mu-jin considers this a good idea. He suggests talking now about their second way. The guy believes that Mu-jin needs to somehow protect until he becomes a student. He thinks that it is not difficult. You just need to beat Mu-tae. 3 days later, afternoon free time. Someone from the guys, turning to Mu-tae, asks, will Mu-jin come today? He answers in the affirmative. He says that he warned the boy. If he does not come, his family will learn about this. Mu-havi and Mu-hwan, his henchmen, believe that they have not needed fists for a long time. They are discussing that Mu-jin has been communicating with this strange guy, Mu-gin, for a couple of days. They recall that the big man of Mu-gun is still walking with them. They are sure that today all 4 will come here and rejoice at the upcoming entertainment. Mu-tae says that once he already wanted to beat Mu-gin. He believes that everything develops well. His friends begin to offend Mu-gin, and then they mock the other boys, threatening to force Mu-gun to sob again. Suddenly they are interrupted by Mu-gin's voice. They cannot believe that he really came to them. The guy, along with his friends approaching them, asks, "Are they not going to run away?" Mu Hui and Mu Huan laugh. They are sure that they have no reason to be afraid. The fact that he defeated the healthy man does not say anything about anything. They are sure. Friends insult boys. Mu Jin, turning to Mu Gun, asks, "Did he hear what he was called?" The guy offers opponents to come closer, and he will make sure that such words do not fly out of their mouths. One of the guys is approaching him. The boys share the rest of the opponents among themselves. Mu Jin asks Mu Jin, "This guy with whom Mu Gun was going to figure out, is Mu Tae?" He confirms that this is so. The guy is interested. Did the boy remember what he taught him? When he answers in the affirmative, he encourages him and says that he has nothing to worry about. Mu Jin cannot believe that he can defeat the enemy. Mu Tae, approaching, mockingly says that Mu Gen had friends. He even envies him. His henchmen also insult rivals. Mu Tae continues to pour with mockery. He asks Mu Gena, was he really going to hit him? A trembling boy stands opposite him, decisively clenching his fists. Mu Tae mocks him, not believing that he can raise his hand on him. He asks if he knows the gene. What will happen to his family if he dares to hit him? The boy recalls his father. Then, in his memory, Mu Gen's words pop up that if he does not want a person close to him, then he has only one way out, to beat these guys and become a student of Zhanhan. He screams, "Do not touch my father," and strikes Mu Tae. He manages to evade, but still cannot believe what is happening. He asks, "Is the guy crazy?" Mu Gun's hand meets the enemy's fist. He immediately becomes polite and asks to release his hand. He is surprised by the power of the guy. Mu Gun is not easy to give this confrontation. He recalls the moment when he decided to help the guys. He was then outraged, but Mu Jin asked him, would he really refuse to help his brother? And then he clarified, perhaps he is just afraid? Naturally, the guy said he was not a coward. Mu Jin invited him to continue their conversation, since he decided to join them. The guy wants to explain why he loses to him every time. Mu Jin says that his sequential strike technique is really fast and powerful, but this is not enough. The guy promises that he will understand everything when he tests on himself. He says that he is now attacking him with the first form of this technique, and let him try to dodge. Mu Gun is preparing for an attack. He easily evades the blow. Mu Jin offers to try again, but now he attacks the second form and invites him to try to evade again. The guy is preparing to strike with a fist, but suddenly he beats the enemy with his foot and his knee. Mu Gun falls to the ground, grabbing his leg. He is outraged that Mu Jin deceived him. The guy says that no one will just stand and take a blow if he knows what awaits him. He explains, for the attack to work, it is necessary to deceive the enemy. Mu Jin considers his blows fast and powerful. But even before Mu Gyun strikes, his stand makes it clear what exactly he is going to do. Mu Gyun does not agree. He says that if the blow is fast, then, even predicting, it is already impossible to stop it. He is sure that you just need to hit quickly and strongly. Mu Jin replies that he is right in something. Someday in the distant future, if it becomes indestructible, then his words will have power. In the new work of the author of the Chronicle of the Monk Shaolin, which is called The Journey of the Apostles, the main character was known as the best in the dark arts and the strongest in the world. And his skill of owning a sword was often described as the incomprehensible skill of fencing, which could not be blocked, even if it was known. Mu Jin says that if he is not the strongest in the world, then this does not apply to him. Therefore, he advises him to use the trick, as in the game, stone, scissors, paper. Make the enemy think that you are going to leave the paper when you have something else on your mind. The hand of Mu Gun squeezes the fist of the opponent. He is trying to resist him. Mu Gyun says that he will attack him with the first form of a sequential impact technique, and invites him to try to dodge her. Mu Gun reflects on the words of Mu Gin. He explained that he should use the appropriate deception. The guy never thought about it. Previously, this behavior seemed to him cowardice. But now he is forced to admit his rightness. To use a trick does not mean to chop. He agrees with him, and says that since he learned something useful, he will share something with Mu Gin. Mu Gyun says that the guy wants to fight with the friends of Mu Tae, and warns that there is no need to underestimate them. Mu Jin does not understand what he wants to say. He says that Mu Gyun claimed that they were stronger than them, but the guy replies that he did not fight with all his might. He explains that if it comes to a real battle, and not sparring, then he will use the martial arts of his family and accumulated skills. Mu Gun stands in front of the wall and says that this should be enough. Mu Jin is surprised. Did the guy really bring them to such a secluded place, only in order to demonstrate his skills? He replies that he does not want to get into trouble with the elders for the careless use of family martial arts. Mu Jin asks Mu Julia to observe so that no one would find them here. and then he offers Bo-gan to demonstrate his skills. Having focused, the guy thinks that now they will see him in a different light. His body is enveloped in a haze of energy, and he strikes with his hand. Mu-jin cannot take his eyes off him. Mu-gyun makes a wave of foot. The guy thinks that this really differs from when only consistent blows are used. Strength and speed are good, but somewhere at the level of the school boxer, he believes. Mu-jin thinks that this is not as much as he imagined. But given his age, the boy is definitely a monster. Every time Mu-gun beats with his foot or fist, the sound of the wind is given echoing. Now the guy understands why he warned that it was dangerous. Mu-gyun says that if he fights with the henchmen of Mu-tai, then they will also use their combat abilities against him. He strikes near Mu-gyun, and he feels his strength. Mu-gyun is interested in his opinion about his capabilities. He is impressed with them. He thinks that the boy is really the strongest among young monks. Looking at the hand of the boy, Mu-jin thinks that he still cannot control his energy. He decides that he can handle him. Mu-gyun invites him to attack, but the guy is in no hurry to attack, and he says that in this case he will be the first. He rushes to Mu-gun. The one from what he saw draws. In order to use internal energy, you need to strike in a given form and style. Mu-gun attacks, but Mu-jin easily evades. He thinks that the enemy uses consistent blows, so his movements are predictable. The guy is surprised that the opponent managed to do this. He thinks that he was not just lucky at that time. Now Mu-jin is attacking him. Seeing his flexibility and speed, Mu-gun shouts so that he does not approach him. He is trying to protect his face with his hands. Mu-jin easily solves his maneuver and hits him in the stomach. The guy hurts and he is furious. Cursing, he connects his hands to bring down a crushing blow to the enemy. Mu-jin makes a cut, and his opponent falls to the ground. Raising his head, he sees a guy who brought a fist to the blow above him. Mu-jin imprints a fist in the tile near the face of Mu-gun. He is impressed by the power of his blow. Mu-jin freezes in surprise. He did not expect his opponent to cry. Rising, he thoughtfully scratches his head. He says that now it turns out that he is a bad guy. Mu-jin turns to the defeated enemy. He was mocking the Mu-jin, and now he whines because of this. For a while, he thinks. Mu-gun stands over the defeated enemy and says that he did not even have to strain. Mu-jin believes that he should not worry. He is glad that the guy coped, but worries about Mu-jin. He hears some kind of sound, and he sees how the boy straightens out with Mu-tai spread on the ground. He hurries to him, asking to stop and stop beating. The guy has already lost to him. Mu-jin holds out his hand to grab Muhnu. Suddenly, he recalls where this name is familiar to him. He sees how he turns the enemy's face into a bloody mess. His hands were painted red from someone else's blood. His eyes sparkle with madness, and blood is smeared over his face. He is sure that he is not mistaken. The character from the first short story of Gakken, the author of the Chronicle of the Monk Shaolin, which is called The Return of the Lord of the Demons, is the most crazy villain. Anyone who loves blood is the bloody monk Mu-jin. Kan Heiki recalls his beloved romance in childhood. A lot of time has passed since then, and some have already forgotten. However, somewhere in the distant corners of the memory, an illustration of one character has been preserved. He remembers the image of a bloody monk claiming that all people are evil. He stated that he would make them wash their sins with their own blood. The scene that he sees now reminded him of the madness and fear of the hero of Mu-gen from that very novel. Kan Heik thinks with horror. What did he arouse? His hand clenches into a fist. He just wanted to raise the boy's self-esteem. But what is this demon? He thinks that now it does not matter. If nothing is done, Mu-tae may die. Mu-jin calls for the aid of Mu-julia. Together, they are trying to immobilize Mu-jin, screaming that the enemy was about to mock his father. Finally, he calms down, and the three of them look at Ma Yue lying on the ground. Mu-jin begins to cry. Tears flow over his face hail. Mu-jin is still holding his hand. The guy understands that he had not yet managed to become a bloody monk. He thinks that this character was just crazy, and it was never told why he went crazy. He suggests that continuing to endure mockery and torment, he eventually crossed the line. Suddenly the exclamation of Bo-gan is heard. Looking around, Mu-jin thinks that they will end. An angry man says that they will have to explain what is happening here. Looking at the guy who crouched on the ground, he demands to tell him what happened. Then he turns to Mu-gun, saying that he should also explain his behavior. He rushes Mu-gin to start a story. The guy even closes his eyes with his scream. He puts his hand on the shoulder of Mu-jin. Bo-gan asks, what is he doing? Mu-jin invites him to look at the body of Mu-gin. The man is amazed at the number of bruises and abrasions on his back. The guy says that the scars that he sees was left by those who are now lying on the ground. They tormented the boy for the past 2 months. He explains that today these three came here to do the same. Therefore, they intervened. Bo-gan considers his words. He asks, "Is it true?" And it requires Mu-hvi and Mu-kun lying on the ground so that they look into his eyes. He repeats the question and advises them not to lie. People run to them, one of them asks, "Why did Bo-gan shout it so loudly?" Mu-hwi and Mu-hwan begin to cry. Mu-tae lies unconscious, spread his hands wide. Everyone wants to find out what happened here. Bo-gan requires an answer with Mu-jin. He, stammered, begins to speak. Mu-jin encourages him and orders to tell everything as it is. He says that Mr. Bo-gan is a fair person. Clutching the boy's shoulder, he asks him not to be afraid. Mu-jin says that Mu-jin did not lie. The last 2 months he was beaten by these 3 guys. Blinding. The boy began to tell a trembling voice about what he had to endure during this time. Due to strong emotions, the story turned out to be somewhat jerky. But everyone listened without interrupting. Bo-gan reached the essence of his words. Mu-jin reminds of what he recently told him. Shaolin does not throw his students under any circumstances. He thinks that since Mu-jin is also a student, they are obliged to protect him. Bo-gan objects. These children also study here. Mu-jin asks, "How can those who threatens the life of a child with students of a famous school? Is it really the spirit of Shaolin?" For some time, Bo-gan thinks. The man agrees with his opinion. Hin, who approached, says that only if the words of Muen is true. He promises to conduct an investigation. If their words do not turn out to be a lie, then these children will cease to be the students of Shaolin. Mu-jin expresses hope for a fair investigation. Hin Dream continues to speak. He believes that even if in the future they cease to be the students of their school, the incident cannot be ignored. The meaning of their martial art is to pacify and not fight for children. Pointing to Mu-tae, he asks, "Was it too much used?" The crying Mu-jin asks for forgiveness and tries to say something else. But he is interrupted by Mu-jin. He says that this is his hand. He was too angry with the guys who mocked Muen's Mu and could not control emotions. This is only his fault. Struck by his words, Mu-jin looks at him in all eyes. But Mu-jin thinks that this is really his fault. He understands that if he abandons Janu and shifts all the blame on him, then he can at any moment become a bloody monk again. But if he looks after him so that this does not happen, then he can become a best friend for him. To enter the Buddhist path, there is a special place for practices called face to wall. Bo-gan Mu-gin leads to this place at dawn. They follow the forest. The man says that he will not be able to talk to anyone for the next 7 days and nights. He will have to constantly look at the wall and meditate. Bo-gan announces that they have already come. He shows him a small cave and reports that his punishment will pass there. While the guy steps towards her, the man's instructions sound in his head. He must adhere to the right pose and meditate facing the wall. He cannot be looked around even during sleep and food. Bo-gan promised to periodically bring him water and food. Mu-jin performs his instructions and sits in the cave facing the wall. The guy sighs. He knew that in all gates and works there would be about the same thing. And despite the fact that he was reborn of the monk of Shaolin, a character appeared here from the Return of the Absolute Demon. He reflects that the tyranny of the unorthodox faction and the return of the absolute demon, the same universe. But if you think about it, then they have not only one world, but also the time in which both main characters acts the same. However, they worked in different places, so they rarely met. In addition, in the second part of Tyranny, the protagonist of Shaolin, a divine monk, appears. In other words, if the plots of 2 stories occur at about the same time, then its actions may well affect events in other works. The guy thinks what he should do if, with his intervention, he causes the effect of a butterfly and violates the development of other main characters. He believes that he needs to gain experience in order to become stronger. Indeed, of these stories, he already remembers practically nothing but the growth of characters. Although there is nothing to be surprised, more than 10 years have passed. The whole plot was remembered only in general terms. What can we say about details there? But the guy believes that in the event that the whole novel goes awry because of the main characters, he is not sure that the divine monk Shaolin will remain unchanged. He recalls Mu-jin and thinks that he was able to cope even with him, the future bloody monk. Then the rest will be on the shoulder. After all, the main character of the Return of the Absolute Demon gains enlightenment and becomes stronger precisely in the final battle with the bloody monk. He realizes that because of him the villain disappeared, which means the main character will no longer be able to reach the same level of force. The guy believes that everything is too difficult and thinks where to start and what to do next. Near the entrance, there is a silhouette of a person who is trying to go unnoticed. Bo-gan came to see what Mu-jin is doing. He decides that the boy is focused exclusively on his repentance. He is delighted with his concentration and mind, so unusual for 12-year-old boys. He recalls his special skills and talents, demonstrated earlier. Bo-gan is sure that this child is destined to become the support of their millennium Shaolin. Some time ago, the conversation of Heijun and Hyun-sona took place. The leader of the hall, Arhat, believes that everything happened because of him, but the monk says that he was to blame. He did not see. Hin Sleep is interested in how the investigation is moving. Heijun replies that they interrogated all beginner students, and their testimonies coincided. Mu-jin was constantly abused. They consider this incident a shadow of shame for their temple. The atmosphere in Nahandan is not the best now. Bo-gan, notifying his return, appears. Hin Sleep invites him to enter. The man asks the leader of the hall, Arhat, "Did he notice?" He confirms, "Yes, it is." Heijun asks what they are talking about. Hin Sleep replies that, judging by his hands and face, it was the Mu-jin who beat Mu-tae, and Mu-jin, it seems, took the blame on himself to protect his friend. The misfortune and blessing came together under heaven. But good always wins evil. Do not intervene, Mu-jin, and something worse than a simple fight could happen. Men are thoughtful. Bo-gan says he has one thought. Hin Sleep offers to share it. The man believes that this cannot be connected only with the misconduct of one. Everyone is to blame. And instead of accusing or regretting what happened, is it not better to focus on preventing such incidents in the future? Hindream asks, does he have a plan? Bo-gan thinks that the main reason for the quarrel between students in a small number of training. They have too much strength left, since they arranged such a fight. To prevent this in the future, he plans to pay more attention to their physical training. Hin Sleep is thinking. Then he says that he entrusts Heijun, and he will be busy in the next few days, finding out the details of the fight. To begin with, he wants to punish 3 students whose crimes have already been proven. To do this, he will go to the disciplinary hall. Bo-gan, watching Mu-jin, thinks that he will also do his best to direct students along the right path. The man is impressed that more than an hour and a half had passed, and the boy did not even move. He believes that further observation is unnecessary, and slowly leaves. The man decides to visit the boy tomorrow at dawn. He will periodically bring him food and water, so that Mu-jin may not worry and focus on meditation. Bo-gan is more and more moved away from the cave. Mu-jin sighs in relief, rejoicing that the man has left. He thinks that for 7 years in special forces they were not in vain. He can find someone else's presence in 2 accounts. He goes to the floor, his arms and legs spread, and thinks what he will do here for these 7 days. If you start training, then without beans and mushrooms, he will not be able to replenish protein reserves. He is trying to remember when he was the last time ate meat. It was before he got here. A crispy crust, a delicate pulp inside. He really wants to eat and thinks that he just needs meat. The guy reflects on where he can get him here. The idea comes to his mind. He decides to get food on his own. A rabbit rushes along the forest path, not noticing that snares were laid out right in front of him. A girl is watching him from afar. The rabbit paw falls into the loop, and the animal soars up. The girl carefully watches what is happening. Mu-jin rushes to the rabbit with all legs, rejoicing that he will have meat. He is already looking forward to how they will be saturated. At the same time, not far from Mount Sun, where the Shaolin Temple is located, Ichikon Province. In this place, students of the temple collect information. Inquiring ordinary people, they manage to find out many different stories. After some time, they gather at the gates of the Western Temple, where the Bureau Sabal is located, a company engaged in transporting goods. The first is Haigol, the deputy head of the school. A man is in a hurry to meet him with a greeting. He seems to be with Moon Payan, the head of the Sobal Bureau. The man says that it is a great honor for him to meet with 5 invincible blows and a great master of martial arts. Suddenly, behind the monks, he notices his son Mu-tai. He asks what happened to his child and requires an explanation. Gol silently looks at him. Gol replies that the current species of Mu-tae is the result of his own atrocities. Instead of training and cleansing the body and reason, he mocked his comrades, making riots at school. With Moon-pien pressing his son to himself, asks what they mean. The man continues to say that after examining the area, they found that the Bureau of Sabal vilely extorts money and intimidates commoners. His hand angrily squeezes the rosary. He believes that this behavior is unacceptable for a family professing Shaolin. He gives the order to immediately deprive these people of martial arts. With Moon, Payan grabs the sword, demanding to stop. He is trying to resist, but the monk turns out to be a more skilled warrior. He strikes the man in the chest area. His hand is covered by an extraordinary aura. He deprives the native martial arts defeated on the ground. The monk orders him to return all the unfairly acquired commoners. Its employees are talking, not knowing what to do now. Gol asks, Is Bo-gan here? A man appears from the crowd, saying that it is he. He is scared but still dares to ask, "What happened?" The monk bows before him in a bow and asks for forgiveness. He says that the student, whom Mute mocked, was none other than his son. The man is excited by such a news. The monk again apologizes that they could not prevent this before. He understands that it is impossible to atone for this, and promises that Shaolin will take all responsibility for what happened. Hegel and monks found for Bangona of another owner associated with Shaolin, who, unlike Moon Pechen, was honest and decent. Mu-jin is closely looking at something. Looking at empty snares, he thinks that the trap was worthless. She looks like the one he built yesterday. But she is different. It is made simply disgusting. He understands that someone was trying to copy his snares, which means that other people live on the mountain. He hears a rustle and notices the girl in the bushes. The guy comes closer to her, but she is running out. He asks her to stop, but she continues to run. Mu-jin catch up with a fugitive. He tries to grab her shoulder. They fall to the ground, and Mu-jin is surprised to look at it. In the heat of the chase, he did not see who exactly pursues. She looks at him scared. Tears flow from her eyes. She asks for forgiveness if she did something wrong. The guy thinks why such a beautiful girl walks along a dangerous grief. He offers her to eat. By how eagerly the girl absorbs food, he understands that she was starving for a long time. He is sure that she tried to do a trap for rabbits for the same reason. She confirms his guess and asks, "Is it possible for a novice monk to eat meat?" He replies that he has special reasons and asks her not to score his head for himself. Mu-jin is interested in how she ended up here. This is the territory of the Shaolin school, and judging by the clothes, the girl belongs to a rich family. The interlocutor is writing, not knowing what to answer. She recalls her tears, and the way she asks her father not to leave her. She believes that everyone hate her, and decides that this is due to the fact that she is useless. Is its very existence a mistake? The guy understands that the girl does not want to talk about it, and decides to change the topic. He asks, could she keep secret that he hunts rabbits? She does not understand why he would, due to the fact that he is forbidden to eat meat. He replies that in a sense it is so, but there are other reasons. He promises that in return she will help her return home. The girl asks, how will he do it? Mu-jin says that soon, a monk will come here without clothes. The girl is surprised. But the guy explains that this person has a certain status, so it will easily help her. She asks, how does the guy know that he will come? To which Mu-jin replies that he knows how to feel his presence. He says that she just needs to wait for him in front of the cave. Bo-gan hears a request for help. A girl peeps out from behind a tree. He is surprised that she is in such a place. She explains that she separated from her companions and lost her way. He offers to return her home. The man asks, did she see a boy from a nearby cave? Murashiki run through the skin of Mugen. She understands why the boy wanted to keep his secret. The girl says she was afraid to come, and did not even see anyone nearby. Bo-gan thinks, since the boy meditates so well, then you can help the girl. He invites her to follow him. The man says that they will go down from the mountain and find her house. He asks, what is her name? The girl answers, Ryu Solch. Mentally, she thanks the little monk and promises, when they meet again, she will surely repay him for his kindness. Mu-jin listens to what is happening outside the cave. He rejoices that the man and the girl left. He goes to the floor, annoying that he forgot to ask her name. Mu-jin believes that this is not critical. He does not think that they will still meet. Mu-jin turns around and is interested. Why did Bo-gan call him? The man replies that he wants to tell him something. This applies to his father. Mu-jin is interested. Why did Bo-gan call him? He wants to tell him something about his father. He tells the boy about everything that happened the day before, including that the Bureau of Sobol, which was ruled by the Mute family, no longer exists, and the monks provided his father with a new job. The man says that now the boy does not need to worry about worldly affairs, and he can devote himself to all the students. Mu-jin promises to do everything possible. Tears of joy flow down his cheeks. He promises that he will certainly become a student of Zhanhanhan. Mu-jin was not mistaken. Shaolin turned out to be a place that does not throw his students. The fourth day of Mu-jin was in the cave. Walking through the forest with a rabbit in his hands, he thinks that during training in a special forces, where he was previously, survival training was carried out. Naturally, methods for teaching food production were also included there, so hunting now is not difficult for him. He thinks that when he fried meat for the girl, he forgot that the open inciting of the fire during the hunt can expose it. The guy believes that after this, it would be easiest to move to another cave in order to cover the traces of his stay here. Hinging a bonfire, he thinks that he should not forget about cleaning. To minimize the amount of garbage formed, he did not even take the skin from meat. It was coated with mud in advance, but even for it he already did not care. I ate as it was, and although it is not very tasty, but he was able to replenish the stocks of protein, and he finally remembered the taste of meat. The 5th day of his hermit has come. He woke up before the morning bell and began to meditate, looking at the wall. He does this not with zeal. Just after him, Bo-gan is watching. The man is surprised. He did not expect that the boy was already busy with meditation. Approaching him, Bo-gan thinks that perhaps he had so spent all night. He puts water and food near the boy. At the same time, he thinks that Mujin is great, not even distracted by extraneous sounds. Bo-gan puts another portion of food near him and leaves. The guy looks at the food brought and thinks that all week to make this eat a child is really too much. Food is given once a day, and it costs from nuts with honey and water, but the guy replenishes the lack of energy due to hunting. He even managed to get comfortable with this routine. The 6th day of stay in the cave, Mujin makes push-ups, because according to the rules, after the body has received a sufficient amount of protein and energy, you need to proceed to training. This is such a preparation when as many exercises are performed as enough strength. Continuing to train his body, he understood one thing. The breathing technique during exercises is similar to Tona, the technique of energy accumulation. Thus, he began his own training, mixing spiritual improvement with fitness. It seems to him that after the end of the training, his body seemed to be cleansed. He does not know that in fact it is a training in this world that are really existing in Hangan. 7th day. Meditation near the wall came to an end. Bo-gan says he coped. Mujin asks, "Can he already speak?" The man answers in the affirmative. Since the dawn will come soon, they immediately go to the training parade ground. Together they go through the forest. Mujin asks how the case ended. Bo-gan clarifies. Is he interested in Mujin? He says that after the investigation in the Tai family, it turned out that the head of the Bureau Sobel did a lot of troubles in the village. Therefore, the temple completely deprived them of all privileges. And the father of Mujin is now working for the new owner. Bo-gan adds that while the boy was in solitude, the intensity of training has increased. According to the persuasion, it did not affect him. However, now he will have to participate in the training of Shaolin, along with the rest. Mujin is upset that the man never changed his opinion. He asks, will the usual increase in intensity be enough? And he asks for permission to try to train on his own. Bo-gan promises to think. Training parade ground, Nahandan. Friends joyfully meet Mujin. He is interested. How are they? The guys answer that it was hard, difficult training. Mujin says he almost surrendered. Mujin believes that for him it was just walking in the park. They hear a shout, "Attention!" Hey John announces the beginning of a pre-dawn training. Before the columns built in the columns, the senior student puts the bag and begins to distribute additional cargo for training. The guys put on their arms or on the feet of sandbags. A team is heard, to everyone who was equipped with a place. Mujin thinks, were the training were really difficult because of this? The monk tells them to take the pose of the rider. Mujin thinks that the training as it was and remained not correct, and now it has become also twice as difficult. And while the rest were sweating, he found another use bags. He decides to use them instead of dumbbells, but they have a bad balance in keeping them uncomfortable. However, at this age, the body of the bodybuilder does not need, so it will come off. The monks notice that Mujin is strangely training and ask the question, does he really not feel the atmosphere that reigns on the parade ground? Bo-gan comes forward. He goes to the boy. The monks rejoice that he will finally punish the arrogance. Bo-gan is angry. He told the boy that training has changed and became more complicated, but he still plans to do it in his own way. But having looked closely, he thinks, he notices that sweat flows from the guy than the rest. Is it really more difficult than those that he came up with? But he decides to think about it later. He is more interested in the glow around the boy. Bo-gan understands that this is Hangon. Hangon is a martial art that allows you to show superhuman power, going beyond your own physical capabilities. But this is possible only if a person is well acquainted with chi and knows how to accumulate it in his body. The force that the Hu-jan demonstrated, destroying the stone, belongs to this category. It can also be used as a flight or fast movement. However, not everyone is given to master the Hangon. To do this, you need to go through a lot of tests and feel the stream of chi, as well as master a certain breathing technique. Bo-gan continues to watch the boy in surprise. He thinks that even though exercises were difficult, a new method of mastering Hangon appeared. Mujin performs extension over his head. Bo-gan believes that so the muscles of the upper hand work simply perfectly. In the early morning, while everyone was tormented with complicated and incorrect training, Mu-jin, the only one, used sandbags instead of dumbbells. The guy thinks that even hunting can be an extreme training. By increasing the muscles of the hands with lateral lifts at this age, he uses his capabilities at the maximum. Mu-jin, smiling, performs exercises. Noticing his strange pose, several young monks stared at him in surprise. Bo-gan watches the boy with a slightly different look. He continues to watch incredulously and still convinces that he was not mistaken. This is definitely Hangen. He does not understand when the boy began to practice him. Bo-gan asks the guy to stop. Mu-jin asks, why did he call him? The man asks him to follow him, and he adds that he has a request. John believes that Bo-gan is right. This is the unmistakable Chi Hangon. Mu-jin asks. They are wondering when he learned this. He believes that this happened when he was in a cave. However, if he tells the truth, then it would look as if he was not busy there, but brazenly loomed. The guy says that he first learned this today. He begins to brazenly lie that in their family, special attention was paid to breathing technique. And he was so glad of training that here it was, somehow it happened. Mu-jin adds that the practices of his family and the local breathing technique are similar, so he took a chance. Men are struck by his words. John thinks that initially Hangon is a step, achievable only after mastering the spiritual improvement of the Buddha. This is a basic mental technique, the development of which usually takes several years, so from newly arrived students now few can do it. Usually, having mastered the technique of improvement, a person immediately proceeds to the next stage. After all, it is much more effective to focus on a higher level technique for an hour than to engage in a Hangon for 12 hours a day. But if someone like Mu-jin learns Hangon just a few days after the development of the improvement of the Buddha, then he will be able to accumulate chi faster, and even master the advanced techniques, doubling strength. John is sure that if the boy suffered Hangon at such a young age, he will definitely be able to succeed in higher level techniques. He dares to ask Mu-jin. He is interested in, can the boy use Hangon freely now? He responds in the affirmative, but adds that only if he practices his family's exercises. He asks, can he return to training? The guy hears how the friends who ask Mu-jin are talking. Will he do it today? He answers in the affirmative, and asks him to help. Mu-jin is surprised to realize that they are engaged in the technique of lengthening tendons. The guys say that they did it even in his absence. Mu-yul says that Mu-jin and Mu-gun considered it interesting, so he showed them. The Jin says that now, after classes, he feels easier, although doing this a little painful. The guy thinks that he taught this a friend, and he began to train others. In the works, Mu-yul was not very mentioned. He even forgot about him. Mu-jin thinks that the boy does not really love physical exercises. He seems to him talented and stupid at the same time. The guy believes that he is unlikely to become a master. Perhaps he does not even know the position of vital points. He decides to find out later. Mu-jin turns to Mu-gun with a question. What about him? He clarifies. What did the boy practice? Mu-yul says that they somehow began to study, but the guy said that he had a wooden body and it is pointless. Mu-gyun asks him to shut up. Mu-jin asks. He does not deal with because he considers his body a wooden one? Mu-gun shouts that he is really slow. The guy believes that the lack of flexibility is not a crime. Mu-gun just needs to do more. He cannot believe his words. Mu-jin says he's not going to scold anyone. Moreover, people who do not appreciate other people's efforts are discharges. Mu-gyun represents how other boys admire that he is so big. They believe that he is a faithful member of the family, so strong. His family is very respected and is not in vain proud of his talents. One of the boys is interested in, has he really become a genius without effort? The second answers, of course. He hears them envy him. Mu-gun scratches his head and thinks about the words of Mu-jin. He admits that he argues sensibly. Do not mock those who are making efforts. Mu-jin invites him to try together. He helps Mu-gun to do exercises. They start with slopes, and soon the guy screams in pain. Mu-jin admits that he is really wooden, but still you need to try. The guy believes that Mu-gyun is not as good as Mu-yul, but still not hopeless. He thinks that his friend taught until he was. He decides to check and asks permission to join their training. Together they perform the gymnastics of the armed forces. Mu-jin tells how to perform a particular exercise correctly. He announces the last technique designed for breathing. The guy shows how to fulfill it and keeps an account. He says that it is easy and the guys are doing well. Mu-gun looks at him incredulously. He thinks that Mu-yul was next to Mu-jin and significantly improved his techniques. Mu-yul demonstrates a stretch that is admired even by Mu-jin. Mu-gun looks from one boy to the second and then to the third. He considers Mugen to be the strongest student of Shaolin who was able to defeat him. Mu Julia, a little stupid but talented guy. Mu Jin was able to crush Mute. Mugen thinks that they are all just monsters, but he will train so that he is not surpassed, because he is the strongest. Thanks to the use of sandbags during training, morning classes began to bring pleasure. During self-training, Mugen is practiced in the use of a hang-on. Thanks to breathing, he accumulates more and more internal power, and gradually becomes more and more. From time to time, he is engaged in stretching with the guys. Monks pay attention to Mugen. They believe that he became wider in his shoulders. The guys are sure that this is because of the unusual exercises that he does with his friends. On that day, the schedule of classes took place. In the morning training, they were announced that now that most students have mastered the spiritual improvement of the Buddha, they are moving on to the next stage, the use of internal energy. Hey, John asks two monks to go forward to demonstrate. He says that firstly, you need to collect internal energy in the lower abdomen and move it up through the points of Sis, Junwan, and Juk. Then, 70% of energy should be directed to the point of the shoulder of John Yu, and the remaining 30% on the opposite hand. Mugen tries to follow his instructions. He is trying to divide energy into 70% and 30%. He recalls consistent strikes. The guy performs 3 continuous blows. He thinks that this is the use of acupuncture points with internal energy to strengthen each part of the body. The reason for the distribution of energy is to maintain body balance. However, when internal energy increases, it will be difficult to cope with it, using only the left hand for this. We will have to give strength to other parts of the body. For example, to use the first form of a sequential blow. Hey John, watching the training, says that you need to direct the energy to the lower body. Mugen thinks. This means that it is impossible to focus only on his hands. You need to give energy and legs. He understands that it is necessary to control the whole body. The guy realizes that it is more difficult than it might seem at first glance. He thinks, how much does it need to train in order to instantly reach the desired state in real battle? The guy pays attention to the friend. He cannot understand how to perform this technique. Mugen asks him to stop. He is interested. What does the boy do? He replies that he cannot recall the order of distribution of energy. The guy asks him to tell what he remembered. He begins to tell, but immediately goes astray with the names of the points. He confuses the direction of redistribution. Mugen constantly corrects it. Muyul is puzzled by the back of the head. The guy thinks that this is hard for a friend. It is not surprising that this character does not appear in the short stories. He decides to explain everything easier for him. Mugen asks him to forget about the names. He asks, will he be able to raise internal energy to the level to which he points with his fingers? He is ready to try. The guy continues to show him the necessary points and direction. Muyul joyfully says that when he explains, everything becomes very easy. Mugen believes that soon it will all fly out of his head again, and recommends contacting him with questions when this happens. Literally immediately, Muyul runs to him for help. The guy thinks that a friend's memory is like a fish. From this day, Mugen gradually began to absorb the technique of using a sequential blow. Hey John and others teach students to new art every day. But since it was basic martial arts, there were not so many forms, and the training ended in 10 days. After that, each student continued to train at his pace. 70 days later, not only Mugen and his friends took possession of the forms of a sequential blow. Mugen performs the exercise on the bar with additional weight. Mugen says that enough time has passed. Mochin dices. He says that the time has come. Bo-gan watches the morning training. He is pleased that everyone is working hard today. He draws attention to the fact that someone is breathing too loudly. He sees how Mugen and his friends perform exercises. Bo-gan is surprised by the number of sand with the sand in the hands of the boy. He thinks, where does such strength and endurance at such a young age come from? He notices his tightly folded muscles and power. The man thinks that the boy has more the body than other students who joined a little earlier. He is surprised that in 2 months you can achieve such results. He believes that Mugen's training was not an empty word. He recalls how the boy spoke about the usual training and how he asked for permission to engage in his own. The man thinks, are the Shaolin's training really wrong? Someone's voice leads him out of thought. He rises from the bench to welcome Hyun Sona. The man says he thought about something. He believes that experiences are released, you just need to share them with others. He asks Bo-gan not to worry and tell what worries him. The man says that this is all because of Mugen. The boy stands in front of him and says that he did not quite understand him. Bo-gan notifies him that the main monk wants to see him. Mugen does not understand what kind of unexpected desire to see him. Friends are guessing about what he could do. The man invites him to follow him. Going into the room, the guy thinks that he probably still talked somewhere. Hin Sleep holds a cup in his hands, which reflects the approaching boy. The man sits at the table, thoughtfully examining the drink. Hin Sleep is surprised by the successes of Mu-gin. He appreciated his character and strength, but did not even pay attention to the unique teaching method. The man thinks that Bo-gan is concerned. He asks to bring the boy to the main hall. Hin Sleep believes that the problem cannot be solved without the culprit. He thinks that it is better to meet him and talk directly. Mu-jin stands in front of Hyun Sona sitting at the table. He expects a man to tell him. He is surprised that Hin Sleep tears him away from classes, and then he just looks at him, without saying anything, a few minutes. Then he understands that most likely he studies his body, considers each part, every detail. He's a little embarrassed. He believes that he still does not have a muscles, and the boy carefully strains his hand so that the muscles are more embossed. Hin Dream asks, "What is he suddenly?" The boy says he just wanted to pose. The man notices that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mu-jin agrees with him, because for the first time they met after that story with a fight. The guy recalls this, if not the most pleasant event. He is interested. Was he called here because of this? Hin Dream replies that he called him in order to check something personally. And now when he saw him, he has no doubt. He heard that his body is developing much faster than other students. It turned out to be true. But this is not the only reason why he is here. His amazing growth is associated with the family teaching method that he practices. The guy believes that a man leads to the fact that he needs to stop his training and start studying by their methods. He asks, does he want to check whether his methods are really better than training Shaolin? Hin Dream replies that Shaolin is not an isolated place, and he is ready to change. He has a proposal for the boy. Mu-jin recalls Heijan, and believes that the temple is unlikely to be ready for changes. The man says that the reason why their millennial Shaolin live to these days lies in the fact that they retain their essence, correcting the shortcomings and choosing the best. Sometimes softly, sometimes decisively. Hin Sleep says, if the boy proves the benefits of the method of teaching his family, then they will consider the possibility of his adoption. He clarifies what he is now talking about his training. The guy cannot believe that they can agree to his teaching method. The head of the Nahan Hall before becoming a master of art was a monk striving for Buddha. And now he will have to make an important decision for Shaolin's development. The introduction of the Mu-gin training method is something similar to the adoption of the call. But the man decided to first try out the new methodology in Nahan, where younger students study. However, in the event that a failure occurs, Hyun's son will have to answer before the Council of the Temples. And yet, for the sake of the future Shaolin, he wants to take a chance. He thinks that if this teaching method is really effective, their millennial Shaolin will become even stronger. Mu-jin asks, why is he? Hin Dream looks at the boy in bewilderment. The guy says that there are 70 entry-level students here, and he himself needs to study. In addition, due to previous incidents, many consider him crazy. They will not follow the instructions of the one who is considered abnormal. He thinks that he is still beneficial to teach primary-level students. If Shaolin becomes stronger, he will be able to safely finish the romance in which he got. But he has no much desire to educate arrogant boys. Mu-jin says that if Hin Dream really wants it, then he has a condition. Pupils sleep in their beds. They wake up from the team. Get up! The boys do not understand what is happening, because it is still early for training. Talking on the go, they run to the parade ground. They are perplexed when they see Mu-gin there, behind whom Bo-gan and Heijan stand. Heijan says they woke up earlier than usual to warm up before morning training. Moreover, from this moment on, the classes in the morning, Mu-jin will follow. The boys are talking, impartingly responding to the guy. He expected such a reaction, but he will not allow anyone to look down on him. The guy activates the coach's mode and tells everything to shut up. He says that since today, during the morning training, they will be engaged in physical preparation according to the method of his family. At this time, he becomes their mentor, not a student of Shaolin. Heijan thinks the guy definitely has nothing to lose. He notices that the boy's eyes burn with fire. Mu-gyun hears behind someone mockingly snorts. He hears the boys out of the appointment of a guy. Mu-jin also sees how students mock. Mu-gun is gloating, thinking that he will look after training how they will laugh. The guy offers those who have doubts about his skills to step forward. He says that this applies to those who laughed. Mu-jin announces that from this moment they will spare. If they can hit him at least once, then he will abandon the role of the mentor and will train with them. 4 students surround him. He tells them to attack all together. As a result, they beat each other, and then they try to understand where he disappeared. Having squatted down, the guy thinks that he worked a lot to gain mass, so he certainly will not lose to weaklings who do not train. He attacks one of their students from behind. Together they fall on a parade ground. He makes a capture half-heartedly, screams and requests to stop the guy. Mugen's hand is covered by a flaming aura. He easily dealt with opponents. Raising his hand, he stands above the bodies of 4 defeated students. Turning around, he asks, "Who is the next?" But no one is in a hurry to challenge him. Mugen says that he is a man of words, and from that moment he will lead the training. He advises not to forget that a mentor should be addressed to him during the morning classes. He gives the command to take the emphasis. The guy says that the one whose stomach will touch the ground will have to do twice as much. He counts and gives commands how to perform the exercise correctly. Bo-gan thinks that perhaps the boy once taught someone from his family. Education of the Mugen method is gradually developing. However, he cannot alone cope with all the 7 witting novice students. He takes his friends as assistants. To their surprise, he replies that they studied with him. And now, they teach and control everything instead. Mugen believes that the training of peers will help Mugen become more confident. Bo-gan, although he was a monk, looked more like a soldier. Thanks to Mugen, he learned the teaching method that is perfect for him. He is surprised, looking at the results of training and discipline reigning on the parade ground. He considers the guy's method curious. He learns to give free rein if necessary. Make training more diligently when the boys cross the line. He believes that you need to try to act like this with his students. The effect of training is quickly manifested. Perhaps the reason for this is the age of the students. The physique and endurance of the guys increased markedly. The senior monks at first treat some concern and skepticism to his training, but over time, when the results appeared, they began to trust him. Mugen asks Bo-gan how the things they talked about are moving about. He replies that everything has already been done. Looking where the man pointed to him, the guy is delighted. This is exactly what he asked Hyun-song in exchange for training with students. A stand for the bar itself, and the discs. Power stand and set for bench press. He is alarming that everything except the iron bar is made of wood. But everything should be in order, because the weight on them is still light. He thinks that you can use sandbags and logs as dumbbells. In fact, even with the help of 3 assistants, it is difficult to constantly train 70 people. The guy does not have enough time for his own training. Therefore, he asks to manufacture equipment to order. He thinks about the 3 great exercises of Murim. He is sure that young monks can become stronger with these shells. Mugen is delighted with one thought: how the muscles of his chest and hips grow. 4 months later, thanks to constant training, the body of Mugen has changed a lot. The total weight of the bar and the discs that he now raises is about 90 kilograms. Mugen, who is 13 years old, is growing rapidly and can already do this. A guy with a bar on his shoulders performs squats. Having made 12 approaches, he lowers the shell to the ground. Then he examines the muscles on his hands. Now the total weight for 3 main exercises is about 230 kilograms. If you count on each repetition, then perhaps it will turn out about 300. Every day he experiences a sense of satisfaction. Studying with other students and not neglecting himself, Mugen finally lives a full life. This continues until the onset of autumn. And then, when the first snow fell, when fresh herbs appeared, 20 young students left the Shaolin temple. These were children who could not master martial arts during the year. Heijon says 50 children left this year. Hin Sleep replies that it took less than a third compared to last year. The head of the Hall of Nahan is sure that this is thanks to the training of Mugen. Hin Dream has become a faithful supporter of his teaching method. He plans to install additional reinforced bars and benches, equipment for the bench press. Having received significant benefits from Mugen's methods, Hin Sleep hopes that simulators will be delivered in large quantities. But even in the great temple of Shaolin, there was a limitation in money. Fortunately, the way out was found. When practicing Buddhism for about 5 years probably, you should not hope for someone's help, Hindream thinks. He wants the exams to come faster than expected. Exam in the mountains, the last check and selection of permanent students. If the results of the training of the Mugen method are proved in this exam, then you cannot worry about the new equipment. Mugen increased by 10 centimeters over the year, and reached a general indicator of 400 in 3 main types of exercises in 12 approaches. Excessive muscle extension can interfere with movements in battle, so he developed his muscles only to the level that is good for its use. It looks like those who are called bodybuilders. Now his muscles are developed differently than that of a fitness trainer. And while Mugen was busy training, Hin Sleep went to the abbot to discuss an exam that would take place 5 days later. The abbot says that rumors reached him that this time there were much more students in the temple. Hin Song, looking at the decoration of the office, replies that this is thanks to the rector himself. The gray-bearded old man believes, since he says so, it means that he is confident in his abilities. Hin Dream asks him not to even doubt it. He wants to warn that this exam will differ from the previous ones. Hne Chung, the main abbot of the temple Shaolin, replies that he will be looking forward to. Time passed, and the day of the exam has come. High-ranking guests gathered in the Nahan Hall. Usually there were much fewer people. However, this time, thanks to Mugen, 49 children reached the test. Apart from those who decided to leave for secular students, there are only 42 of them. Hin Dream believes that they should not be the only ones who see this wonderful event. Hey John agrees with him, not without a hype. One of the students asks the mentor, "Is it possible that the head of Hin Sleep only because of sympathy has left so many students?" But the man replies that this is unlikely. Hey Gel, deputy head of Shaolin, says that Hin Sleep personally visited him yesterday, and said that these students are exceptional. He asks the guy to look where they are standing, and he says that these are the very children who are passing the exam. He cannot believe it. They are not very similar to children. He says that, only by looking at their physique, we can assume that they are at a different level of student. Hin Dream welcomes guests. He says that given the large number of young monks who have to go through the exam today, you should not delay the greeting, and gives the command to start. Mu Jin reassures the friends, asking not to overdo Mu Gun and not to nervous Mu Jin. He wants to say something to Mu Julia, but then decides that you should not do this. The guy invites them to have fun. An entry-level student fights one-on-one with an older student. Potential teachers from different schools, watching the fight, choose and take a child whom they want to teach further. Typically, such fights pass exactly until the moment when the initial student can show his skills. But this time, the abbot cannot believe that the battle between the younger and senior students is taking place. They already saw more than 20 fights of other students, and this child does not even think to get tired, fighting at the same pace as at the beginning of the battle. Nei Chung, the main abbot of the temple Shaolin, says that the head of the hall can really be proud of himself. The level of students this year is much higher. The man replies that all this is thanks to him, and he had not even seen half of everything. Hin Sleep asks him not to rush with conclusions. The abbot thinks that in the words of the head of the hall he does not hear excitement. The abilities of the guys must be really good. He decides that it is worth observing more. Hin Song announces the release of the next student, Mu Julia. Mu Jin asks a friend, does he remember what they talked about before? He replies that he advised them to have fun. The guy says everything is right. Mu Yul in a hurry to take his place on the parade ground. He is waiting for an announcement of the beginning of the battle. The team sounds, and he rushes on the attack. The monk thinks that he clearly mastered 10 circular exercises and 14 exercises of the style of a small red tiger. And he decides that in this case you can proceed with the assessment of the mastered military techniques. He wants to check the abilities of Mu Julia to improvisation and methods of using military equipment. The boy sees a gap in defense of the enemy. He rushes forward, his movements are extremely fast. Mu Yul brings his hand to strike. The monk cannot believe that an entry-level student can move like that, and at that moment when the enemy decided that Mu Yul was caught, he cleverly evades a blow. The monk thinks that the boy is swivel, how already. Spectators cannot take their eyes off their confrontation. Hegel delights Mu Julia to control his body. He thinks that the boy is moving instinctively, like an animal. He believes that this guy has a flexible and unique body, which instantly reacts to his instincts. Hegel, turning to his student, asks him to look carefully. He says that this child must become his follower. The man thinks that the boy will fit perfectly into their martial arts school of 5 fists. The fight is over. Mu Jin thinks that the animal flexibility of Mu Julia is definitely a gift, and he thought for a long time how to improve it. Mu Yul, concentrating on the bloody ways and streams, confused in his arms and legs. Then he instructed him to train only the formations between the techniques, ignoring the streams. The boy thanks the enemy for the duel. Mu Jin continues to recall, as a result of his recommendations, Mu Yul firmly remembered the movements of the technique and the flows of internal energy in his body. He believes, if it does not work with his head, remember with muscles. Hana Young asks Hyun Song, how did he manage to raise the level of training of young students like that? He is interested in, did the man secretly give them the holy scriptures? Hin Dream laughs in response and says that it is too early to be surprised. A student of the initial level of Mu Gun is called to battle. Mu Jin advises him not to be nervous. Mu Gun replies that he is calm. Spectators do not believe that in front of them is an entry-level student. They believe that he will have been growing. The opponent of the guy, looking at him from the bottom up, thinks, "How can a young monk have such a growth?" Mu-gyun reflects that for the sake of this day he withstood the most difficult training for 2 years. He decides that he will never lose. As soon as he heard the signal about the beginning of the duel, he rushes to the attack. A friend asks Mugen about what he thinks about Mu-gun. He recalls that, despite the outstanding physique, which is definitely a plus, his body was like wooden. Therefore, they focused on stretching, and then increased the muscle mass. Its perseverance was added to this. And now Mu-gun is an impenetrable and attacking tank. The monk thinks that although he is a judge for beginner students, but if he continues to restrain himself against such a power, he will definitely be in the next world. He believes that it is necessary to increase internal energy and continue the battle. His fist, covered by a fire aura, is aimed at Mu-gun, but the guy confidently resists his attack. He brings a fist to deliver a response. Guests freeze admiringly. They believe that this guy has incredible power, but attacks wisely using a strategy. He is the only one who fights on an equal footing with an older student. Behind the speaking men, a giant appears with a neckline on the neck. Monks welcome Ha Lady, a follower of the technique of the Buddha's hand and the real estate technique of diamond. They are interested in his opinion. The man says that you can see how the guy tries to reduce the number of extra body movements. He believes that this is an indicator of his diligence. Ha Dam Dam is sure that with this level he has every chance to continue to transfer their combat teaching. Mu-gyun thinks that everyone is looking only at him. He wants to show himself even cooler, even stronger and fiercely. The enemy notices the gap in his protection. He hits his foot in the solar plexus of Mu-gun. Spectators freeze in disappointment. Someone says that the student loves to show off due to young blood boiling in him. He damn believes that the guy still needs to learn a lot, and he wants to personally teach him everything. Mu-gyun is depressed by defeat. The enemy reassures him, saying that everyone is mistaken. Mu-jin says that now is his turn. He promises to return soon. Mu-jin thinks that the guy could not be completely cured after that skirmish with other students. Therefore, constant training was required so that he could suppress his madness and did not become a bloody monk from the novel. He considers Mu-jin as much more dangerous than Mu-julia and Mu-gun. The guy uses an infinite number of techniques: 6 solar hands, a diamond fist, a stone stand, a stone finger. It is difficult to believe in the number of techniques that this guy took over. It seems that he knows absolutely everything. He is just a genius. Mu-jin mentally supports a friend. He believes that, not counting a little fright at the beginning, everything goes well. But in long battles, Mu-jin comes in taste and can no longer stop. Haigel stops the battle, but Mu-jin cannot stop. His face is skewed with anger. He feels fun and he likes it. Only a thought beats in his head: how fun it is. Mu-jin cannot believe that his friend still broke. Mentally, he begs Mu-gina to recover. A man takes a sip from a bottle. He thought that a feast was arranged here. But it turned out that today the entrance exam is simply passing. He admires how cleverly avoids the blows of Mu-yul. He thinks about Mu-gun that he will definitely like Mr. Haydam. But Mu-jin attracts his attention with his crazy look. The man watches the battle from the roof. He was interested in what was happening below, and he decides that the guy will be his. Mu-jin beats the enemy, and he falls on the parade ground. He wants to apply 18 commandments of Dhalma. Everyone freezes in horror. Suddenly, a man with a bottle in his hands appears between him and the enemy. He takes another sip. They will recognize him. This is a mentor, Higuan. Haydam is outraged that the man dares to drink at the height of the duel. He asks, "Is it really not conscientiously striving to enter the Hall of Repentance?" He replies that Mr. Ha-dam should understand that even jokes should have a limit. He would not dare, not offer him either. He dames takes a bottle, and understands that it does not even smell like alcohol. He says that he does not deny the usefulness of a man to the temple, but at least some rules of decency must be observed. Hyun-guan, addressing all those present, asks for forgiveness that he climbed in the midst of the battle. But he thinks that he needs to take this young man under the wing. The monks discuss the amazing skills of the boy, but it is believed that only Hyun-guan, the head of the demon fighter detachment, will really be able to cope with his madness. He is the only one among the students of the monasteries who went beyond the do not kill law and went through Asura, who implies those people who had good intentions during his lifetime, but acted incorrectly. That is, he did good through evil. Hyun-guan leads the group in which those who are ready for anything gathered to eradicate the most disgusting evil. The abbot is not sure that this is a good idea. If the boy begins to study under the leadership of Haiguan, opposing the demons, Can he take control of his madness? The man believes that the boy was simply created for them. Madness still does not leave Mu Guen. Hien Guan, laughing, says that he himself is shocked by what is happening. He never thought that he would take a boy more crazy. Having noticed Mu Gaina and rejoiced at this find, Hien Guan soon leaves the venue of the exam, as if he was never at all interested in what was happening. This situation excited those present a little, but soon everything subsided, and the exam continued. Only one person worries. He is very nervous. The senior student who conducts tests thinks, if these were monsters, then who will be the next? Mugen is called for battle. The monk, looking at the enemy, thinks that this guy looks good and probably good flexibility. He believes that at first glance he is a quite ordinary guy. Hien Dream tells the abbot that, in his opinion, the best student of this set faces them. It is not as simple as it seems. Hini Chung asks, and how will the guy fight? The man replies, if the MU gene can be considered those who are able to collect and complete all the existing martial arts of Shaolin, then Mu Jin is the engine of the progress of martial arts. The guy, like his friends, went through serious training. Bo-gan approaches Mugen, sitting in a lotus pose on a stone. He says that he has some difficulties with inner strength. Therefore, he hired to work out on the street to work out techniques and ventilate his head. Bo-gan replies that he has already mastered the Chupungak, the entry-level technique of fast legs, and Kugunbo, combat steps. The guy says that he began to think about practice. Bo-gan is interested. Has he really reached higher technology, the liberation of the mind? Mujin replies that he has not yet. He had difficulties during the practice of this technique. Usually everything goes smoothly, but sometimes he just doesn't work out. The man asks, when exactly? In response, he hears that this happens when the guy holds his breath and is in a deep dream. Bo-gan does not understand anything. He is sure that nothing should work out in these conditions. The guy continues to complain that, as it turned out, there are much more moments of breath holding than it seemed to him initially. For example, when he eats or drinks. Bo-gan clarifies, does this mean that he reflects on how to maintain internal energy even during sleep and eating? Bo-gan thinks that in every genius there is a certain share of madness. The guy cares about what he himself never even thought about. He asks, did Mujin ever hear about iron robes? The guy is interested. Isn't this a low-grade technique used by ordinary mountain robbers? Bo-gan says that initially this was one of the main techniques of martial arts. It allows you to strengthen the body and protect against attacks of other techniques and metal weapons. At one time she was very popular, but then they began to use it less and less. The reason was that it does not help very much in the fight against masters who have reached a high level. She is not able to protect from their sword or strong energy, so the technique itself gradually outlived itself. To the question of Mugin, why then he spoke about her at all? Bo-gan replies that this technique strikes the skin, thereby tempering it and making as strong as steel. But this is only half the truth. True iron robe allows you to absorb energy through the skin. In the questioning view of Mugin, he continues the explanation. The technique began to lose its former glory when the students who did not master it left the temple and thereby distributed an incomplete version. Mujin thinks. It turns out that if he seizes this technique, he will be able to absorb internal energy at any time. And if you combine it with physical training, you can even double this effect. Bo-gan says that nevertheless, the technique was originally created in order to absorb energy with the skin, thus making it more durable. Mujin is perplexed. Then why does he need her? But then he begins to understand. If he combines the combat equipment of iron robes and his training as a fitness trainer, then perhaps it will find it more effective use. Mujin has an incredible talent to master the technique behind the technique and wind it on the mustache that he encounters. To continue training, it is necessary to master 3 main techniques of the entry level and higher during the year. And Mujin reached the highest level in all of them. But although he is in speed and overtakes his peers, he had to learn much more. He believes that, most likely, he so easily achieved his goals thanks to the experience of working as a fitness trainer. However, in the future, he is going to participate in battles, where it will be possible to rely only on his knowledge of original martial arts. Looking at him, Bo-gan thinks that he had already come up with something. Mujin will always find a way out. The guy asks to teach him an iron robe. Friends, watching his training, are perplexed. Why does he beat himself? But then they decide that his behavior was always strange. Giving himself a slap in the face, Mujin thinks that he needs to well stimulate his skin. He should get used to iron robes, so he can find a way to make his released energy. Looking at the guy standing in front of him, the monk thinks, which student of the initial level can be released so much energy? Jin believes that releasing a sufficient amount of energy, he creates his own impact collaboration. He wants everyone to see and appreciate his skill. The abbot reflects on the words of Hyun's son that Jin is the engine of the progress of martial arts. He thinks that they usually say so about another person. The sky is illuminated by the colors of sunset. Two people are talking. One of them apologizes and says that he really wants to look at the exam. The second, turning to the interlocutor, the master, replies that he is not a burden, a monk rushing to the examination of the old man in the valley of the old man. An elderly man complains that because of him the road took a little more time. The guy replies that he perceives this as a long walk, so everything is in order. The old man asks him to squeeze through the crowd forward, otherwise he will not see anything from here. The guy says that he is still not competent enough to properly evaluate the students. He asks the master to see and make a decision instead. They see how they call Mugen. His perfect balance at such a young age is surprising. The old man cannot believe that this is the energy of the master Hagon. You can hear the command, to start. The guy's muscles are tense. The signal of the beginning of the battle was barely sounded. He rushed into the attack. His opponent thinks, truly an explosive attack. What is the art of this guy? Jin applies 9 steps, and then the water of the Guanin follows. Holding himself a scream, he uses the technique of a chain circle. His opponent is struck by such pressure. Jin finishes the opponent with the technique of heart style. Having mixed the art of 9 steps and the technique of falling foliage, he was able to activate the power of the lower body. In addition, he used the principles of the technique of 6 Guanin water movements to strengthen the center of the body and enhance the power of the blow. With the help of a chain circle, he strengthened his shoulders. Thus he created a technique in which the secrets of different styles are mixed. As a result of his hybrid technology, the enemy was thrown back a couple of meters ago. Jin attacks again. The enemy cannot come to his senses. He thinks that he did not even help him, that he put the block. He understands that the second attack is approaching. The monk needs to dodge the guy's fist. But evading, he realizes that it was a trick. Jin captures the enemy's hand. The monk understands that it is better not to save on this guy. The old man thinks how unusual it is to cultivate such power with such miserable abilities. Analyzing the guy's behavior, he understands that, except for the chain circle, then this child fights, using only basic techniques. The styles of martial arts using legs include the style of wind and 9 steps. But the boy also resorts to techniques using the upper body. The old man concludes that the guy attacks only with the help of basic techniques. Instead of moving on to the next stage of training, he uses basic energy in order to combine styles and create something of his own. This is the true path of the great master. This boy is already in the same direction with him. He turns to the student with a request. While Jin attacks the enemy, the old man asks the guy to go to the center of the ring. Jin delighted with martial arts. He thinks that he trained his body and studied technology, but so far he has no chance to show his strength. On sparring, he can finally focus on the battle and do not worry about enemy injuries. He is delighted that there is a real battle. The tension arising in a battle with a strong rival is a pleasure that comes when you can show your accumulated potential. He thinks that the world seemed to be updated. His eyes see only the movements of the opponent. He rejoices when he retreats. The guy thinks that he only got a taste, and the battle is interrupted. He sees the turmoil. A monk that carries an old man and the burglars enters the ring. People around are whispering excitedly. The words of admiration are heard. The abbot does not believe his eyes. Everyone immediately leave the stands, hurrying to greet the master Hyun Guan. Spectators are inclined in a welcome bow. Jin thinks, how great this person is, once it causes universal respect without further words. The old man asks for forgiveness for preventing the entrance exam. The abbot is sure that he certainly would not interrupt him for no good reason. Hyun Guan says he did this to ask this boy to do something. He asks Mugen to take off his upper hand. The guy thinks that his body is not perfect, but he has nothing to be ashamed of. The old man believes that he has a heavenly body of a warrior, the highest level of physique. Such a body has an excellent balance, developed muscles and bones. It is intended for the development of martial arts. The old man says that he had just used 6 basic military equipment, mixing them. He is interested. Did the guy create his body to use this technique? Jin is perplexed. How did he guess? The abbot says that in their school, Shaolin is an extensive choice of martial arts. He is interested. Why, instead of learning another art, he preferred this path. Jin replies that he is not so talented in knowledge, so instead of mastering a huge number of techniques, it is easier for him to unite already acquaintances and use them together. This is the decision, to which the guy came for a 1.5 years of training. He is not a real Mugen from the novel, so he was not sure that he could, like a Mugen, grab everything on the fly and easily master new techniques. So he came up with a hybrid technique based on the mixing of the basic. And it turned out to be very effective. To master the initial energy, it is necessary to correctly distribute it throughout the body. In addition, if you mix various martial arts, energy will begin to intensify, and ultimately such a force will be difficult to curb. Therefore, to restrain such power, he began to train his body. Simply put, the better the body, the calmer the mind. The old man noticed that the guy also managed to master the iron cover. He understands that he controls an excessive flow of force with the help of an extremely trained body and skin strength. Mugen is surprised that he noticed that. Hyunguan says that in other words, he managed to create his own technique. The guy is struck by his insight. The old man notifies the abbot that he wants to take Mugen as a student. The exam is over. The night came. Mugen is in the room of the abbot Nakan. He thinks, is that old man so great? He believes that his body looked decrepit. And in appearance, it is clearly far from the traditional body of the monk Shaolin. He does not remember that he heard something about this man. The abbot enters the room, and Mugen rises from the table. The old man asks, does he know who is the great master Henguan who interrupted his battle today? The young man replies that he never heard something about him. The abbot says that he called him because he wants to ask something, but for a start he will tell something. He wants to tell him about the great master Hyunguan, who will soon become his mentor. Once Hyunguan was nicknamed the greatest fighter of the century. At the time when Hyunjung was still a student, Master Hyunguan, who was then 32, had already achieved outstanding results. He surpassed other students, was close in level with masters, and was practically not inferior in strength to them. Even then, everyone knew that after some 10 years, the Master Han Guan deserved the title of the greatest fighter of the century. Mugen asks, what so much mutilated the body of such a person? The abbot replies that the reason was the invasion of Mage. Mugen looks at him with misunderstanding. The abbot continues to talk about how the peaceful era of his training violated the attack by Mage. The students of the second step were sent to the battlefield to prevent them. However, war is the most unpredictable place. Teachers handed over to the Master Hyunguan the care of the next generation and forbade him to join the battle. Instead, only the strongest was sent to the battle, although they themselves lacked experience, because they were only students. It was this decision that was the beginning of all misfortunes. Mage took advantage of the fact that all the chapters went to war and sent a special group. Then only the Master Henguan and students of the initial levels remained at the school. Even then, the master almost reached the greatest fighter, and that is why Mage could not harm him in any way. But the students could not cope with the power of the monsters yet, and they took advantage of this. The master desperately defended his students. Each time he substituted his own body to save others. The number of its wounds continued to grow. If the students were killed, and the master remained unharmed, everything would be different. The abbot ends his story. Mugen asks, so Master Hyunguan is in this state because of the wounds received? The old man agrees with his words. The guy is interested. Is it impossible to just cure him? He offers his help. The abbot cannot believe that he can do it. He says that the greatest healers could not heal the wounds and help the master. The guy asks, since everything has already tried everything, then perhaps they will give him a chance? Hin Sleep, located outside the door, cannot believe his words. Mugen says that he will not be able to cure all the internal injuries of the master, and bringing his body to the original form will also not work. But to achieve the master can walk, he believes is quite possible. He says that most likely, the abbot heard that the knees of Bo-gan were also not in the best condition. Hyun Sleep looks into the room and asks, does he really want to say that the method that he used on it can work on the master? The abbot is interested. What is the guy talking about? He told him about the process of curing the knees of Bo-gan and how the methods of Mugen allowed to increase the overall level of students of this year. He asks, didn't the abbot not notice this on the exam? Nei Chung turns to the guy. It turns out, he really can cure the master's body in this way? Mugen replies that his body condition is many times worse than what was with the knees of Bo-gan. So just doing the same thing will not work. He adds that there are several conditions. The abbot is ready for anything, if it only helps the master. Undoubtedly, the Shaolin warriors with all their might tried to improve their body. That is why various schools and families were in eternal search. Procedures based on acupuncture and decoctions, incomprehensible magical techniques, as well as rude and terrible methods, such as coercion of a children's fragile organism to overwhelming stresses. Everything was in progress. Undoubtedly, the school tried to cure the Master Hyun Gwan in the same method of trial and error. But in the end, no one succeeded, and excessive loads on the body gave only a negative effect. However, Mugen has other methods. With the help of effort and time, it helps to develop the body in a safe way. All judges in the entrance exam who personally saw the results of such methods will not be able to disagree with this. In addition, the master Henguan himself appreciated the results, so there is a strange confidence that only this child can cure the master. The abbot thinks, if Mugen asks a great scroll, then he will give him. If a victim is required, then he will gladly give his hand, as in ancient times the great master Xuanzao from Shaolin acted. However, the conditions of Mugen are far from his expectations. He asks whether there is art in Shaolin associated with the control of thunder energy and using the energy of the maximum yan. After some time, the abbot invites people standing in the doorway to go into the room. The first is Hyungan, the founder of the teachings of the four dynasties. He follows Hadam, a follower of the technique of the Buddha's hand and the real estate technique of the diamond. Hyungan says they were told the details on the road. Mugen is inclined in a welcome bow and thinks that ladies should be used by maximum energy. He suggests that the second person may have taught Bo-gan. Men ask that he needs them? They are ready for anything if it helps the great master. Mugen rolls up sleeves. He asks them to hit his hand with the energy of thunder so as to inflict minimal damage. Hyungan is surprised. He thinks, why does the guy ask for something so crazy about something? When Mugen was thinking about lady, who controlled the maximum energy of Yan, and about the day when he himself controlled neural energy, he was thinking about something like a procedure that burns and eliminates toxins that block blood meridians. He wants the blow not so strong that to block energy or tore his hand, but very soft to run the flow of internal energy. Hyungan is taken to try. He does what the guy asked him, and he asks, is it enough? Mugen asks, does he really want Master Henguan to burn alive? The guy believes that the body of the master will not withstand such a strong blow. Power must be reduced somewhere half. Hyungan is annoyed that the guy provokes him and takes him weakly. Mugen thinks that the appropriate medical devices would be needed to treat such a case. But it is unlikely that there is something like that in this world. The young body of Bo-gan has quickly recovered, but this cannot be expected from the body of the master who is already at the age. There is another case. Hyungan again takes the guy by the hand, and he believes that this time he does everything as it should. He thinks that devices for this type of treatment are in every modern hospital. Mugen means electrical stimulation. Hojin is interested. Is internal energy moving in the muscles? Mugen answers in the affirmative. He says that if you put a small impulse into the muscle, then this will contribute to the acceleration of metabolism and blood circulation, and can also increase muscle contraction and the size of muscle fibers. Hojin cannot believe in such a significant effect from stimulation. He asks, how long does it take to see the first results of treatment? The guy replies that it will definitely be said only when they try it on the master itself. But in a month, the first results will be visible. Ha-daima carefully listens to the conversation. Mugen wants to explain to the man what his task is. He also asks him to direct a small impulse. Hey-dam thinks that it would be good if his strength helped in the treatment of the master. He uses the protection of the divine guardian. Mugen grabs his hand and grimaces in pain. He asks not to warm his hand so much. The guy says that his palm should heat only slightly, like the sun that warms the earth. The man makes another attempt. Mugen asks to invest less strength and just maintain heat. He believes that now Ha-dam is doing everything right. The task of the first man is electrical stimulation. The second is the infrared therapeutic apparatus. He explains, when his energy is in contact with the skin, the effect of heat helps to relieve fatigue from the muscles and promotes blood circulation. In addition, the sun helps to disinfect muscles and joints. Therefore, if you add all the advantages of sunlight and use them in treatment, then this can help, the guy believes. Men doubt. Hey-dam asks, can this technique really help Master Hyunguan? He believes that Bo-gan is young, and his body is still growing. But the case of the master is fundamentally different. Here you need to be extremely careful. A man is interested in, how can you trust the techniques that are known and understandable only to him? The guy thinks that it sounds logical, but he is not a beginner in his business. At the time of work, Choi Kan-kake received a certificate of the possibility of physiotherapy, and also received permission to work with a rehabilitation masseur, which is already private qualifications. Moreover, having tried almost all sports and studying a lot of literature on this topic, he began to understand nutrition. All this study was in order to better and rather help his own body. But this knowledge helped him not only recover himself, but also help others. He recalls how he went to evening courses to get these crusts, and sighs, how young he was. He needed a gym, food, yoga and Pilates, rehabilitation techniques, physiotherapy, and much more. The only person in this century that can help restore the body of the Master Hyun-gwan, Mu-jin. He says that he himself saw the body of the Master only briefly. Perhaps the situation is much worse than it seems at first glance, but the guy assures the interlocutors that he studied the medicine and sincerely wants to help. He says, if they do not like his methods, then let them say about it, and he will find a different way. Men think that they could not help the Master any of the methods known to them, and now he has a new method. They reflect on the possibility of helping the Master in this way. Lady is difficult to accept this because of her own pride. He asks, did he understand correctly that the treatment would take about a month? When the guy nodded in the affirmative, he offers him to try everything that he considers necessary during this time. But he adds, if suddenly in a month there is no result, then the guy will suffer a severe punishment for his lie. Mu-jin replies that he understood him and offers to practice with impulses and warmth. Dam thinks that perhaps this boy is not lying, and everything he said will be true. After some time, men decide that there are enough training for today. And the guy, saying goodbye, says they will see himself tomorrow. When he leaves, men discuss what happened. Ho-jin did not know that it would be so difficult to maintain energy at the same level with constant intensity. He believes that this will help greatly in the process of treatment. Ladies, would never have thought that his heat would be used in this way. The abbot says that first of all, this is due to the content that applies to most martial arts, including the art of extreme energy. Military art that a person uses day by day affects his character. Usually those who tame the elements of ice are cold and have a persistent character, and vice versa. To those who are subject to fire, it is difficult to control emotions. Shaolin's martial arts are built on Yan's energy, which contains force capable of destroying evil and achieving great success. But for this, it is necessary to harmoniously combine this energy with the energy of fire and metal. However, in order to use the energy of fire, it is necessary to suppress it with the energy of the metal. In other words, you need to overcome the uncontrolled emotions of the iron willpower. Dam says that the essence of the method that Mu-jin proposed is the use of strong energy at a weak level for a long time. When the masters of their level use power, everything turns into chaos. For a long time, they restrained themselves with the help of sutra. Ho-jin could not even think that you can train patience by maintaining energy for a long time. Men decide to add this method to the training program. They believe that this technique can be very useful in the future. The next day, Mu-jin comes to the place of rest of the Master Hyun-gwan, where all three men are already waiting for him. They welcome the student Bo-gan, and they notify him that they have a dealing with the master. The abbot, pointing to Mu-jin, says that perhaps he will be able to help restore the body of Hyun-gwan. Bo-gan cannot believe what he heard. After that, a story about all those students who helped the guy's methods sounded. Mu-jin starts treatment. Having laid the old man on his stomach and finishing with preparations, he thinks that everything was much worse than it seemed to him. The guy begins the massage, thinking about how much time the old man moved on the back of another person. He continues to knead the body of Hyun-gwan. Mu-jin thinks that there are almost no muscles, and those that have remained, the condition leaves much to be desired. He warns the master to scream when he hurts. There are many different vessels in the rack room. The guy thinks why the monks are such masochists and holding back a scream when it hurts. After they heated the old man's body with towels and removed the tension from the muscles, he decides to begin treatment itself. The first stage is a warm-up of muscles. Moving his foot and lower leg, Mu-jin gradually warms up and relaxes the muscles. He thinks that the body that, under the slightest incorrect movement can suffer, is the same as an old vase covered with cracks. After the body is grown, you can move on. He understands that for full restoration, at least a miracle will be needed. The guy still believes that the main thing in this process is willpower. He does not take his gaze from the body of the master, and, it seems, nothing can distract him from the main process, treatment. But at some point, an incomprehensible sadness appears in his eyes. The guy remembers his grandfather, and promises himself that he will do everything in his power to make the old man better. Master Hyun-gwan, while Mu-jin massages his leg, thinks that some suffering had fallen to the share of this guy. He does everything with some sad face, the old man notes. Mu-jin, turning to his companions, says that he finished today. Now the turn of men has come to demonstrate their skills. Thanks to yesterday's experiments, today it was possible to carry out light and electrical procedures without problems. The night immediately after the completion of treatment. Mu-jin, who became a local student, brought his things to the Hyunguan Hall. Lying in bed, the guy thinks in vain he decided that he had finally escaped from everyone after a difficult working day. It turned out that everyone is sleeping here in one hall. He thinks that if it is due to the fact that you need to constantly observe the state of the master, there is nothing to be done. But he was disappointed, because he hoped for a separate room. Mu-jin decides that you still need to sleep. Tomorrow a bunch of affairs again. But the thoughts that the master looks deplorable, and in this form is quite a long time, does not give him rest. He recalls his former life and a person by whom he misses. The guy really wants to see grandfather. He recalls as a child massaging his leg. Grandfather praises him and says that the pain, like his hand, was removed, and since everything is fine with him, the boy can go to rest. The guy asks the old man to rely on him. He promises to continue to study even more diligent, and do everything so that he does not hurt so much. Grandfather smiles and says that he is proud of him. He approaches the old man sitting in the kitchen and asks him permission to help him. Grandma is watching them. He recalls how they fell asleep together on the floor surrounded by books. Grandfather was already very exhausted by the disease. Then he supports the old man walking along with a mobile dropper. He sees the extinguished candles that he has associated with his grandfather's death. He recalls his portrait with mourning ribbons. Before his eyes, the day of the funeral stands. He thinks that all that he could support his grandfather and do his massage. Tears flow from his eyes. He mentally asks him for forgiveness for being too weak. Then he recalls how he is sitting behind the textbooks, and his grandmother asks, "In what institution does he intend to act?" The guy replies that he is not going to continue his studies. He has what he wants to do. He wants to be a military man. The guy believes that this is very cool, and wants to get into special forces. Already in form, he comes to his grandmother, saying that he became a civil servant and he has a job. He promises an elderly woman who will take care of her. He wants to do everything for her and for his grandfather. Training takes him a lot of time, and he has no time to visit his grandmother even for the holidays. He is involved in a special operation. Together with other guys in military uniform, he makes his way through the forest. The guy believes that now he can protect her. He will do everything that his grandfather did not have time. The guy thinks about his grandmother. A man approaches him and clarifies. In front of him is the ordinary Chokankek. He understands that something happened. He is informed of sad news. The trouble always comes unexpectedly. Now the portrait of grandmother is tied with mourning ribbons. In a black suit, he stands in front of funeral wreaths. He is sad, and he cannot do anything about it. Words sound in his ears. The only vacation provided to him will last 3 days and 2 nights. After all, not his parents died, but his grandmother. He was ordered as soon as he finishes, try to immediately return to the base. This is his civil duty. From these words, the guy's hand clenches into a fist. He tried so hard, and as a result, he lost everyone. Their group performs the next task. The guy is thinking that he wanted to do everything for his grandparents. An explosion is heard. Cho Kankan-hek, still a boy, sits next to the ghostly figure of his grandfather. The grandmother is nearby. The boy asks his grandfather, "Is it easier for him?" He offers to make him massage and asks for forgiveness for not doing it before. The old man, putting his hand on his head, says that his grandson was very purposeful. And because of his grandfather, he did not rest and worked without a ramp. The boy replies that this is a vacation for him. The guy is in bed. He hears the voice of his grandfather who is interested. Why is he crying? Mu-jin, catching the bed, mentally replies that he does not cry. He asks the master Hyun-guan what they will do. The old man recalls how the guy was talking in a dream. He said he was bored with grandfather. The master thinks that the boy is grunting some burden. Perhaps that is why he is so purposefully trying to help. Smiling, Hyun-guan says that henceforth he can call him a grandfather, if he is so more convenient. Mu-jin cannot believe what he heard. The old man invites him to try to contact him like that. The guy suspects that the master has planned something, and he tries to understand what he did wrong. He does not understand why Hyun-guan looks at him so warmly. But if the master orders, then you need to perform. The guy calls him a grandfather. He-dam and Hyun-gong, who entered the room, angrily ask how he dares to contact the master like that. The guy is trying to justify himself that he himself ordered him so much. The old man says that everything is in order. He can continue to contact him like that. Nobody called him for so long, and even his mood rose from this. Although his request was surprised by Mu-gin, but his soul became a little warmer. Mu-jin hears how they turn to him. He raises his head, and in surprise listens to him that he should cut his hair. The abbot believes that compared to other students, his hair is not so long, but he has been walking like that for a long time. Is it time to cut them? He says that they completely drove him with training, and with the treatment of Master Hyun-gwan. The guy does not even have time to rest. The old man asks to leave everything on them. They themselves will cope. And the treatment will be carried out exactly like yesterday, so it can go to rest. Mu-jin sorting out books on the rack and says that there is nothing here. He is furious that he did not find anything suitable. The guy is trying to find at least some excuse. He was even looking for a treatise on Buddhism, but there was no pretext that could help him save his own hair. Mu-jin is upset. He was so diligently growing them. He was interested in the abbot. Why in the temple everyone is cut so short? To which he replied that cutting off his hair means to break all connections with the world. After they grow, they are cut again. Thus, he will remind himself to himself that he should always return to the Buddha. The guy clarifies, "This is a kind of check how much is a person removed from the worldly fuss." The old man replies that this is so. Their founder, the great Master Dharma, also did. The Buddha himself did the same, so they also follow his path. This small gesture allows you to better free itself from the shackles of a simple world, becoming a true practitioner of martial arts. The old man asks, "Is this not the right teaching?" The guy thinks that this is idiocy. He was not at all of his own free will. I just read a novel for myself, closed my eyes, and when he opened it, he was already here. He thinks, what was so busy that he ended up in the world of books? The guy recalls that he first went to the hospital, then immediately went to the hall, then turned on the broadcast. I watched the TV at home and read a little, and then fell asleep. Suddenly, the thought illuminates him. The hospital. The doctor said that his hair loss is associated with stress, and he asked him to be more accurate, otherwise his head could become smooth. The guy grabs his head in horror. The doctor said that he has very sensitive scalp. He tried very hard not to cut his hair again. He considers stupid rule to constantly cut off his hair. Mu-jin thinks that in order to break all the connections with the world, it is not at all necessary to go bald. The guy has an idea. He thinks that now there are times. He found a compromise and is sure that no one would say a word. Mu-jin is going on, thinking that in this era, after all, the most important thing is to break the connection with the ordinary world. He considers himself a genius. The next day, the guy announces that he returned from training and says that treatment needs to be continued. Those present look at him in surprise. They ask Bo-gan, why didn't he give the guy scissors? He replies that he gave. The abbot is interested. Why did he not cut it out? But the guy objects that he did it. Mu-jin reminds that the man himself told him that his hair needs to be shaken in abandoning all the worldly and the rupture of these connections. He believes that this option is more effective than just shaving. The guy asks, does anyone looking at his hairstyle dare to say that he is still connected with worldly desires? Moreover, the symbol on the temple reflects the service of Buddha. He shouts to everyone around whom he is and what he is striving for. He laughs, believing that he looks like a gopnik of the Konde district. Master Hyun-gwan laughs. He believes that this is an interesting approach, and everything is true. To convey the meaning, the methods are unimportant. Hyun-gwan enters the room. He welcomes those present and asks the master, how did he sleep? Noticing the guy, he begins to be indignant because of his hairstyle. Mu-jin answers, it reflects not only the rejection of all the worldly, but also expresses the meaning of the teachings of the Buddha. Therefore, he stopped at her. Grandfather also liked it, he adds. Hyun-gwan believes that this is not possible. Hair growing on the body is like weeds in the garden. They reflect human sins and temptations. Cutting off the hair, they confirm that they chose the path of service to Buddha. Mu-jin replies that that's why he was cut. But the man does not emerge. He repeats that the wool remaining on a tight head of the guy only reflects the fact that he did not completely break the connection with the worldly vanity. The young man says, since he considers any hair on his face evil, does this not mean that you need to get rid of them not only on the head? Looking at the venerable elders, he continues to explain his point of view. Since the monks shave their hair on their heads so as not to cloud the mind, is it worth it to do this with the whole face, including eyebrows, mustache and beard? The old people do not know what to answer. Only inarticulate sounds break from their lips. Mu-jin believes that a lot will have to get rid of excess hair. If you look at the images of the monks of the past, then they have no hair only on their heads, and the hair on the sides, eyebrows and beard are in place. He asks, it can still be only important that you break off the connection with the world, and not what kind of form you do this. Old people think about his words. They believe that Mu-jin is still right. The ancestors really had no hair only on their heads. They decide that although he did not get rid of all his hair, he shaved enough on the back of his head and sides, and also cut out the symbol. His unshaven head is no worse than them as illustrated by adherents to Buddha. Hyun-gwan asks Hyun-gon, what will he do now? He says that he sees how he does not want to lose his beard. He replies that if the guy's hair is no longer than the current one's, then let him do as he wants. Mujin says he understood everything. He is sure that they would never refuse their beards. As a result, they had to resolve his hairstyle. The next day, morning training time, Bo-gan is interested. What is the guy on his head? He replies that this hairstyle was allowed by the master. A man cannot believe that they agreed to such voluntarily. Isn't it a miracle that the guy is alive after such a trick? Bo-gan believes that since the masters have resolved, then there are no more questions, and you can start training. After Mugin managed to get the resolution of mentors, other students also wanted such a hairstyle. Although they are the followers of the Buddha, in the soul all the same children. Among them were those who put themselves above others, and those who simply longed for attention. For them, all the new hairstyle of Mugen was an inspiration and a call to action. Mugen decides to turn to Mugin. He says that it was time for him to shave his hair, and asks to tell how he did such a hairstyle. Looking at him, Mujin thinks that even if he writes instructions, this guy does not master her. He believes that he could make a haircut for him, because they are in the same boat. The guy is in a hurry to he-lady, looking for his approval. He says that if it is possible to maintain the meaning of Buddhism, then shaving is not necessary to shave. Mugen thinks what hairstyle to do. He-dam and Bo-gan gloomily looking at him. Then the master turns to Bo-gan. He tells the man to keep the guy. His body is covered by a fiery aura. He fulfills his order. Hey-dam says that personally he is being torn here. The plan of Mugen to cut only part of the hair with a bang failed. Mujin continues the treatment of the master. Hyun-gwan's body is in a deplorable state, and each muscle needs study. At the same time, the external impact on the whole body would only worsen the general condition. That is why Mujin, by analogy with sports training, divided the master of the master into the zones, and influenced each of them on a certain day. For example, today he works with caviar and feet, and tomorrow, with his knees and hips. The day after tomorrow, with the lower back and the pelvis, and only the next day goes to the shoulders and hands. All this is accompanied by stimulation of current and warmth. But he is not a healer, but a student of Shaolin of the 3rd generation. Therefore, Mujin asks the master's permission to leave him to go to training. Hyun-gwan lets him go. Despite the importance of treatment, he is obliged to return to the Nahan Hall every day. Mujin thinks that it reminds him of a scene of the wires of the child to school. The hall is Nahan, Hyun Sona room. The man says that thanks to Mujin, additional funds were allocated their hall. The guy asks, is it possible to buy sports equipment now? And he receives a positive answer because in Chubadan, the local administrative body, it was his sports merits that recognized him. Hin Dream says that from now on, all training in the Nahan Hall will be carried out according to his methods. The guy rejoices that his approach, which was originally perceived as the nonsense of the madman, finally received due recognition. He is proud of himself. A sudden thought comes to his mind. He asks the head of the hall, does it mean that he should teach everyone in Nahan to his methods? Hin Dream replies that they cannot constantly pull it. He just needs to show how to use all this to students of the 2nd stage. The guy replies that if this is the case, then he will do it with pleasure. Hin Dream takes out a sheet of paper and holds it to Mugin. He asks him to describe in detail the whole inventory, which is necessary to embody his methodology. The guy thinks that if a new inventory appears, it will be possible to add something from modern exercises. Mujin asks, can he add objects not only for the Nahan Hall but also for other purposes? The man does not understand what he was talking about. The guy explains that he was thinking of ordering equipment personally for grandfather. Hin Sleep asks, he is talking about the master now? He believes that sports in this state can cause great harm. But the young man says that it will differ from the inventory that they are used to using. It will be equipment for treatment. He will have a completely different functionality. The man is surprised. He did not know that this happens. The classes that came to the mind of Mugin and who could help the master Hyun-gwan is Pilates. In the modern world, it is better known as fitness that helps girls support themselves in shape. Although these exercises were originally invented for soldiers at the rehabilitation stage, as a sport that helps to overcome the deficiency of physical activity. In other words, these exercises in this situation are ideal for Master Hyun-gwan. The head of the hall thinks that they ate it for the treatment of Master Hyun-gwan. Then in Chuboden they will not dare to refuse. He tells Mugen to do as he considers necessary. The guy begins to write but suddenly stops. He thinks, is it possible to make what he needs in this century? Fitness roller, elastic tape, spinal corrector, and most of the Pilates equipment are made of rubber, styrofoam, or plastic. But in this century, it is unlikely that this is. He understands that it is necessary to choose analogs and not to screw up. The guy thinks that a corset with the springs will be enough to replace the styrants. He knows that such materials can be quite expensive. Do they have enough funds for his idea? 2 hours later, Mugen finally finished the list. Friends say that he was late today, and his name is to eat. Mugen asks Mugul, where did his hair go? He told him how to make a haircut. But then he recalls that the mentor of Mugen, Gan. He encourages a frustrated friend. Then he is interested in how Mujulia is doing. He replies that everything is just fine with him, but he complains that he should devote himself to training, and the mentor begins to sigh heavily. The young man says that his master wants to meet Mugen. Ha-gol raises his head over how to train Mujulia. He did not think that everything would turn out like that. The young man is often distracted by trifles. He learned one, he immediately forgot the other. Just teach him 2, how he will forget 10. The man believes that this cannot continue. If nothing is done, his technique of 5 fists will sink into the summer before. He recalls a smiling boy. The man thinks that Mu Yul is so kind that he cannot even increase his voice. He decided to ask the boy how he studied before. Mu Yul replied that Mujin helped him, and a little was assisted by Mugun and Mujin. Hagole recalls that Mujin is the boy who was taken under his wing master Hinguan. He wants to know the secret technique of a guy. The man says that he is going to meet with Mugin and asks, will Mu Yul will compose to him? Hagole asks the guy, is his name Mujin? The young man is interested in a man. What is he doing here? He replies that his student told him something. He says that he wants to discuss this with the master Hyunguan, and he offers to go to him after dinner. Mujin is surprised that a man wants to talk with him. House Hyunguan. Mu Yul welcomes the owner of the house. He calls him a cheerful boy. Mujin thinks that Hegol does not take his eyes off him. He worries that he did something wrong. Master Hinguan says that he is always glad to guests. But such busy people as they apparently need something, since they did this whole path. Hegol says that he needs to discuss something with Mugin. He quietly tells the old man about what was engaged in his pupil. He ran into a number of difficulties. But he heard that last year, Mujin successfully helped him overcome them. Hegol, and wants to ask how the young man succeeded. He believes that the technique of 5 fists is one of the simplest, but the boy does not remember anything at all, so he needs help. The old man advises him to directly ask the guy about how he helped the boy, and calls Mugin. He asks him to fight a friend. He agrees. After all, they had fought more than once. He resembles Mujulia that the main thing is to have fun from the heart. Ha-Goth begins to understand that for a boy, training is a game. He is perplexed. How can you play at all? Mujin reminds a friend that the main thing is to have fun from the heart. Hegol is trying to understand what meaning the guy puts in the word fun. He decides that in battle it will become clearer. Mujin asks Mujulia, is he ready? He answers in the affirmative. The guys start sparring. Style 5 Fists of Shaolin is based on the movements of 5 animals. A dragon, a tiger, a leopard, a snake, and a crane. Unlike other styles based on patience and discipline, this, on the contrary, emphasizes the emancipation and freedom of expression. However, this teaching is considered a deviation from the true path, and it is on the verge of disappearance. Hegol is the only heir to 5 kulaks. Hyunguan believes that his guest is in vain. He thinks that Mu Yul is a truly talented child who is perfect to inherit 5 kulaks. But Hegol is tormented by the thought. What if he made the wrong choice, and now the heritage line will be interrupted? The guys continue sparring. The team sounds, stop the battle. Mujin tells a friend that they did not have fun so long ago. He agrees with him. Hinguan allows Heji as goal to pick up Mugin. He believes that he must help his wards in solving problems. The master thanks him. In return, the old man demands that he teach Mugin the technique of 5 fists. He asks to take care of his student. Hegol and Mujin look amazed. Mu Yul rejoices that they will now train together. Ha-Goth says that the direction of 5 kulaks differs from the classic one. But the old man believes that this will benefit his student. Then he turns to Mugin. He asks him not to forget that the essence of things is much more important than what they seem at first glance. Mujin promises not to let him down. The next day after all these events, the guy goes to the training room. He is going to master the style of 5 kulaks. He is met by Mu Yul. He says that they had not trained together for a long time. Hegol thinks that he had a feeling, as if trying to solve one problem, he made another. He asks the question, Why did the master Hen Guan want Mu-gin to study his martial art? The guy understands that the man is confusing because he was imposed on another student, but he is sure that Hyun Guan knows what he is doing, because he was a great master at one time. Gol tells the guys that they will teach both of them. He begins to talk about martial art created by Dharma. The man tells Mu-gin that he will first teach him the simplest, the style of the crane. He asks for Bo-hen, the heir to the 5 kulaks, and the first mentor Mu-julia to go out, for example. The young man asks Mu-gin to watch carefully. He begins with breathing. Then he demonstrates graceful movements. Next, a wave of hands follows. Mu-gin sees that the demonstrated technique is certainly different from others, perhaps due to the fact that the movements of the crane are taken as the basis. The whole body of the young man seems especially flexible. 5 fists are not only blows, but also the technique of owning their body. Gol says that they showed an example to them, and invites them to try to repeat. Mu-yul makes ridiculous body movements, which causes the mentor a sense of irritation. Mu-jin sees his suffering, and thinks that he understands him perfectly. He watches a friend. He has the flexibility and strength necessary for the development of 5 fists. He thinks, what's the matter? The guy is interested in Mu-julia. What's wrong with him? He says that if he is about the pose of the crane, then this is some kind of nonsense. The boy does not understand whether the movements themselves seem uncomfortable for him, or is it an unstable position. Mu-jin is surprised because it is clear that the boy's muscles remembered everything. Why can't he tie everything together? Gol says that because of this, he decided to turn to him. He heard that they taught the basics together, and the guy helped him a lot. Mu-jin is trying to understand what's the matter now, and he does not know how to help the mentor. He thinks that the master, whom he calls his grandfather, sent him here. So, there should be some reason. In the evening, in the house, Hyun-guan Mu-jin talks with the master. They discuss the battle style that the young man created by combining basic movements. The old man believes that if he only continues to increase power, then sooner or later he will reach a point when the body can no longer withstand. But you can increase the limit. Simply put, Mu-jin has still used hybrid equipment. Instead of delving into the study of new techniques, he strengthened the basic movements and created his technique from them. With an increase in the load, of course, there is a chance that the body will not withstand. But Mu-jin, with the help of his inner energy, made himself the body, which can do it. But, as the master said, there is a chance that sooner or later the body will reach its limit. Perhaps this will happen if Mu-jin returns to his world. The guy believes that grandfather is right. He will not go far on this. He thinks, perhaps there is another way? Hyun-guan asks, how about starting with the style of a diamond fist? This style is based on the technique of cannon diamond, one of the techniques that the young man uses in his technique. In addition, since it contains the secrets of control of his own strength, the guy will be able to understand many key points of the 3rd, 6th, and 8th levels while he will study this style. As for the concepts of the 3rd level, this is all relatively. Everything in the world is fleeting, like an illusion, like a shadow. Everything is variable, like lightning and dew. It is necessary to perceive all this in its original form. The young man thinks, where did the old man suffer? Bo-gan carefully interrupts the master. Hyun-guan, recovering, says that he is trying to convey how important it is to understand the essence of those things that in the future can become his support. This is a good skill that should be learned. The true essence of things is much more important than what they seem at first glance. Mu-jin thinks that he spoke about this before. The true essence is more important. He thinks that there may be a crane. The guy wonders who becomes when he spreads his wings like this bird. He recalls the movements of the crane, thinking about art in the image and likeness of it. As soon as he thought about the essence of this style, he was immediately lit up. Mu-jin asks a friend, did he ever see a crane? He answers negatively, and he is interested. What is it? And is it at all? The guy thinks that 5 fists are based on animal movements, so Mu-julia needs to combine the movements of the animal and his own. He thinks that it was not in vain that he doubted why a boy with his abilities cannot repeat the flexibility inherent in the corresponding beast. Gol and Bo-hyun, with whom he explained the essence of the problem, believe that their movements are incomprehensible to the boy, and therefore he cannot repeat them. But Mu-jin tries to tell them a little different. He asks, is the basis of technology, after all, are the natural movements of the corresponding animals? But Mu-yul, the guy explains, never observed the crane live, and therefore it is difficult for him. He says that the point is not in their movements. He focuses their attention on the fact that movements should be natural. They will be so only for the animal on the basis of which they are created. The guy explains that for people, this position of the body is not something common. He tells Bo-gan that he does everything as his master taught during training. Mu-jin believes that a friend cannot. He is stupid. The guy explains that first they should lay the structure. Allow his body to embody movements the way he feels. Bo-hyun understands that it is not necessary to train the body. Mu-jin assures that Mu-yul will not be able to repeat other people's craftsmen, but the guy is sure that a friend will be able to behave like a crane he himself introduced. Hagol understands what's the matter and why the master sent this boy here. The man believes that Mu-jin easily goes beyond all the rules. While he himself was focused on standard movements, he simply did not think of it. The natural technique of 5 fists is passed down from generation to generation. But at one moment, for some reason, he decided to focus not at the origins, but on the variation proposed by the ancient elder Dharma. He says that in the words of the guy it makes sense, and it is necessary to explain who the crane is, but he decides that it is better to show him this bird. Bo-hyun suggests that here a flock of cranes lives nearby, as he heard. Men are thinking, how to bring a bird here? The next day, Mu-jin, opening the gate, welcomes the teacher and asks for forgiveness that he came so late. He explains that the treatment of Master Hyun-gwan was dragged on. Going inside, the guy freezes in surprise. There is no one on the training parade ground. He begins to call a friend and teacher, trying to understand what happened. The guy hears Mu-julia as someone asks, does he know what it is? He is in a hurry to see what is happening there. The admired voice of a friend comes to him. Mu-jin sees how Hegel and Bo-hyun demonstrate Mu-julia's arrival. Along the way, men explain to him what a technique based on the movements of this bird is. They show him techniques, saying that this is one of the 5 fists, a fist of a crane. The boy believes that the cranes are the best. They notice the approaching Mu-jin and greet him. However, they continue to move and at the same time repeat his name. The guy looks at them carefully. Mu-yul believes that this is extremely interesting. Mu-jin joins Haji Ash and Bo-han. A friend believes that 5 kulaks are cool. After what he saw, Mu-yul goes after the crane for several days and nights. And watching how he lives, the boy tries to move in a natural environment. Mu-jin is interested in the teacher. Where did they get a crane? He replies that he had to catch. Bo-hyun asks the student, did he understand? But the boy cannot tear himself away from observing the bird. The crane of Mu-julia is quite different from the technique of the teacher and Bo-hen. The boy repeats only those movements that he personally saw and remembered, fully adapting them to his body. It has a unique instinct and a flexible body. Soon his movements cease to be like human. He really recreates a style based on the habits of the animal. As a result, the boy still comprehends the fist of the crane. But his movements are far from ideal and not good enough. And here the teacher helps him and directs him. Hegel explains that the biggest plus of technology is that all movements are smooth, consistent, and natural. He says that the boy's crane should be corrected a little. He believes that although the performance of Mu-julia is different from what Mr. Dharma bequeathed, but the natural style inherent in this style is not taken away from the student. Mu-jin with a smile watching the learning process. Mu-yul is engaged in Hagolim. Mu-jin believes that his work is over. He decides that tomorrow will not come here. Ha-goth says that they seem to receive what they wanted. He lets go of the guy and wishes him a good road. Mu-jin thanks him for teaching him until that moment. Ha-goth sends Mu-julia to spend a friend. Bo-hyun asks, is the teacher sure that the boy can already be released? But the man believes that they have nothing to worry about. He says that he does not need to master 5 kulaks at all. Hegel believes that Mu-jin has already received everything he needed, and he initially did not need to study their style. The man watches the murmured boys. He believes that Mu-jin in the early stages decided on his own way and the style of battle. And now, he only overcame the next wall in his path and has received knowledge to improve his own techniques. The insight came to the guy when he helped Mu-julia to master the style and watch the training process. The man is sure that the guy made something for himself for sure. Starting with a small fist, and uniting this technique with a golden fist, adding a couple of basic styles, Mu-jin received special power, while reducing the energy consumption. The guy recalls, the teacher said that it is important to find and realize the essence of things, and not judge by appearance. Mu-jin believes that the old man specifically said so, that he would think about how to develop his technique further. He is sure that 5 kulaks are not what he needs. He needs to understand how to combine and smoothly connect all styles. He thinks that this technique uses 5 animals. And he wonders, do dragons exist in this world? The guy decides that this is no longer his business. This is the problem of the teacher and Mu Julia. He Gol tells Bo-gan that he is leaving, and Mu Jul can rest. One thought comes to the head of a man, and he begins to guess. It turns out that Master Guan knew in advance what everything was going to. That is why he sent Mu-gin to the rescue. So he foresaw everything, and this guy already understands the plans of the Great Master. He realizes that all this was well planned, and thinks about Guan, that he is an unpredictable sage. Mu-jin, sitting at the table, reflects on what heals his grandfather for a month now. His muscle pain during movement became more tolerant. But this is not enough. There should be a better way. He decides that it is necessary to try all possible means. The guy firmly intends to go even to extreme measures. He is sure that nothing else is left. Guan and he believe that Mu-jin undoubtedly attaches a lot of effort to heal the master. They wonder, when will he already be recovering? A follower of the technique of the Buddha's hand and real estate technique of diamond, believes that the old man's condition has nevertheless improved. Guan asks, did he say that if there are no visible results in a month, he will personally punish the guy? The man replies that this was said for motivation. His interlocutor says that be that as it may. But they need to hurry. Mu-jin in the room of the master. Guan conducts daily procedures. A person appears on the threshold. What's the matter? What happened that the guy even called him? Mu-jin asks the abbot to wait a bit until they finish. He helps Guan sit down. He says that yesterday there was a day of the legs. It means that today is the back of the back. The abbot is amazed that the master can move independently. Guan says that he became much easier than before. He believes that there is nothing special in this, just light movements with a body. The abbot thinks that in his state even such movements were almost impossible. Previously the old man was breathing heavily, even lying on the bed. His body could not withstand the slightest tension. He was so painful that he moved on the backs of the disciples. And now he is able to move independently. In the next room, Guan and he say that the treatment had its fruits. They consider Mu-gin a gifted boy. The founder of the teachings of 4 dynasties thinks that everything happened as Mu-jin promised. He at first doubted because he never had to use his strength in this way. But this really turned out to be effective. On the other side of the door, Mu-jin listens to their conversation. The abbot says that he asked the guy as soon as he finishes the treatment to join them. Although when visible results appear, faith in new methods intensified, but Mu-jin is not satisfied with the achieved. The guy wants to talk with the men honestly, because he promised that his grandfather could walk himself. All this time, Mu-jin, in addition to the main treatment, used warm-up exercises. To save the residual strength, he asked the master to perform the ascents on his own. He managed to help the old man take a couple of independent steps. He acted according to the same scheme according to which they work in rehabilitation centers with legs injuries. He gave simple walking exercises. At the moment, the killed ligaments and joints have restored to some extent, but the master relied on others for decades. As a result, the muscles of the whole body simply atrophied. Continuing treatment with this state of muscles is pointless. It is necessary to somehow return them to operation before problems with the joints begin. Mu-jin thinks there is only one way. He opens the door, and going into the room, he says that he needs to tell them something about the treatment of his grandfather. Men are concerned about his words. They are perplexed. Are there really any difficulties? The guy replies that the first stage was successful, but the problem is how to continue. He explains that the body of the master really becomes independent. But his cartilage is another matter. They are in a deplorable state due to age. Usually, to solve this problem, it is enough to increase the muscles that support them. But the trouble is that in its current state, if you begin to grow muscles with the help of exercises, there is a risk of serious joint injury. The abbot says that since he started this conversation, there is probably a way out. He asks the guy to say that everything will be fine. They started so well. The current result is already a big breakthrough. The abbot asks the guy to tell them everything. He has already proved the effectiveness of his methods, and no matter what he says, they will accept it. Mu-jin says that the master needs to eat meat. Men at the table freeze. They are furious. In fact, the question of whether the meat is required for muscle development is still controversial. Vegetarians are sure that the body can be maintained in a healthy form and without it. Chokunkok studied this issue for a long time. He believes that building muscles on some vegetables is very difficult. Both animals and plant proteins consist of amino acids, but the main problem lies in the consumed volume. Simply put, to such an elderly person as a master whose stomach is no longer able to digest a large amount of food, various types of animal protein are simply necessary. But he understands that he is in the ancient era of the dawn of martial arts, and the masters here look at it differently. Men, jumping up from the table, are accepted to shout that this is unacceptable and terrible. The guy covers his ears with his hands and thinks that he knew that he would be so. The abbot cannot believe his words. He says that Mu-gin managed to achieve such a physical form without meat. The guy recalls how he secretly ate rabbits. He begins to explain that meat cannot be replaced with beans and mushrooms. So only some part is replenished, but it is incomparable with the effect of eating animal meat. The abbot suggests finding especially nutrient beans or mushrooms. But the guy believes that you cannot compare the body of a grandfather with a young one. It can endure any hardships, but the master is in an extremely unstable state. He says that the reason for the ban on meat is the necessary hardships to overcome the earthly, his passions and appetite. For the sake of this, he can refuse meat. Mu-gin continues to explain. This is the covenant for those people who are fighting with temptation. But if there is a question about life and death, can this be considered a violation of the holy commandments? He is even afraid to think about what can happen if he cannot convince them. He does not want to survive the loss of a loved one again. The guy asks, doesn't the vain death violate the flame of life? Hyun-gon, covered by a powerful aura, proclaims that the boy demands that Master Hen-guan himself violate the holy rules. He asks, how does he dare to question their commandments? The abbot, putting his hand on his shoulder, asks him to calm down. Mu-gin is amazed that the old man was able to suppress such a stream of power with a simple touch. Haneyong says that in the words of the guy there is a share of truth. Hyun-gon asks, how are the meat and muscle growth interconnected? Mu-gin thinks that in his world he could easily explain this with the help of terms. But how can he convey to them the meaning of the words of protein and amino acids? He is decided, and says that reincarnation is not just death and departure from this world. Mu-gin explains that everything in this world is interconnected. Rain from heaven falls to the ground. If you heat the water, then it will soar again into the air. The same thing happens between animals and people. In order for the human body to grow and develop, it is necessary to consume meat. If after death the living is reborn, and this is the law of nature, then the fact that a person needs not only vegetables, but also meat, the same law. If a person eats meat only for his own pleasure, this can be considered a sin. But to use what has already left this world, to save your own life, is it a sin? Mu-gin is struggling to present everything so that the people of this era can understand him. He says that man is part of the animal world. Therefore, in order to grow and develop, he needs to consume an animal meat. He does not fall silent for a second. The abbot believes that his story sounds logical, but he has no evidence. He can't challenge Shaolin's rules that have existed for many years. The guy is trying to object, but the abbot tells him to be silent. He believes that they cannot turn a blind eye to the rules that have already been established. This is simply impossible. He's silent, plunged into thoughts. Then he continues to say that there are exceptions, and he, in the name of the treasures of Liaojun, wants to change one of the laws of Shaolin. Hyun-gon begins to guess what the old man was driving at. The rector decides to add one exception to the summary of the rules. In order to treat the meat suffering from body disease, it is allowed to eat meat. Hyun-gon and Ha-dam are amazed by his words. Mu-gin rejoices that he succeeded. The abbot says that there is one way in which they can protect their laws and allow the master to eat meat. This is possible if, after each meal, he receives the appropriate punishment. Mu-gin asks what he has in mind. He is ready to bear any punishment for the master. The old man says that he will have to repent for a month in solitude. He reminds Mu-gin that he had already been mediated for 7 nights. Does this mean that he is ready to withstand the punishment exceeding this period? The guy replies that he will gladly accept the punishment, thinking that for him this is a trifle business. Ha-dam asks, does he really speak seriously? The abbot replies that he knows how insane it sounds. On this their meeting ended. The next day, the abbot comes to the house of the master Hyun-guan. He wants to squeeze him that he seriously thinks to entrust Mu-gin, the next generation of Shaolin. He believes that due to their strict adherence to traditions, over the past millennium, they have missed many opportunities. The old man says that if he had not taken the place of Hyun-guan because of his injury, then perhaps everything would be different. But their next generation should not focus on outdated dogma. Although they created a great teaching, their status fades every day. He believes that due to the fact that he is not good enough for this position, Shaolin lost its former greatness. Hen-guan says that big changes do not always bear a favorable result. The abbot replies that he knows about it. That is why he offers Mu-gin for this role. It seems to him that this boy is able to bring the best to their teaching. He would like to continue to believe in a guy. The abbot asks Mugen to enter. When the guy comes in with a dish in his hands, the master immediately understands what's what. In his hands, Mugen holds a plate with porridge and dangled meat. For decades, the master has not eaten meat dishes. However, he has no choice but to make their decision. The faith of the abbot in the guy, and the dedication of Mugen himself, ready for anything, even argue with the elders to get the desired, did their job. Since the founding of the monastery, this was the first piece of meat, consumed by the monk in food. Over the next 7 days, Mugen explained Popganu principles of training. Since the elders were responsible for the treatment and warmth, he had nothing to worry about. As soon as the young monk was able to repeat the methodology of the treatment training of Mugen, and the master was gradually used to eating meat, as if never refused him, the first signs of a significant improvement in the state of the master appeared. Treatment, coupled with meat, was effective. Soon after, Mugen began to serve his educational period of meditation in solitude. Going to the cave, the guy thinks that he does not want to return here at all. But since he promised, it is necessary to fulfill. Looking at the cave, he reflects that she had not been seeing her a long time ago. If it was necessary to just stick out here, train and eat meat, then he would have spent perfectly time alone. But behind him is the abbot, and the guy thinks with annoyance, why did the old man get behind him? He recalls that evening when the abbot made a decision that the elders considered the insane. Hyunjung decided to accept the punishment with Mugen. The guy clarified, the abbot will also meditate, and received an affirmative answer. The old man considered this would be a fair fee for changing one law. The guy is not pleasing to such a decision. Mugen will be annoyed due to the fact that the abbot, as soon as he entered the cave, immediately sat in the lotus pose and began to read sutras. And out of the corner of his eye, he watches a guy who cannot now relax even his fingers. He thinks, how can you speak during solitude? And he notices that the old man confuses the words. When Mugen understands that you can read sutras, insight again visits him. For a long time he studied sutras, and with confidence he can say that the abbot deliberately mixes phrases. Listening to the old man's murmur, he notes that he began with a Reuben Sutra. Then he moved to the sutra about the lotus. Then the sutra was followed, and as a result, Hyunjung returned to the first sutra. In excerpts, the guy traces the pattern. He recalls what he taught earlier, and understands that the old man pronounces only final passages. Mugen focuses even more on what the teacher says. He begins to represent the battle technique in accordance with the procedure for listing the lines. In his head there is a visualization of the training process. He thinks that this line is about a series of fast blows, then the word is going on to throw the wind. This is such a blow with a foot. This is followed by the transition to the technique of Vajra. After 30 minutes of visualization of all techniques, Mugen is already shaking with impatience. He wants to try what he imagined. There is little visualization to him. But he understands that he cannot move because he is working out punishment. The guy hears some motive appeared in the abbot mumble. He thinks, does the old man do it on purpose? But why? Mugen decides to take a chance. He gets to his feet. He is sure that the teacher in the trance will not pay attention to him. The guy decides that the time has come to train. He repeats what he visualized earlier. He makes the final movement, a hit with a foot. Mugen thinks that due to the fact that the teacher continues to repeat the lines, it is easier to follow the stream because he catches the rhythm. But he is surprised that the old man does not turn to other lines, constantly repeating these. He thinks that he was perhaps mistaken somewhere, and decides to try again. So the secret training of Mugen began. Each time he was mistaken, the teacher signaled with a voice or cough with an increase in his voice. The same parts of the training that he got well were accompanied by a calm rhythm. It was a proven and effective way to take a little from each individual style, and then combine everything, giving the technique a certain rhythm. Such secret training continued until sunset. Mugen is tormenting only one question. Why did he decide to train him in such a strange way? The abbot thinks that he had already taken away from the guy a bunch of time with a request to help with the treatment of the master. He wants to somehow compensate for this. Han Young wants to return the time that the guy cut out of training. A monk enters the cave. He says that he brought water and useful herbs. Mugen, pretending to be meditating, thinks that he almost got caught. He did not expect someone to visit so suddenly. It's good that the teacher warned him with a cough. The guy understands that he definitely trains him. He decides that he can't do it anymore. He needs to go out. The abbot thinks that Mugina is quite difficult to inactive, and it is inconvenient to train in such a narrow cave. Mentally, he wishes him good luck. But Hyunjung does not realize that in fact, Mugen left the cave not for training, but to finish off the squirrel. The guy caught a small rabbit and thinks that probably he should be released. Bo-gan, turning to Hyun-gwan, says that he was focused on treatment and did not notice much. He believes that the master has changed. His condition improved significantly due to the combination of meat and physical exercises proposed by Mugen. The first muscles began to appear in the exhausted and weakened body. And thanks to this, the master can move without the help of Bo-gan. The monk that appeared at the door says the time has come, and the guy goes to cook dinner. The old man looks after the removing Bo-gan. He reflects on his words about how much he has changed. The old man thinks that everything happened because of his egoism. He only now realized this. The abbot was in vain to blame himself for being too fixed in preserving traditions. The old man is walking around the room, thinking that Han-young said that everything would change if he takes his place. Bypassing the gate, the old man thinks that he was mistaken, and Han-gwan only now understood the whole depth of his torment. He believes that nothing would change with his entry over. He was also limited and blind. Hyun-gwan thinks that the true essence of things is much more important than what they seem at first glance. He thinks, what irony that this is what he spoke of an instructive tone. His legs tremble, but he continues to stubbornly move forward. The old man who, until recently, could not even move without any help, only managing to firmly stand on both legs, understood this. Hyun-gwan is asking questions. Why did he blindly follow the traditions of Shaolin? Why is it hung up on asceticism due to generally accepted traditions? On the day they were attacked, he lost his military skills, becoming a disabled person who could not even walk. He tried to reassure himself and others who worried about him. But in fact, his heart was torn by bitterness and sadness. He was well aware of everything that was said in the scriptures, but his heart, full of suffering, could not truly comprehend the essence. Due to the crippled body and the mourning soul, he was no longer able to hold his ki. And he became who he is. The old man thinks he was very stubborn. In the distant future, even if the place where he is now disappears, in his memory, it will forever preserve its atmosphere. It exists, even if he does not see him, and he will continue to see him when he does not. Form and emptiness are inextricable. The form is emptiness. The old man is immersed in meditation. Hyun-gwan pronounces sutras. At the same time, in his thoughts there is a Mu-jin who makes him a massage. He thinks that the human body should be durable in order to contain all the endless streams of energy of this world. Hyun-gwan is walking around the yard. Suddenly something attracts his attention, and he quickly changes direction. He is sure that he felt the energy of the master Hyun-gwan. But something has changed in it. He cannot understand what kind of incomprehensible stream of qi he feels. He notices at the top of the cliff the concentration of moss energy, and cannot believe that this stream comes from the teacher. He moves closer to the rock. The founder of the teachings of 4 dynasties cannot believe what is happening. The old man sees that energy overflows the teacher's body and hits the edge. He thinks that Hyun-gwan has known the truth and reached the state of nirvana, the highest state of liberation from suffering and illusions, achieved through a complete understanding and realization of Buddhist teachings. Hyun-gwan's body is surrounded by an energy stream rising a pillar to the sky. The monks from below observe what is happening. They are sure that this is qi. There can be no mistakes. At that moment, everyone felt the presence of powerful energy. A similar pillar of bright light for this world is an inexplicable phenomenon, but no one is afraid of this energy. Hyun-gwan reached nirvana. The monks, bowing their heads, pronounce sutras. Hyun-gwan asks the teacher, did he really reach nirvana? He replies that he just allowed the heart to understand that his mind has long comprehended. The founder of the teachings of 4 dynasties is puzzled at the teacher. He is interested. Is he really not going to achieve final enlightenment now? Hyun-gwan replies that there is still what he needs to finish, so he cannot afford it yet. The old man says that all this happened thanks to Mugen. Going down from the cliff, he asks, where is the guy now? They answer him that he, along with the rector, is currently undergoing cleansing and meditations. Hyun-gwan believes that this is wrong. He says that he does not like it. Bo-gan runs to the cave. He asks the abbot and Mugen to complete the prayers and return. Schnee-chung objects that 10 more days are left, but the monk says that he was ordered to immediately stop meditation and return as soon as possible. The abbot is outraged. He replies that whatever the reason, they are punished. Who dares to interrupt the process of repentance? The monk replies that the order comes from the master Hyun-gwan. Rector and Mugen cannot believe it. Han-young and the guy worry did something happen to the master? They hurry to Hyun-gwan's house. The master eats, and says that experts believe that such food favorably affects the body. Hyun-gwan asks, should the one who has reached nirvana think about the flesh? The master replies that it was thanks to food that he had muscles, and asks the question, is it bad to take care of the body? Bo-gan is walking along the corridor, followed by Mu-jin and Rector. The guy hears how the master reproaches Hyun-gan because he locked his savior in a cold and dark cave. Bo-gan opens the door and says that the abbot and the guy are already here. Hyun-gan delightedly asks them to go inside. They understand that they were worried in vain. Everything is in order with the master. They see that he is even in a good mood, and cannot understand what happened. Mu-jin feels the smell, and sees a lot of diverse food on the table. The master says that he did not know that there was such pleasure in the world. Hyun-gang believes that such things prevent the enlightenment. Turning away from the table, he says that he will not say a word anymore. The master thanks him for understanding, and invites Mu-gin to join the meal. The guy is very surprised. He is interested. What happened? It seems to him that he has gone crazy. The master replies that he is just following his health. Mu-jin turns to Hyun-gan with the question, does he want to explain what is happening here? He replies that the master offers them to eat food, but he will refrain. Hyun-gan, pointing to his muscles, asks, do they themselves see what benefit to him to eat meat? That is why he ordered them to lead them out of the cave, because he believes that they have nothing to repent for. To enclose benefactors in the cave is a bad thing. He believes that Mu-jin can return to training, and they need to discuss something. Bo-gan told Mu-jin what happened in their absence, and the guy generally stopped understanding anything, but there were still things requiring his participation. Bo-gan notifies that he had taken out the documents about which he asked. The monk says that henceforth he can continue his training right in this place. He shows the guy a room where monks with weights and dumbbells are engaged. Mu-jin thinks that he would never have thought that he would see such a picture in this era. Bo-gan is not sure about some simulators, and asks him to explain to the other students how to use it. The guy thinks that this is still not his gym, but sometimes you have to return to the origins. He watches the training of students, and he hears how someone is interested in how to use a simulator. He is advised to ask Mu-gin. The guy sees Mu-gun and Mu-julia. He is interested. Why is the Jin not with them? Mu-gyun replies that his friend complained that he was hard to give him something. Mu-yul rushes to Mu-gin with a hug. The boy says that he is just in time, and asks to explain how to use this subject. Mu-jin decides to name the simulator Sangurni. Sang is rubber, and the glass is a wheel. The guy wants to show his friends how to use it. He sees that they took steel and wood as a basis for the frame, and then melted natural rubber on top. Friends carefully watch him. Mu-jin says that first you need to raise the wheel, and then turn it over again and again, and so several approaches. Apparently, it weighs about 50 kun, that is, 150 kilograms. When training, the student shakes not only the lower parts of the body, but the rest of the muscles will be involved. But he offers Mu-gun to try. He warns, if he sees that the guy took advantage of the internal energy, he will hit him on the back of his head 10 times. He indignantly asks, for whom does he take him? Mu-yul says that he also has a question. He runs up to the horizontal bar, telling that he did not know what it was, so he just had fun, how he wanted it. He demonstrates his skill. Mu-jin is amazed that the friend easily jumped onto the horizontal bar 3 meters high. He is impressed by the flexibility of the boy, and thinks that he accurately mastered the technique of 5 fists. The movements of Mu-julia remind him of a monkey. Mu-gin seems strange. After all, among the 5 fists there was no such style. A friend asks, is it possible to practice this? The guy believes that Mu-yul himself will come up with everything that he lacked. In addition to wheels and horizontal, there were still a lot of things there. There is even a special equipment. Looking at him, Mu-jin thinks that it is more suitable for CrossFit, performing exercises of a high degree of intensity in a certain period of time in a circle. But he believes that this is quite enough. The main thing is that he will now be able to support his body in great shape, and if he succeeds, then he will be able to engage in the development of endurance. Mu-jin began step by step to build his career in Shaolin. He thinks that he will soon become a master, and finally sees the continuation of the plot. But he strives not only for the coach's career. He is in a hurry to the master to demonstrate to him new instruments for treatment. He shows him a bar. The modern name is massage roll. This is a Pilates tool. With its help, various parts of the body are kneaded. Mu-jin explains that with this beam, you can knead the inner and external surfaces of the hips, as well as a pelvis. He says that the master needs to roll the bar by laying it under the desired part of the body, and offers to try. The guy warns that this is stimulating treatment, so you cannot completely relax the muscles. Until the muscles are large, it can feel pain. But if you constantly practice these exercises, it will gradually leave. Hyun-gwan says that then everyone should experience this tool, so that the students also feel the benefit from him. Mu-jin thinks that it sounds ominous, and in general, what does the master want to turn training into? Hyun-gwan asks, how do his classes are moving? The master believes that while they have not seen each other, its control of internal energy has increased. The guy thinks that this could be true. He trained in a cave. He rejoices that his efforts give the result. The old man says he knew that it would be so. Therefore, he prepared something for the guy. The master holds out a card and a letter to him. He asks, does Mu-jin remember 5 fists that he recently studied? He answers in the affirmative, adding that then he first knew the art of combining styles. Hyun-gwan believes that there is another place where his knowledge is useful. Mu-jin thinks that the old man laughs somehow creepy. He does not understand why the behavior of the master has changed so sharply. He says that he will understand everything when he arrives. A man takes a sip from a flask. Mu-jin, lying under the bodies of the rest of the students, says that he could not catch anyone. He asks the mentor, maybe he will be a little softer? He answers, it is impossible. Otherwise the guy will not learn anything. He believes that these words are not suitable for a real mentor. Hyun-gwan, the head of the demon fighter detachment, sitting on a pile of the bodies of his students, demands that he get up more lively. Mu-jin managed to achieve stability thanks to his training. The guy took the letter from the master Hyun-gwan and headed for the demon fighters. Although he has already passed a lot of trials, Mu-jin, for some reason, a little nervous. He knew that in these training he was waiting for Hee-gwan, the head of demon fighters. During the entrance exams, he seemed to him a slightly extravagant person. Standing in front of the gate, Mu-jin thinks about what he really is. A group of guys listens to the team to make more efforts. The mentor asks them to gather. He brought them here not in order to throw them out over and over again. The man is covered by a burgundy aura. He threatens to bite each of them. With the whole crowd, they rush at him. He throws up a bottle and easily copes with numerous opponents. He puts the attackers, considering them too slow. The man beats one of them with a stick. The second student decides to attack him from behind. He wants to hit the man around his neck with the edge of his palm. But at the last moment, the mentor simply crouches, and the guy's hand passes over his head. He cannot believe that the man managed to evade. The next moment, the stick touches his neck. A guy thrown back, flying back. Hee-gwan laughs. He inflicts energy blows to all the guys. And then it catches a bottle of previously thrown. The moaning guys are a shapeless heap in front of him. He says that this will not work, and someone's figure with an altered aura is approaching him from behind. One of the students uses the equipment of 18 Moon, but the mentor, making an incredible somersault, says that he just jumps higher. The man rushes on the attack. He beats the Mu-jin in the back. Standing before the defeated enemy, the mentor says that the guy again has anger problems. But he appreciated him today's attempt. He is distracted by a monk with a scar covering his eyes, who reports that Mu-jin brought him a message. The guy is inclined in a welcoming bow. He seems to say that he is a student of the 3rd stage of Mu-jin. Hyun-gwan, biting his lip, looks at him. Then he begins to laugh, pointing to his hairstyle. The guy thinks that he had not seen such a reaction for a long time. The master asks, did the elders allow him this? And he receives in response that they did not mind. The monk holds out a message to the man. Reading the letter, he says that he heard that the guy trained in the cave. He is interested in what are his successes after long classes. But immediately it is surprised that Mu-jin has already released. Hee-gwan asks, does the guy know what is written in this letter? He replies that he did not have the opportunity to read it. The man says that he is allowed to teach him further the way he wants. He is interested. The guy at least imagines how his training is going on. Then he shows him to the defeated students and Mugaina, a sluggishly welcoming friend, and says that something like that. In simple words, as close as possible to battle. He decides to clarify. He talks about the fact that their grouping exists in order to deal with overwhelming types that do not know mercy. He warns, if Mu-jin does not completely surrender to the battle, then he will decline with him in 2 accounts. And let the guy do not think that if the master sent him, then he can be expected by some concessions. Mu-jin begins to say that he will be happy to study with him. But he did not even have time to finish the phrase. The mentor's club whistled next to his head. Hyun-gwan invites him not to hesitate and attack. He asks in surprise, that right away? To which he gets in response that the enemies will not wait. Mu-jin attacks, saying that he will also fight at full power, but the man quickly moves to the side. The master hits him in the face, noting that the guy has a good speed, but this is not enough. Hyun also notes that he has personal fighting techniques. He is surprised that for such a short period of time, Mujin managed to use equipment and cover his face. The battle continues. The mentor notes that he uses a mixture of styles. He did not think that it was possible. The man considers this method very curious, but striking, he warns that in reality everything will be tougher. The guy holds his head with his hands, and the mentor continues to speak. If you are distracted at least for a second, you are a corpse. You will miss at least one detail, and you can no longer get up. He attacks again, while teaching the guy. He explains that every time being distracted, he dies. He also offers him to come up with some kind of trick. He is an impenetrable. Guan thinks that it is more difficult for him to restrain himself. He is wondering how the guy was generally allowed to leave such hair. The man decides to try this haircut on Mujin. With his hair, the master is not going to do anything. He is delighted that at such a young age, Mujin has such an endurance. After a 4-hour training, the guy thinks that the mentor endlessly piercing all the gaps in his defense. He used the lowest and most vile ways to win. Over time, Mujin even adapted to them. Guan believes that bringing a guy is a pleasure. And then he adds that girls do not like them. The tired Mujin, smiling, says, "But this is a joy to the master." Having laid the guy on the ground with one blow of the guy, Guan announces a break for 15 minutes. Lying, the guy asks a friend how long he is going to pretend that he is unconscious. Mujin is interested in, how did he understand? Mujin replies that he himself greeted him when he only came. A friend says that he is waiting for the moment when the master loses vigilance. In the meantime, I decided to calmly lie down. Mujin is interested in how many days the young man trains. He complains that the man did not leave a living place on him. It seems to be completely beaten. At the same time, the guy thinks that thanks to this battle he understood his weaknesses. He was focused on the ways of ligament and missed the most important thing. Now he understands that his biggest problem is the lack of combat experience. He offers a friend to develop a plan, the most vile of all possible. He says that he had an idea, but he needs the help of a young man. The monk tells Guan that a guest from the province arrived at him. He is perplexed that he needs here. The monk replies that the distribution of funds between schools is planned soon. Guan believes that the main thing is that there is enough for food and alcohol, but immediately corrects, that is, for water. He is surprised. Why did the guest go this way? While they are discussing the purpose of the guest's arrival, Mujin tells a friend that they should use the methods of a mentor against him. He believes that no matter how strong a man was, there is always a weak place. Mujin is interested in how to create a slack. Mujin replies that they do not need to create it. He knows one secret, so Mugen just helps him make a blow more when he suddenly attacks. The guy asks a friend to help him. Mujin replies that his secret is unknown to him, but he is unlikely to work against this monster. But Mujin is confident in his plan. He adds that if of course a feeling of gratitude is still warming up inside him. Guan discusses with the monk the arrival of the leader of the hall, Chubatan. Do they hear a voice interested in what is wrong on his visit? Guan, who appeared at the gate, says that he seemed to be not mistaken in the address. Maybe it's just not happy to see him here? He believes that this, of course, does not matter, but he is still a little insulting. Guan is amazed at his appearance. He cannot believe that the old man can walk on his own. The man rushes to welcome the master. The monk says that for the first time he sees the teacher so inflated. After all, even before the abbot, he does not bow in a bow. Mujin gloatingly thinks that it is unlikely that this monster will become humiliated before someone else. The mentor immediately rushed to meet the guest, as the guy expected. He warns his friend to be ready. He is interested. Was this really part of his secret plan? Mujin confirms his guess. He thinks that he knows the best of all how to crank this. The guy recalls that Guan once told him about the head of demon fighters. To the guy's words that Guan seemed dangerous to him, the old man explained that he had done this work. In fact, he is not such a terrible person. For the master, he is more like a cute puppy. True, he had not seen this boy for a long time. Mujin says that the master seems to know him well. He replies that earlier Guan walked his tail all the time, and although he does not tell anyone about this, he still experiences a deep feeling of gratitude for Guan. Accepting the starting rack, Mujin thinks that there is nothing special about this, but he is still grateful for such information. He has no idea what Guan was in childhood, but he runs to the master as well as a guy did it in childhood, seeing his grandfather. He recalls those distant times. Just like a man hurries to Guan, he fled to his grandfather to show him what kind of bug he caught. Then his leg hesitated on a stone, and he flew to the ground. Grandpa and grandmother froze in horror. Mu Jin, recalling this case, thinks that in such an excited state, vulnerability always opens. Hin Guan continues to stand at the gate. Mu Jin decides to attack Hegan right now when he had not yet reached the old man. He wants to use a chain fist and a diamond fist. At the same time, he tells the man that he himself asked him to be more vile. Mu Jin applies 18 Dharma techniques, offering a mentor to enjoy this. But Hai Guan manages to react. The guys are amazed that he blocked their blows. Now they understand why he is the head of demon fighters. The man says that the attempt is not bad, and he will touch the act of kids. He acts on the guys with his strength, assuring that it is too early for them to compete with him. He tells them not to be lazy, and for now to practice with each other. Hin Guan says he is too harsh with the kids. The man, clutching the bottle in his hands, replies that you can never underestimate the enemy, because you can sorry for this very much. He believes that if there is no harsh with them, then they will immediately expose. You never know when the war is stuck, so you must always be on the alert. The man says that he will be late later. He recalls how the boy rushes to the master Hyun Guan. He says that he trained hard to become his third student. The master replies that he was sure that he would cope, and advises the boy to continue training in order to become a worthy support for Shaolin. He was extremely zealous, as he wanted to be useful. But one case changed everything. This happened on the day when the demon sect attacked Shaolin. The enemy almost swelled him. Han Guan became his defense. He saved many that day, but as a result of this, he lost all his strength and became a cripple. Then He Guan vowed that he would not leave any of these vile demons. He decided that he would destroy them all with his own hands. Thus, he became the head of the demon fighter, which he does not spare at all. The old man asks, "How is he?" And the man answers, "Tolerantly." Together they watch the training of guys. The master is interested in, can he be able to look after Mu Gin in the future? He replies, is it not better than Hyun Guan to teach a guy himself? But looking at the aura of the master, he understands that it is too early to teach the guy personally. He himself does not even understand what level the old man reached. Hyun Guan asks He Guan to pour him. He is surprised that the master wants to drink wine. Hyun Guan thought it was water. After all, the man said so when he made a remark on the exam. Hyun Guan apologizes for being drunk then, and there was just wine in his bottle. The old man drinks alcohol and a man cannot believe it. Hyun Guan says this water is very tasty, and he asks to splash him again. Mu Jin and Mu Jin train in the yard, and in the gazebo opposite Hyun Guan and Hyun Guan drink wine. This is a pretty unusual picture for Shaolin, but very pleasant, one might even say, shrouded in a special atmosphere. Only one person is very concerned. Looking through the notes, he thinks that they lack money. If this goes further, then they will have nothing to feed the students in the winter. The head of the hall, Chibotan Hyunmin, believes that next year they will not be able to accept new students. The man responsible for the budget of Shaolin considers Mu Gin and Mu Jin to be culprits. The guys are sure that thanks to training have become much stronger. Mu Jin believes that it would be strange not to become stronger with such a coach. He notices that the leader of Chibotan has some unfortunate face. He is wondering what happened, but here he is illuminated by a hunch. The man continues to lament about what they will feed the children. The guy recalls that such moments happened in him in the body of Che VV Kan Hek, when he was a manager of several fitness clubs at once. Therefore, for him, the situation was familiar to pain. Mu Jin thinks that now the man is clearly hard. Mu Jin is interested in the reason for his state. The guy explains that Shaolin overtook financial difficulties. Shaolin is one of the 9 great clans and the support of all Murim. They live in a distance from the worldly hustle and bustle, devoting life to self-improvement. But they still need to eat and drink, as well as wear something. Fortunately, pilgrims donated money to them, and other clans helped. Therefore, they did not experience any special financial problems until recently. One of the monks drops the coin, and the second tells him to immediately raise it. Now, every penny on the account. They discuss Shaolin's difficult financial situation. Noticing Mu Gin, a sweeping parade ground, one of the monks asks, because of him they are so impoverished? The second replies that this is not entirely true, but there is a share of truth in this. It all started 2 years ago when Mu Jin saved Mu Gen from the bullying of students from external clans. Then Shaolin severely punished the guilty. The students who mocked the MU genome destroyed key centers and deprived of the opportunity to practice martial arts. And the staff of the Sobel Bureau, who extorted money from local residents, selected all the loot and returned to people. The fall of the Bureau was the beginning of problems. Some external clans that turned their dark deeds thought after the closing of the Sobel Bureau. Fearing that they could also be punished, they decided to strike first. The outer clans, which worldly affairs were very interested in, were not dissatisfied with the fact that the Bureau Sabal offended ordinary people, but by the fact that Shaolin intervened and dealt with the offenders. They quickly switched off to other combat clans and stopped sacrificing money. Shaolin could not do anything about it. He lost half of the followers. Given the tools for yoga and Pilates ordered for Hingguan, and the new sports equipment for training Mugin, the Chubotan Hall, who paid all these expenses, began to consider the guy to be a trample. Mujin understands that he is not happy here. He thinks that thanks to him, training became better, and his grandfather recovered. The guy considers this attitude unfair. Having come to them, he simply follows the will of the master, who, after recovery, decided that he had to become an ordinary student. The old man believes that he needs to find out how Shaolin works. The guy mentally reproduces his daily routine: rise with dawn, physical exercises, study of suitor, and then training of martial arts. Then you need to remove the territory of the temple and meet pilgrims. The monks ask, "Did he finish cleaning?" They remind you that it's time to meet pilgrims. The guy thinks that he was unclenched from the position of a doctor to an ordinary soldier. The monks are discussing that the guy works on a par with everyone. Will the sun rise from the west? Mujin thinks that he really is the only third generation of students who did not fulfill the usual duties. He believes that the master wants him to spend more time with his peers. The guy thinks that he and 3 friends are enough. The pilgrims rise along the long staircase to the temple. In the yard they are welcomed by monks. Mujin believes that meeting these people is not so difficult. You just need to communicate with them just as he used to communicate with clients. His attention is attracted by some kind of sound. He tells the monk that he will go down for a while. The guy sees an elderly woman based on the club and decides that she needs to help. He welcomes the old woman. Mujin says it is probably hard for her as soon as she got here. The woman replies that she came to pray to Buddha Shakyamuni and Buddha Amitabha. The guy understands that she should be in the Dawn Hall and offers to take her there on her back. She thanks Mugin but doubts. Is it worth it to bother? But he reassures her, asking not to worry. He is trained. He carries an old woman up the stairs on the back. She is surprised when she finds out that he is only a novice, not an adult monk. For Chukankak, respect for the elders is not a matter of morality. This is something like a sense of duty, as in the case of Hyunguan. The guy watches how the old woman prays in front of the Buddha statue. Respect for older people is natural for him. In childhood, his grandparents raised him, and for the guy, elderly people are those who cause him a nicer feeling in his chest. He thinks that this woman is very light, and she clearly has problems with her knees and back. He is surprised that she climbed this staircase. The old woman says she has already finished praying and is going to leave. She thanks the young man for help. Mujin looks after the retreating woman. He asks, where is she going now? Tunfen County, Kanyan Province. There are many large estates and temples belonging to Shaolin and the trading company A Heavenly Stream, which owns the most luxurious estate. A man sitting at the table says that if it were not for the suspicious activity of local gangs, he would not be cared about the issue of these bastards from Sichuan. Ryu Jiguan, the head of the trading company, the Heavenly Stream, one of the 5 largest trading companies in the Middle Kingdom, is studying the document. He thinks too much company is also a problem. He decides to increase the number of people in Chongyim. With a sigh, the man says that even looking at these reports is sickening. He thinks that he needs to relax a bit. A person appears in the doorway who reports that the elder Yungahi has returned. The man asks for, "Mother is already here?" The servant says that she had just arrived in Palankina. The man replies that he will go to her right now. He hurries to an elderly woman with a question. Was she really in Shaolin again? The old woman rejoices that her son found time for her. Ryuji Guan believes that she should not travel so much because she has poor health. He asks her to protect himself. Yungahi replies that today he may not worry about her. She just returned from Shaolin, where she was provided with medical care. The man asks, what does she mean? An elderly woman says that the amazing master made her massage. He stretched her back, pressed her knees, twisted her feet. And this turned out to be much more effective than all these acupuncture and decoctions. The man looks at her incredulously. He thinks that it could hardly help. But looking at the mother, he understands that her face really looks better than it was in the morning. Even her legs tremble less. He listens how a woman admires a talented novice and decides to go to Shaolin tomorrow too. He wants to personally meet this person. Mujin, plunged into thought, sits alone in the room. He healed a little woman, but this did not bring him peace of mind. It was not that she reminded him of her own grandmother, and not that she was incredibly rich. He remembered the inscription on Palankin. A heavenly stream was written there. The guy thinks that this is one of the 5 largest trading companies of the tyranny of the unorthodox faction, as well as one of the villainous organizations that oppose the main character. Mu-jin welcomes pilgrims. He calls his name and says that he is a 3rd-generation student. He asks Yungahi with his son standing in front of him, should they be tired of the road? The old woman considers him a very nice boy. Ruji Guan says that he was heard about him. It was he cured his mother. The guy replies that he was just a little help. He asks the woman, why did she come again? Ngahi explains that she wants to pray again and go through his massage. She says that if he were not a student of Shaolin, she would definitely introduce him to her granddaughter. The guy replies that they can come together. They will pray and pra. Ruji Guan, watching them, thinks that even grandchildren are not so kind to mother. He believes that if she is so joyful from communicating with this guy, then he is also pleased. Mu Jin, looking around, thinks, this man is a former head of the trading company. He corrects himself. Most likely he is now the current chapter. The guy remembers that in the novel the company Heavenly Stream was engaged in drug trafficking, slave trade, and other dirty matters. They were not accomplices of the main villain, rather business partners. Mu Jin thinks that so far they have not yet been mired in corruption. If he can get closer to them, then perhaps he will find out a little more about their connection with the main villain. He believes that you need to observe a man. Noticing his close attention, he is interested in what's the matter. Is he really on his face? The guy replies that he was just thinking. He says that it seems to him that a man spends a lot of time sitting. Ryuji Guan is perplexed. How does he know this? He replies that in general he is right. He has a sedentary job, and he loves to read. He admits that the long rise in vigor was tired of him. The guy says that a man has a slightly shifted pelvis and a stoop is present. He thinks that this is a typical office posture. Mujin asks, does Ryuji Guan want him to make him massage? At the same time, he recalls the saying, keep friends close and the enemies are even closer. The man is not averse to testing his treatment methods. He is interested in what this novice is capable of. The guy asks them to follow him. He reports that in addition to them, he has another patient. Residence Hyunguan. Pop-gan and the master look with interest at Mugin and the people who came with him. The guy says that these are pilgrims who have the same problems with the body as Hyunguan. He thinks that it will not be superfluous to treat them. At the same time, he will continue the treatment of the master. Hyunguan allows him to act as he considers necessary. Mujin asks Pop-gan to do the head of the trading company while he will work with his grandparents. He shows various devices and explains that he calls his actions massage. But in fact, it is a kind of manual therapy using different tools. He reports that he will massage their muscles with the help of these objects. The guy tells the master that today they will use muscle improver. He instructs the old man how to use the simulator correctly. Hyunguan is engaged for it for the first time on it, and it seems he likes to do it. Mujin asks him to inform him when he feels tension in his legs, and he will show him the next exercise. Turning to a woman, he reports that he has a posture corrector for her. He helps a woman sit down and explains what to do. The guy asks her to relax. The old woman says that she is crunching everything terribly. Hyunguan asks, is it convenient for her, because this exercise is more complicated than it seems? But Ngahi is sure that Mujin would not do anything bad. The master agrees with her and says that he has long been treated with a guy. The woman is surprised. He looks completely healthy. Why does he need treatment? The old man replies that this was only recently. It was previously much worse. Ngahi believes that Mujin is a real master of his craft. Laughter comes from Hyunguan's house. Is it even incomprehensible? Is it Shaolin or a rehabilitation center for the elderly? Pop-gan asks Ryuji Guan. How is his manual therapy for him? He replies that it is quite tolerable. He thinks that at first it was quite unpleasant, but then the pain subsided and he felt better. The man thanks the monk for the treatment. He replies that he was glad to help him. He says that in fact, he first uses this technique on someone after training with Mugin. Therefore, he was a little worried whether he could do everything right. The man thinks that he studied with Mugin. Then the name of the owner of the house comes to mind. He is trying to remember where he heard him. He listens to the old man's conversation with the guy. They discuss the need to increase training. Hyunguan asks, do you need to use the internal energy of Qi? The old man believes that he has almost recovered. He thinks that everything will be fine, and he is interested in the opinion of the guy while demonstrating his skill. Mujin is amazed that the internal energy of Qi is concentrated in both hands of the master. Ngahi is sure that he is a very famous person. He laughs and says that this is all just a small trick. Ryuji Guan clarifies the name of the master with the monk. He confirms that the owner of the house, Han Guan. The man thinks that only a few masters of martial arts possess such equipment. Suddenly he recalls how he knows this name. The legend of the unsurpassed martial arts and divine monk Shaolin is known to everyone. He cannot believe that he sees Hyun Guan in front of him. However, until the moment Ryuji Guan was 40, the history of the intrusion of the demonic cult was unknown. The man recalls that there were rumors that the master had become a cripple and lost all his strength. So, he is still treated with this manual therapy? He thinks that this cannot be. Did he really have such a rare chance? Ryuji Guan recalls rumors that the master had lost his strength, but he sees how he uses them. The manual therapy that Mother tried, he experienced on himself, and she really works. He is sure that Mu-gin has a real talent. Although it was already dark on the street, voices are still heard from the house of the master. The guests thank the guy for treatment. He replies that he himself was pleased to help him. The master, using energy, massages the hand of an elderly woman. Mu-gin thinks that this is at least some entertainment in these gray everyday life. He says goodbye to the guests, but the man says that he wants to tell him something. He would like to come here again tomorrow. Ryuji Guan asks, "Can a guy take him to Shubatan?" Mu-gin replies that he can, but why should the master go there? He promises to tell everything tomorrow. He still needs to think about something. He says that this applies to Mu-gin, so he asks to conduct him. The guy, looking after him, is trying to understand what he was planning. Hyun Guan gave his consent, and the next day, Mu-gin accompanied Ryuji Guan to the Chubotan Hall, responsible for the budget and other values of Shaolin. Hin Menu seems to beg. He asks to repeat what was said. The man says that he has an offer to him. He wants the heavenly stream together with Mu-gin to open the health hospital. Hyunmen cannot believe that Ryuji Guan sacrificed 100 gold ingots for the treatment of his mother. This is more than Shaolin's annual budget. He cannot understand what he was up to. The man says that he is ashamed that he cannot give any more. He believes that the monks deserve this, as they cured a disease, which the best healers of the Middle Kingdom could not cope with. But Hyunmena is more interested in what he said about the hospital. He asks to explain in more detail what it is for. Ryuji Guan says that the methods of treating Mu-gin are unique to their continent. There are many people in the world to whom traditional medicine cannot help, including Mr. Hyun Guan and his mother. Therefore, he wants to open the hospital so that the guy can help such people. Hyunmen replies that Shaolin does not use the ability of his students to earn money. In addition, judging by how much he paid, the hospital will open in Danfeng County and will be available only to the rich. Ryuji Guan thinks, did Hyunmen suspect something? This is not his only goal. A man, as the head of one of the 5 largest trade mowers, has many connections, and all these rich and influential people are not safe from diseases. So he decided that he would be able to earn a fortune if Mu-gin treats these most rich people. Such is his goal as a businessman. Although he has other reasons. He thinks that first you need to win the trust of Shaolin. He says that he understands Hyunmena. However, they will sacrifice half the profit of the hospital Shaolin to help the poor. Hyunmen believes that if they treat only the rich, then there will be conversations that Shaolin is obsessed with money. He says, to win the trust of people, it takes a lot of time and effort. But in order to lose, there is enough one misunderstanding. Mu-gin thinks that he already has no strength. Listen to all this. He is infuriated by the fact that Hyunmen wants to reject a proposal, which simply cannot be abandoned. He recalls how Hyunmen, studying the documents, lamented that if he went further, then they would have nothing to feed the children. Mu-gin believes that there should be some kind of compromise. He thinks that it is time to remember his experience in managing fitness clubs. He asks for permission to say something. The guy asks. If he understood correctly, then the only problem is that they will earn money, healing only the rich? Hyunmen answers, that's right. Mu-gin offers to treat everyone, both rich and poor. Ryuji Guan asks, what does he mean? The guy says that if you install a fixed fee for Medine, the poor will not be able to afford it. That will significantly reduce the circle of potential customers. He proposes to divide the hospital into 2 departments and control them separately. The guy explains that one will be free and the other will be paid for the rich. Ryuji Guan is trying to object, but Hyunmen asks him to wait. Mu-gin says that the rich, of course, are not fools. They will ask why they are obliged to pay if the poor receive help for free. He suggests in a free department massively treated with manual therapy, but prescribe various parts of the body for each day. Today, legs, tomorrow is a lower back, and so on. And in the paid department, they will provide comprehensive treatment, combining traditional medicine and their specially designed treatment methods including the therapy of QE and internal energy. Everything is like in large fitness clubs. You can buy a subscription just to the gym, or you can pay more and receive additional services of a personal coach. Ryuji Guan is struck by the fact that such a proposal comes from a simple novice. The guy continues to explain that the rich love luxury. They willingly buy expensive tea, although they could purchase a regular one. All this is because of vanity. The man says he understood him. The free department will be with group therapy, and in the paid one can be treated individually by preliminary recording. The rich will definitely go to the paid department because of their pride. Mu Jin believes that the rich should spend money. Then the enraged Hyunmen jumps up and calls the guy a wretch. The head of the hall Chubutan asks how he, being a student of Shaolin, dares to talk about worldly vanity and use it for profit. The guy is interested. What is he afraid of? When he is offered to use the money of the rich to help the poor, he replies that in this case people will point their fingers on them. And he is worried about rumors that Shaolin is obsessed with money. But when he offered him a work plan to treat everyone, he is dissatisfied with the fact that he uses the vanity of the rich. The guy asks, is he really so afraid that people will think poorly about him? Hyunmen is interested. Mu Jin now questioned the ideals of Shaolin. The guy replies that everything is not so. Hyunmen said they could lose confidence if they use rich for selfish purposes. He confirms his words. Mu Jin tells the head of the hall, which is also preoccupied with public opinion. But even more, he is worried that because of stupid prejudices, they will not be able to help those who need it so much. The guy asks Hyunmen, what are the bright ideals then? Mu Jin believes that the main thing is that Shaolin tries to help people. You can make an exception to the rules for the sake of a noble purpose. In the guy, the head of the hall sees the master Hyun Guan, who says that intentions are more important than the rules. He believes that Mu Jin is right. The guy cannot believe that Hyunmen agrees with him. The head of the hall warns that they need to get the consent of the abbot. They will first discuss this and then report their decision. The jubilant Ryuji Guan thanks him. Mu Jin thinks that he was able to persuade Hyunmen, but he still does not understand what intentions this master has. In any case, he will now be able to look after the heavenly stream. It doesn't matter whether the main villain is a novel or not. The guy believes that with his help, he will find out everything that is happening here. It may even get to the bottom of the true enemy, hiding in the northern branch of the trading guild. That night, Hyunmen told all Hyunchong, and he happily approved this venture. The abbot believes that Mu Jin is the one who directs Shaolin to the true path. Thanks to the money that he will bring, they will be able to help even more people. Hyun Guan says that perhaps in this case the guy should be rewarded. The abbot asks how he wants to do this. The old man replies that, in his opinion, the pill will come up. Shinichung asks a question, which one? To which the master says, everyone knows what pills give students as a reward. The abbot still cannot believe what he heard. He asks again, does the master really want to give the same pill? The day after training, Mu Jin asks what brought his grandfather here and what did he bring. Hyun Guan replies that he wants to reward his merits. This is a Shaolin pill, which he once got it with his own hand. He holds out a box to the guy. He, looking at the offering, cannot understand that his grandfather brought him. Shokdan is a magic pill, a drug that is often found in historical dramas and novels about martial arts, along with snake soup, stalactite milk and kasuo. It contains a large amount of compressed ki energy, and they say that when used, you can release powerful internal power. Shokdan Shaolin is one of the highest quality pills in the world of martial arts. It is very difficult to get it. The master says that Mu Jin did a good job, and this is his award. He adds that Taifadan wanted to give him, but having consulted with the abbot, he decided that now he was not the time. The master believes that the guy did a lot for them. Mu Jin thinks that he is right, if, of course, to forget about losses because of him. The guy is interested in what he had in mind when he said that he was not the time. He replies that he will understand everything when he accepts Sokvadan. The old man says she is on his teeth and he will help. He asks to accept her right now. Mu Jin in anticipation. He is glad that he gets such a valuable item and believes that it is necessary to use it. Sitting in the gazebo, the master and Mu Jin continue the conversation. The old man says that there is a lot of stable ki in the pill. He explains that the absorption of ki using meditation techniques differs from its absorption from the pill. During meditation, ki inhales gradually through the nose and mouth. And from the pill, energy immediately enters the body. Mu Jin clarifies. Does he need to concentrate all the ki that has fallen into the body? And he receives an affirmative answer. The master warns that with each exhalation, part of the energy will be dispersed. But he should not hold his breath. Otherwise, it can get a failure of ki flow. The guy says he understood everything. He never saw his grandfather so serious, which means that something important is happening now. Having concentrated, Mujin swallows a pill. He feels the power of Sokvadan. The guy understands that you need to use the technique known to him to absorb such a clean ki. Mujin applies the technique of great improvement. He feels how chi passes through language and esophagus, enters the stomach and spreads throughout the body. Now the guy understands why all the main characters are so eager to get this thing. He thinks about the words of the master who warned that he should absorb as much as he could, and decides to act carefully. 30 minutes later, he already understands why his grandfather said so. He uses all the stabilization techniques known to him, but Chisokvadan is too powerful. Mujin believes that his vessel is too small to accommodate all this energy. He again recalls the master's words that when you exhale, part of the chi will be dispersed, and begins to exhale excess energy. For some time it is focused only on breathing. He realizes that he absorbed about 30%. This is already a lot, but he's sorry for the energy that he could not learn. Mujin says he tried not to be greedy, but it seems that he could not cope. He did not think that Sokvadan was so strong. The master, smiling, thinks that this is so. Looking at the guy, he realizes that he absorbed all the power of Sokvadan, all to the last drop. Hyunguan considers this a miracle created by Mugin. He collected the chi that came out of the guy with his breath, and with the help of his energy did not allow her to dissipate. During each breath, he quietly poured her back into the body of Mugin. This is almost impossible to crank, because it is an incredibly complex and extraordinary technique. But the master believes that it is impossible to just give Chi Shokvadan, which the guy received with such difficulty, the abyss, for nothing. Hainguan says. If Mujin is now using his strength, then his bones will simply break. The guy is a little scared by a sense of power of Sokvadan. He says that he cannot control this energy. But this was also part of the Hyunguan plan. He replies that they still have to solve this problem and asks the guy to follow him. The old man reassures him. There is one training that will definitely help. The master explains that the best way to pacify not controlled energy is to find Zen. He promises to teach him how to achieve equanimity, calmness of reason, and unshakability. Hyunguan leads Mugin to the waterfall to teach him to control his chi. He hopes that here the guy can achieve mental balance. Usually this technique is used by those who control the energy of Yan, that is, Hadam, and his students. To control this fierce energy, you need to learn how to stay alone. To do this, they often use rosary, read mantras, and meditate, focusing on happy memories. There are many ways. Simply put, equanimity is the ability to remain calm of the body and reason. The master says that Mujin was thinking about the technique of a bunch of fists for 2 hours. He recommends using it now. The guy uses the basic technique of a bunch of fists. His power is crushing a stone. Mujin, 2 hours, standing under the waterfall, is working out the equipment, and this helps him to calm down and recover. He was even able to divide the flow of the waterfall in 2. So Mujin became even stronger. The guy looks at Hyunguan full of pride, and the master answers him the same. The old man is proud and rejoices at the student's successes. They exchange expressive views, understanding each other without words. 2 days later, the mentor considers Mugin too young to leave the temple. Therefore, Bo-gan and Hyunmen go with him. Hyunguan asks them to take care of the guy. Mujin, along with Hinmanam and Ryuji Guan, has finally developed a plan for organizing a hospital, and now they have to go to Danfen County to discuss the remaining details. The abbot believes that Mujin worked well. The master advises to go and show everyone what he is capable of. The guy thanks them for trust. He promises to return as soon as the heavenly stream and Shaolin will save all those in need with joint efforts. Mujin adds that then Shaolin will finally be able to overcome this crisis. The old man wishes him a happy journey. The guy, thanking mentors for everything, leaves the temple. A girl sitting in a dark room hears her name. She asks, "Is it time for them?" After the descent from Mount Sunhan, Danfan's district opened in front of Mugin. His landscapes remind the guy films about martial arts. Mujin, looking around, reflects on what can happen to him here. To meet the robbers in the mountains, to separate the fight in the tavern, to save the beautiful stranger in the mask, to deal with local hooligans and go to the main villain. All this he can do in the world of martial arts. He rejoices that the adventure finally begins. He is interested in one thing. Where is the tie there, the chronic of the monk Shaolin? His companions do not look so joyful. A week later, 2 men are walking along the street. One of them says that he had recently seen how several monks from Shaolin went down from the mountain. He heard that they opened the hospital. His interlocutor is surprised. He does not understand why they need it. Did the monks come to earn money? The man believes that this is still Shaolin. Of course, they provide assistance for free. He decides to go there. His friend says that as soon as he heard about free treatment, he immediately caught fire. After all, nothing hurts him. Why should he go to the hospital? The man is offended. He explains that his legs hurt because he drags heavily every day. He wants to make acupuncture. A friend replies that then he needs to get there today. Every day in the hospital, different parts of the body are treated. And today is just a day of therapy of the back and legs. The man considers this rather strange. His interlocutor says that this is not all. The treatment technique there is special, not the usual acupuncture for them. Mu-jin stands on the street looking at the building. They bought 2 neighboring estates to create free and paid departments. Ryu Ji-guan suggested calling their hospital a healing complex for bones and muscles. And he added that each building will have its own purpose. There will be a free department in the left wing. There will be a hall with equipment and a relaxation hall. They also prepared a place for meditation and prayers to make the monks conveniently. In the right wing, there will be a paid compartment for rich and influential people. There, in addition to the main treatment, sessions of the treatment of ki and internal energy will be carried out. Their equipment is also made of more luxurious materials. In fact, these are the same tools, only with gilding and expensive fabric. And the exercises themselves are performed the same. Mu-jin, bowing in a bow, calls his name, and says that he is a 3rd-generation student. Today he will treat. Friends, as gathered, came to the clinic. Mu-jin says that the man mentioned pain in his legs, and invites him to begin treatment. He, sitting on a chair, thinks about what kind of treatment is this without acupuncture and decoctions. And at the same time, the monks argue that their methods are a combination of traditional medicine and physical exercises. He decides to see how effective this treatment is. The guy massages his leg, while using his own energy. He says that feeling pain is quite normal. The man is somewhat surprised by his methods. He asks, "Is it definitely normally when it hurts so much?" Mu-jin explains that his muscles are obsessed and therefore hurt. The stronger the pain, the worse the condition of his legs. He promises to gradually reduce the pain. Then, showing him the beam, adds that with his help he will then open his muscles and fascia, a thin shell covering them. The guy says that the man will feel the effect less than an hour later. His patient considers such a treatment strange. Mu-jin continues to explain that he gradually will open all the clamped muscles to him, and then he will feel ease in his legs. The man at first doubted, but the severe pain gradually subsided, and a pleasant feeling of lightness appeared in his legs. The guy reports that now they will go to the bar. He explains how to use it. The man does everything as Mu-jin said. He really feels the effect of this treatment and believes that it is even better than acupuncture. He had not felt such lightness for a long time. Mu-jin asks, can he strengthen the pressure when rolling a bar? His patient did not know that such treatment methods were practiced in Shaolin. He thinks that the great master specially went down from the mountains to share knowledge with ordinary people. The man considers the guy extremely noble, and considers the blasphemy that only he knows about this. He decides that it is more likely to tell everyone about what kind of good heart Mu has. After the man, pleased with the treatment, rumors about the hospital quickly spread, and customers began to flock to the healing complex for bones and muscles. Rich and influential people also learned about him. Those who wanted to undergo treatment began to visit the paid department. Of course, there was a difference between the departments, but excluding the gilding of inventory, the treatment was the same. Rich clients think that they are worthy to lie on expensive fabrics. They are important persons, but Mu-jin considers them just snobs. And although there was a difference, but it was insignificant, so no one complained. They took into account the wishes of customers, and the monks tried their best. When the treatment was required, the guy called Bo-gan, and he himself was engaged in other patients. Mu-jin inspired people. He treated all patients with the same zeal that touched their hearts, and soon people began to call him the healer of the Buddha, which meant a monk with abilities from God. So the hospital quickly stood on the stream. Sitting at the table, the guy says that, not without difficulties of course, but they still managed to successfully open the hospital. His interlocutor replies that this is all thanks to his hard work. Jan Jinfen, the heavenly stream managing a trading company, bowing his head, thanks him. The guy replies that without their help, they could not help such a number of people. Mentally, he adds that without them, Shaolin would go bankrupt, so we must thank the heavenly stream. He offers a man to see how many people come to them. He himself did not expect such an influx. The guy believes that he should replace Bo-gan. Hearing this name, Jan Shinfen asks, Is he really talking about the very Gan? Suddenly, the monk himself appears next to them, complaining about fatigue and asking the guy to replace him. Jan Jinfen says he did not expect to see him here. He, in response, is interested in how Mr. Manager is doing. Mujin is surprised that they are familiar. Bo-gan says that one day he helped them a little. He asks, "Does Mujin remember his first meditation?" The guy thinks, "Does he really know about meat?" The man says that on that day, the daughter of the head of their company got lost in the mountains. He met her and took her to adults. The guy feels relief, and then recalls the girl whom he treated with meat. He understands that that baby was the daughter of a noble family. Mujin recalls that she was on solid clothes, but he could not think that this was the daughter of the head of the company. John Jinfen says that the lady should be here today. Then he adds, "Here she is." The guy thinks that a lot of time has passed from their meeting, and she probably changed a lot. He notices a girl standing out of the crowd. All people bow to her. He asks, "The lady whom the man was talking about, is she?" He confirms his hunch. He says that this is the youngest daughter of their heads, Ryu Solwa. The guy cannot believe his eyes. He understands that this is the girl that he met then. Two men are talking in the courtyard of the hospital. One of them asks, "Who is it? Why is she so respectful?" The second is surprised that he does not know this. He explains that this is the youngest daughter of the head of the heavenly stream that founded this hospital. His interlocutor says that she was not the way he imagined her. He thought that the daughter of a rich man would be a more stately beauty. Mujin welcomes an old man leaning on a stick. He hears the conversation of men. They consider her complete. The guy looks after the girl who is accompanied by a maid. In the free department, patients welcome him. They say that the healer of the Buddha is probably tired and he should have a rest. Mujin asks them not to worry. He rests when he sees how they recover. He also says that they call him by name, but they believe that the guy deserves this title. They say that their Jin is so young, kind, and beautiful, just the perfect husband. The old man wants to introduce him to his granddaughter, but another man pulls him, recalling that the guy was a monk, and then he offers to get acquainted with his granddaughter. Everyone laughs. Mujin thinks that in the free department, mostly old people. In his reality, such hospitals did not exist, and in general the treatment was expensive. Sorry that he cannot treat his grandparents, the guy laughs at their jokes. He says that they are glad to everyone, so let them give a granddaughter if they want. Then he adds, "If you engage in therapeutic physical education and manual therapy, you can preserve until old age." Others admire how smart he is. Mujin thinks that such things are obliged to say, otherwise brothers will twist him into the ram. The guy hopes to become stronger and escape from here. He notices Ryu Solkva in the courtyard. Mujin thinks that the girl is not at all like the one that was described in the novel. Ryu Solsh is a character of their second novel by Gacha, The History of the Emperor Warrior Sado. This girl led the slave trade, which is the main source of income of the company Heavenly Stream. Judging by the illustration and description in the novel, she suffered from obesity and weighed several hundred kilograms. Due to the complexes about her appearance, Ryu Solsh stole, tortured, and killed beautiful people. Mujin thinks that this cannot be true. He believed that Mujin is a collective image of all psychopaths, but there is also Ryu Solsh, although so far it is not like the one that was in the novel. Now it's just a slightly hollow and shy girl. And there is not a drop of madness in it, which is laid in Mujin from the very beginning. He thinks that something may have happened, something that broke her. Perhaps this is somehow connected with corruption in the heavenly stream. He hears that the head of the trading company himself granted. Mujin sees how friendly a man with ordinary people is, and thinks that, apparently, he is not involved in anything. So, this is either an influence from the outside, or the intrigues of their own. He decides to figure it out while he is in the hospital, and he has such an opportunity. A guy who has some influence here decides that you need to check everyone in turn. And his first suspect is Ryu Solsh, who currently pulls her companion by the sleeve and complains that she is going too quickly. The girl asks the sister of the plow to go slower. The maid says there are too many people here, and asks her not to call it that. Hansochi believes that rumors can crawl out of this. She asks the mistress to continue their path. While the girl is resting, the maid, peering around the corner of the house and watching that no one has overheard them, instructs her. She believes that the girl should learn to behave properly. She is the future head of the heavenly stream. Ryu Solshich replies that she is right, and asks her forgiveness for her behavior. She complains that she came here. The girl is afraid of crowded places. She believes that her father will be angry again. The maid asks her not to think so pessimistic. If she helps the head of the company with this new business, then he will definitely appreciate her efforts. She recalls that the girl herself invited him to open the hospital, but this is not enough. Now she needs to show her father how much she tries. Ryu Solwa agrees with her. The girl thinks about his father. She recalls with what joy in childhood brought him the flowers of mustard. But the father did not even look at the bouquet. He is too busy. The man only reminded her that there are many people here, so she should turn to him as the head of the company. Tears are about to spray from the eyes of the girl, but she tries to behave with dignity. Having dropped flowers, she says good. She thinks that her father did not pay attention to her because he was busy. But if she tries, he will probably notice her. The girl says she is scared. Han Sochi replies that as no one understands her. It will take some time to win the trust of the head of the company. But she is still the daughter of the head of the Heavenly Stream, one of the 5 largest trading companies. She is already above others, so let him just try to help her father. Hugging Ryu Solkva, the maid adds, if she doesn't work out, then she will always be there to help her. The girl thinks that the sister of the plow is so trying for her sake. She believes that she should live up to her expectations. Mu Jin is watching them from a distance. The night came. The girl lies in her bed. The maid quietly calls her. Having made sure that Ryu Solwa is sleeping, she leaves, muttering at the same time that she offered to help her father with business to win his attention. Han Soa spreads his hair and says that this is idiocy. She is surprised that the girl believes that he will pay attention to her if she helps him a little with work. The woman thinks that thanks to the stupidity of the girl, she can continue her secret operation. It was she who carefully fed the girl, and even somehow threw her in the mountains to intimidate. A raven sits on her hand. Han Soki says that she can't wait to see the girl's face when she recognizes the truth, but still early. She takes out a letter from a case hanging at a bird on her neck. After reading, she says that it is quite strange to call a girl in the forest in the middle of the night. But this does not scare her at all. A figure appears on the roof of the house. Some person closely monitors her actions. He removes the fabric hiding the lower part of his face. The stranger is ominously smiling Mu Jin. Jan Jinfen says that Ryu Solwa looks very lonely. Her mother fell ill during pregnancy and died immediately after childbirth. The gentleman was too busy with the work to take care of her, so the servants brought up the young mistress. Now her father has become softer. But then, after the death of her beloved, he was cold and indifferent to everything except work. Because of this, the problem arose. The girl needed attention very much. She began to be too much attached to the servants, and considered the nanny almost a mother. She consulted with her in everything. The father considered that this interferes with her education and replaced the nanny. Then the servants began to be changed constantly. Every 2 or 3 years, the girl lost people who were kind to her. The man continues to tell. In the end, she closed from everyone. Then Honsochi became her servant. She worked in the company for more than 10 years and looked after Madam in childhood several times, so she completely approached this role. Jian Qinfen says that officially Honsoki became the servant of the mistress about a year ago. He is interested in when she is replaced. Mujin thinks that he should not worry. This will not happen. Han Soha will remain a maid of a girl forever. He recalls that in the novel of the villain, Ryu Solwa was too thick to personally conduct executions. Therefore, she ordered the servants to do this work. Such a servant was just Honsochi. Mujin, watching a woman from the roof, decides that something is unclean here. The guy thinks he came just in time. She goes to the forest. The man to whom she was in such a hurry says that the woman was late today. Honsochi replies that she had business. The man clarifies, "Are they related to the new business?" And he receives an affirmative answer. He is interested. Is she too carried away? Honsochi replies that he just wants to achieve his goal. The interlocutor warns that she needs to be careful not to reveal herself. He says that he will tell the details later and advises to be careful with the monks of Shaolin. The man believes that although they live away from the worldly fuss, they are very strong and insightful. Having wrapped in an energy stream, it disappears. The woman grumbles. Who else should be afraid of whom? She is perplexed. Why on earth should she be afraid of the monks? Or is this old man worried that she will take his place from him? Honsochi says that she will still see who. First, she will gain the trust of these stupid monks, and then shift this old man. She successfully hid for 10 years, and no one will ever know who she really is. Mujin from a tree watching a woman. He smiles. How does it not know? And so that the heavenly stream does it without it? The next day, Honsoki hears her naughty while calling her beauty. She understands that children turn to her, and stops. They say that they have something for her. They give her a letter. The woman asks, "Where did they get it?" One of the boys replies that some man in black clothes asked them to tell her this. She thanks them and unfolds the letter. She gives a few coins to children, saying that they buy something tasty. Ryu Solch asks her, "What is it?" She replies that this is a love letter, and asks her not to pay attention. The letter says that she worked well in the heavenly stream. Her skills are highly appreciated. She is offered a new opportunity, but to discuss with her cases related to Shaolin and the heavenly stream is necessary only in a personal meeting. She needs to prepare a brief report on her work and come tonight to an abandoned house on the outskirts of Danf. She performs all the instructions. The woman believes that this is her chance to get rid of that old man. In an agreed place, she is met by a man dressed in black clothes. He says he was waiting for her. Hansochi replies that for her this is a great honor. The interlocutor asks, "How is Solch now?" The woman replies that the girl is sleeping, and she needs to return faster so as not to arouse suspicion. She asks him to say rather what needs to be done. He requires a report. She gives him papers and says that she is not easy to leave the house because she is a personal servant of the mistress, and asks how they will contact in the future. A person in black robes replies that soon one face will join the heavenly stream. They will be able to communicate through him, so he will still contact her. She is surprised. He said that they did not recruit new people. What will this create? Only confusion. She has been working in the company for 10 years. Therefore, it approaches this role. The woman asks, "Why does he need a new person?" Mu Jin, hiding behind black clothes, thinks that he lifted the excess. She is illuminated by a hunch. She asks, "Does he plan to get rid of her?" His fist interrupts her speech. He beats her in the face. This is a complete failure. The woman is fleeing. But, realizing that it would not be possible to escape, he decides to attack the pursuer with an energy stream. She stands in a combat rack. Looking at the man chasing her, Hansochi recognizes a monk in him. She is surprised. How did he find out about this place? She asks, "Did he deliberately lure her here?" The guy answers, something like that. Hansochi says that the letter was a secret code. How did he decipher it? He replies that he did not need to decipher anything. He knows everything about them. In fact, he read about him in the history of the Emperor Warrior Sado, although I did not immediately remember him. The woman says that the guy knows who she is, and he knows their secrets. She cannot let him go. She rushes on the attack. Mujin asks. She really thinks that he is an ordinary monk. He demonstrates his capabilities so that she herself is convinced how great the difference is in their power. But the woman believes that she will never lose to such insignificance. And Mujin understands that the time has come to experience his new power. Honsoha attacks Mugin. The guy recalls the words of Hagwan. "If you do not completely surrender to the battle, you will get into 2 counts with you." He gives himself a team to concentrate. This is his first battle. The woman's hand is covered by an energy cocoon. She is preparing to strike, but Mujin manages to grab her hand and throw the opponent over her back. Honsoke falls to the ground. She does not understand what happened. She never saw such technology. Are they really teaching this in Shaolin? The woman jumps up to her feet and prepares for a new attack. Mujin carefully monitors her every movement. He sees how a woman takes a handful of sand, and again he recalls how the teacher warned that the enemy would go to any trick to win. The guy manages to cover his face from the sand thrown by the opponent. Seeing that the guy was closing the cloak, Hansokai thinks that he not only instantly picked it up, but immediately used it. However, the woman is pleased that he lost her sight. Mujin thinks the attack will happen now. He discards the fabric and sees Hong Soha directed towards him. She plans to hit him in the stomach. With both hands, she strikes. A woman triumphs. She managed to do it. But the guy uses the iron wall, and the blow causes damage only to Hansochi itself. Her hands were badly damaged, and marked marks from her nails remained on the guy's stomach. Standing the opponent, he asks, "Did she hurt her nails on the iron wall?" A woman comes to her senses. She understands that she lost consciousness from a blow. Voices are heard to her. The man proves Ryuji Guan that Mujin is mistaken. Hansoki served the faith and truth of the company for almost 10 years. It cannot be that she was a spy. Bo-gan asks, "Do they really want to say that the guy is a liar? How do they dare to doubt the student of Shaolin?" Raising her head, the woman sees a group of men who look at her nearby. Mujin notices that she woke up. He offers her to talk. The captive mentally calls him a disadvantage. Mujin says that in the evening when he returned from the hospital in his cell, he saw this woman wandering outside at such a late hour. It seemed strange to him that Mrs. Sulkva's maid was walking alone so late. Therefore he followed her. He continues to talk about the fact that near the abandoned house, a man was waiting for her in black clothes, with whom they discussed the affairs of the hospital. From their conversation, he learned that she was a spy. The guy says he attacked her when she was left alone, but the woman was a strong opponent. Showing the wound, he asks, "Could an ordinary maid could do this?" He says that if the iron wall did not know the technique, then it would pierce it through. Then he adds that he has another proof. Holding the papers, he explains that these records were with her. He asks to supervise the handwriting of this woman with the one that this document is written. Honsoki understands that this is a report that she wrote for him. Mu-jin calmly outlined the essence of the matter and presented the evidence, and then said that he did not know how their faithful maid learned such a dangerous technique, but let them act as he considers necessary. The present at first were confused, but soon realized that Mu-jin was telling the truth. John Jinfin reports that he had a handwriting, and this is definitely her letter. The wound on the guy's body also coincides with the size of her hands. In addition, Honsoka said that she was innocent, but could not really object. As a result, everyone believed Mujina. The head of the heavenly stream asks for forgiveness for his impudence, but he asks for a woman to be transferred to them. He prefers to settle it himself, as the matter concerns his company. Mu-jin agrees and asks for forgiveness for intervening in their internal affairs. The man thanks and promises to generously reward him. The guy sighs mentally in relief. He caught a spy and hopes that now the heavenly stream is safe. Ryuji Guan gives the maid to throw the maid in jail. The screams of Hansoha will spread throughout the estate. She continues to assure that the monk substituted her. She asks a man, how can he not believe her? Ryu Solch, hearing her screams, cries, covering her mouth with his hands. Mu-jin goes to the refuge for the Shaolin monks in the heavenly stream. He thinks that everything ended well and decides to relax. He is stopped by someone's call. Raising his eyes, he sees in front of him the angry Bo-gan. The man says they need to seriously talk. He asks, why did he not share suspicions with them and why he acted alone? The guy thinks that he cannot tell that he himself dressed in black clothes and threw Honsoki evidence. A person whose face is poorly visible in a dark room opens the lattice door. He approaches a woman tied to a chair. A man takes out a gag from her mouth. Honsochi says she is innocent and this Mu-jin deceived them. The interlocutor asks, so does the boy deceive? The woman claims that it was he who pretended to be a man in black. He says that then he has a different question. He is interested in, how did Mu-jina get a secret cipher used in those records? She does not know what to answer. Neither he nor she never told anyone about it. The man asks, does she still consider herself a member of the organization? He is interested. Does she remember the 3 rules of Sajak? The woman lists them. The first is to follow all the customer orders. The second is to commit suicide if your personality is disclosed. Third, they should be everywhere and nowhere. The interlocutor says she knows them well. And then he angrily asks, why then did she not commit suicide? The woman trembles, looking into his eyes. Then her scream is heard. Bo-gan, bothering with rage, asks Mugen to give him a few minutes to talk. The guy scares his appearance. He asks for forgiveness, and he says that the matter was urgent and spontaneous, so he himself solved this problem. The man replies that he is not angry with him. He says that this time he was lucky, but the world is much more dangerous than he thinks. It has enough strong, terrible, and very cruel people. A man is lamenting, so that a guy does if that woman or a man in black turned out to be masters of martial arts? He believes that the guy simply would not have left there alive. Mu-jin did not expect him to scold him for this. The man wants the guy to rely on them too. Mu-jin asks for forgiveness. He barely restrains emotions. He was touched by the fact that in the eyes of Bo-gan, who is usually strict and picky, reflected sincere anxiety for him. He feels like a little boy requiring guardianship and care. Mu-jin promises that next time he will definitely ask for help from them. From the office of the head of the heavenly stream, an exclamation comes. Honsochi died? Ryuji Guan, who was informed that the woman died this morning during the interrogation, believes that she had an accomplice in the company. It was he who later dealt with her. The head of the heavenly stream is turned by Mu-jina. He says that there was nothing in the papers that he handed over to them, except for the report on the work of Honsochi. But thanks to him, they were able to understand that she really spied on them while she was a servant of Solkvi. The guy is interested. Why does a man tell him about this? He thought that these were their internal affairs, since he said that he would figure it out. He asks Ryuji Guan, is there really something else? Did he miss something, or is there another problem? The man thinks that he knew. His interlocutor is a genius. He delighted that Mujin not only came up with an original plan for the organization of the hospital for all segments of the population, but also quickly exposed the spy. Ryuji Guan, struck by the wisdom of Mugin, decided to tell him everything. In fact, he wanted to cooperate with Shaolin not only for the sake of business. He had another important reason. That is why he again called Mugin. He recalls the events that occurred in his office even before the opening of the hospital. Ryuji Guan, having finished reread the reports, decided to make reconciliation. Reports from the Mianian branch in the province of Sichuan, where they purchase goods, and from the Hanzhuang district in the province of Shanxi, where they send them, coincided. But, as he noticed, the price of one product for some reason is strongly overstated. He asks the question, why? He is illuminated by a guess. Ryuji Guan calls the manager. The man asks him to send people from the security service to a branch in Manyan and Hanjun. He gives him a letter and says that they should open it only after arrival. Ryuji Guan believes that the local branches behave suspiciously, so he wanted to cooperate with Shaolin. Until that moment, he relied on his intuition, and only vaguely guessed that something was wrong. But it was before the guy found a spy. He just wanted to believe that everything was in order in the main apartments. But he was mistaken. He says that Mujin saved him from an incredibly big trouble. He is very grateful to him. The guy thinks he was not mistaken about the chapter. The problem was really in Hansochi. He answers Ryuji Guan that he just did what he had to. The guy would like to deal with the problems that arose in the branches, but he is worried about the main apartments of the heavenly stream. Mujin decides that you still need to come up with something. He believes, if you do not destroy the root of evil, then it is not known what will become with the heavenly stream of the original work. The first obstacle was Hansochi, but he dealt with her. Now you need to solve the problem with Ryu Solkvoy. He asks Ryuji Guan, how is the young lady? The man replies that they began the investigation as soon as they found out that Hansochi, her maid, was a spy. They did not find anything, but the girl is still under house arrest. Ryuji Guan believes that the daughter should be punished for not keeping track of her maid. The man asks, why did he suddenly talk about the girl? Mujin replies that he has a proposal for the mistress. He asks, does man know that the hospital has one big problem? He understood this after a recent incident. The patient to whom he did the massage asked if they were treating women. The man said that he thought about his wife when they had treatment. She has problems with her back, so he would like to treat her. They really still treated only men. Even in the modern world, the coach's touch to a woman during training can be incorrectly interpreted. And in this world there is a separation of men and women after 7 years. So this is a very difficult issue of morality. Ngahi was able to undergo treatment because she is an elderly woman, and Mujin is suitable for her grandchildren. But if you consider the contractual version of the treatment of a noble young lady, Mujin represents how the young lady will be outraged by his touches. Naturally, she will complain to her husband. Her husband will be furious, and the consequences for Mugin can be unpredictable. Therefore, they have a problem with this, the guy believes. Ryuji Guan thinks about his words. He agrees that in this case it will be difficult for them to attract a clientele from high society. He asks, did Mujin come up with what can be done in this case? The guy answers in the affirmative. He says that he implies the teaching of Mrs. Solkvi to his treatment methods. Then she can treat women instead of him. The man decides, since the girl is under house arrest, she has time to study. If they do this, they will immediately solve their problem. Mujin says that the most important thing is that his daughter Salt. Therefore, she will not tell anyone about his methods. This will be a secret treatment technique that is practiced only in the heavenly stream. The guy rejoices. Ryuji Guan laughs and says that she considers him simply incredible. Voices are heard from the house. The head of the trading company, the heavenly stream, tells him to call his daughter. When the girl comes, he says that she is probably offended by him for locked her in the room. Saba is uncertainly. Father asks her, does the girl know what Mujin is doing? Having received an affirmative answer, he asks the guy to tell her their plan. Mujin invites her to learn his treatment method and begin to treat women instead of him. Solsha is surprised at a sudden offer and timidly objects that she is under house arrest. The guy replies that he does not ask her to do it right now. During the time defined for her punishment, he will teach her. He says that she often watched him during treatment. Mujin is sure that she will learn too quickly. The guy reassures her, saying that she has nothing to fear. This is just a proposal. If she does not want, she will be able to refuse at any moment. He asks, what will she say to this? After all, the main thing is that she likes what she does. Salt, who stared at the guy, suddenly recognizes in him a boy who treated her with meat in the forest. The girl, sitting in her room, recalls everything that the guy told her. He promised to be next to her and help. She is afraid that she can't cope because she has no special knowledge. Suddenly she is mistaken. Father, standing behind the door ajar, watches her hesitation. He tells Mugen that he likes his idea. But is he sure that Solch will cope? For her, this is clearly not an easy task. The guy replies that she is still the daughter of the head of the heavenly stream. He is sure that she will succeed. Mugen thinks that now is the right time. The girl has a very low self-esteem because of Han Sochi, who constantly humiliated her. Being nearby, he believes that if you train it in theory and practice, then self-confidence will appear. And the guy also likes the fact that he will enlist the support of the rich. A guy and a girl are sitting at the table. Papers are laid out in front of them. The first day of training. The topic is the basics of therapy and the influence of exercises on the body, as well as a simple protein diet, which is banned in Shaolin, different nutrients and their effect on the body. Mugen says that when a person eats meat, a protein enters the body, which then forms muscles with the help of exercises. He tries to explain complex things in simple language, uses clear metaphors and examples to make it interesting. Solkva has no prejudices, like the Shaolin monks, plus she is still young. Therefore, she grabs everything very quickly. The girl guesses now why he then secretly ate meat. The guy asks her to forget about it. On the 5th day, they proceed to the study of manual therapy and the foundations of Pilates. Pupils are allowed to go beyond the territory of the temple for medical purposes, so they will be engaged in the hospital. Madame En also decided to join them. Since the guy cannot touch Solkway to correct the shortcomings, the old woman volunteered to help them. Ryu Solwa suddenly turned out to be a very diligent student and grabbed everything on the fly. Therefore, they quickly switched to a point massage. When asked by the girl whether she does everything right, he praises her. She is pleasant to his words. On the 9th day, the guy notices that it seems that Solkva had a new goal. Watching how the girl performs exercises, he thinks that she wants to achieve her not for the sake of a company or father, but for herself. And he seems to know why. Mugen understands that talking about this can only harm. Do not discuss the weight of the girl. It is better to just silently monitor the process and help to the best of strength. Watching the Solkovi, he thinks that she is probably offended that her body has changed so much. And from the side of Han Soha, she all the time heard only reproaches. He promotes the idea of playing sports under the pretext of studying treatment methods. To his surprise, she does not complain at all in training. Mugen believes that she herself firmly decided to lose weight. He is glad and always supports such undertakings. He hopes that the girl will become what she wants to be, and not just a clicked ugly villain. On the 20th day, Solshech mastered manual therapy and Pilates. Mugen believes that she, of course, so far knows less techniques than Bo-gan, but is already quite ready for serious practice. The girl constantly trains, even in rare minutes of rest. The guy considers this a good start for the coach. Ryu Solchu is still growing, so if it does not give up, it will certainly lose weight. Mugen thinks that even adults are hard to give diets, so he admires her perseverance. But in this, the guy is not alone. Ryujiguan is also delighted with how his timid girl has changed. The man is so touched by changes in his daughter that secretly from the elders pays the guy. Muji is outraged. He asks, the man wants to buy it? Does it want to disgrace the honest name of Shaolin? But he can only afford such behavior mentally. Money is not superfluous. He thanks Ryujiguan, and he thinks about how much the protein can buy with this money. The training goes smoothly, but this is not all their troubles. Mujin asks the head of the trading company, is it time to open branches in other provinces? The guy believes that they can help even more people. Mentally, Mujin adds that while he moves between the branches, he will have more time in order to find the conspirators. Ryujiguan asks, where would they open the first branch? Mujin replies that in his opinion, the Nanshan, the province of Jiangxi, is quite suitable for their goals. The man is surprised by his choice. He asks, why not Luoyan or Zhengzhou? In the county of Denfan, Shaolin has a great influence, so they easily opened the hospital here. But outside the county there are clans and sects. Therefore, the guy offers the Nan residents a neutral territory where neither Shaolin nor anyone else are powerful. The man believes that the guy, even in geography, is a connoisseur. But he asks, after all, there are also nuances there? Mujin believes that this is better than opening a branch on the territory of another clan. And judging by the map, the Nanshan is the neutral city closest to them. But this explanation is just for a look. In fact, Mugen has a different goal. He believes that you cannot change the future of the heavenly stream, just getting rid of Han Soha. He has not yet met with the real villain of this company. Sitting over the map, Mujin thinks that if he is not mistaken, in the future the Nan residents will enslave the demonic sect community of Ways. This sect was engaged in dirty work for the heavenly stream. Drug production and human trafficking is their main source of income. They will play an important role in turning the heavenly stream into a villainous organization. He believes that he needs to go there and find out everything himself. Hyunmin asks, "Who will take control of the hospital yet until Mugin is?" The guy replies that Pop Gan will do this. He sits that the monk did not have the opportunity to prove himself while he looked after Mr. Hyun Guan, but he knows the methods of Mugin better than others. The master always felt guilty in front of him for being forced to take care of him. The guy believes that he has time to show off. At the same time, he thinks that he will go to the Nan residence and eat meat to the dump. But from heaven to earth, he is omitted by Hyunmin, who reports that he cannot let him go alone. He says that he has a suitable candidate. Rector Hyun Jung, having heard about this conversation, gives his consent with a smile. Master Hin Guan is also a impenetration. He believes that he himself can take care of himself. He releases the Popgan, saying that he steps to people and help Mugin to bring knowledge. Specific issues and some preparatory points are agreed in advance. In this guy, his experience in managing fitness clubs helped. Having developed a development plan in advance, Mujin began to prepare for the trip. The guy asks Solkva, "How did she like today's lesson?" He apologizes for not a very good teacher. The girl believes that he explains everything perfectly. Thanks to him, her time under house arrest was not in vain. She asks him about the trip, and Mujin replies that he is leaving tomorrow in the morning. He thinks that they had little time. The girl recalls how he helped her in childhood. Now he saved the company. And she did not even have time to thank him, as it should. She thinks that everyone she loves is leaving. She is scared to attach to people, because they still leave her. The girl hears that she is naked. Mujin asks her not to get bored strongly. He will simply go on a business trip and will definitely go back. He says that she is not lazy until he is not, and promises that when he returns, he will check her knowledge. She will not wait for the concessions. The girl was erupted from the heart. She promises not to be lazy. Mujin believes that motivation is the main thing. The guy, sitting in a wagon, asks how much time the road will take to Nanshan. A man who runs horses promises him to deliver him in 4 days if there are no congestion. Mujin understands that after he got off with Hong Soha, he will not be left alone. He believes that you need to take this opportunity to deal with the community of ways and meet that man. He recalls the novel, The History of the Emperor Warrior Sado. The man sitting at the table reports on the arrival of guests from the Central Department. A person who, most likely, is the initiator of the fall of the heavenly stream, is surprised that someone has arrived at them. He is told that this is a monk from Shaolin. The man turns around. This is the second son of Liu Jiguan, Ryu Solho. The charioteer tells Mugin that they will be in place soon. The guy is interested. Are they already at the beginning of Jiangxi's province? And he hears in response that this is so he needs to prepare to land. Mujin thinks this place is his second branch. They got to Nanshan. The guy wakes up the mentor, saying that they arrived. At the same time, he thinks that it would be better to go alone. And then he gets a stick on the head. The mentor asks, "Did he really not hear what the charioteer said?" He said, "We will soon." And he and Guan asked him to wake when they arrived. He asks, the guy is deaf or was just insolent? He is justified. Anyone would understand him wrong. The man goes to bed again, and Mujin, dusting with rage, asks the question, why is he generally forced to go with this person? 2 days ago, Hyun Men said that there were rumors that there are quite a lot of bandits and dark sects in the Nan. Perhaps this is just gossip, but he is worried about him. The guy is still too young for solitary trips. He asks, maybe it is worth sending Hagwan with him? He understands such matters, so it will be calmer for him, and Mujin will be safe. The guy thinks that this is probably the best. The purpose of this trip is to deal with the community of paths that stir up water in the heavenly stream. You may have to fight. Looking at a sleeping mentor, he decides that, of course, it is better if there is a reliable person nearby. Hebwa Guan is catching some kind of noise. He opens his eyes and says that it seems something interesting is brewing. The rats themselves came to them. 2 people look out of the bushes near the road. He and Guan is sure that it will be fun. The branch of the heavenly stream in the Nan. Ryu Solo, the head of the branch of the heavenly stream in the Nanshan, the second son of Ryu Jiguan, asks, how is it? The man standing in front of him replies that the rumors were confirmed. He saw a carriage with the monks. The head of the branch is unhappy that the students of Shaolin dared to come here. They report to him that the guests came. Entering the room, Mujin feels a strange aura. He welcomes the owner and seems to be, the head of the branch also calls his name, and he says that they are probably tired of the road. He was already notified of their visit, and their workshop will be engaged in equipment for the hospital. Ryu Solo says that if they need something else, let them turn to the manager. On this, he wants to finish the conversation. The surprised Mugin, he explains that he had given him time because this is their first meeting. But he, like the head of the branch of a heavenly stream, is a lot of things. The guy thinks that he really is the future villain. How much arrogance. He says that then, perhaps, he will go. Ryu Solho replies that let him leave. He already explained that he was very busy. As soon as the guy closes the door, a man appears in the room again. He says that the guest clearly felt his aura, although he hit her. He believes that this is an unusual novice. Ryu Solko thinks that if you let it go by itself, then Mujin can intervene in their affairs. No wonder the head of the company praised him so much. He wants to test him for starters. The interlocutor asks, how is he going to do this? Ryu Solo replies that he remembered the case here, after which the students left Shaolin, and the clans turned away from them. The public, as you know, is very sensitive to rumors and reacts very violently. He orders to arrange rumors on the streets. Mujin sees how a man drops the box. The guy thanks him for helping with luggage. He replies that he was also once a student of Shaolin. Mage Jekek, the head of the Free Clan, a false path in Jiangxi province, says that you need to help each other. He adds that in the times of his student, his name was Hessen. The guy thinks that Hyunmen warned him that he was unsafe in the Nan residence, but the head of the false path seems to him a good person. The magician asks, pointing to an open box, can these strange things really treat people? Mujin replies that these tools have already helped a lot. He explains that they could not leave this knowledge of themselves, and therefore they came to share. Someone knocks on the gate, wondering if there is anyone inside. The head of the false path apologizes. He did not expect guests to come to him today. Opening the gate, he sees several people. Mage Jekek is interested in, why did they all come? People reply that they have a business to messenger Shaolin. Alarm rumors have reached them. Mujin guesses that these are local koans and heads of clans. They do not inspire him with confidence. Kan Tag, the head of the clan, the Path of the Great Sword in Jiangxi province, asks, are the very noble monks of Shaolin who renounced the worldly fuss, opened the business here, hiding behind good intentions? The people who came with him are outraged. They are interested. Did they really have so big problems with money after the departure of free clans? The magician Jihek is trying to explain that the monks came to treat ordinary people suffering from illnesses, but people continue to call them sales souls and advise you to go back to the mountains. The guy begins to get angry. He believes that they are crossing the permitted line. Mujin decides to intervene. He says that they had just arrived and did not unpack things. Why did they get the idea that a fee is being charged for their services? People do not know what to answer and begin to nod at each other. Someone says that he heard this from the head of the Path of the Great Sword. Mujin thinks that, of course, who else could gather these people here? Is Ryu Solho, this cunning fox, deliberately incites people? He believes that this is an information war. The guy decides that he will not be silent either. He says that he has no idea where they got this information, so that let them listen carefully. He explains that they came here, wanting to help people from a pure heart. After all, this is the duty of a monk, to help the people. They were ready for the fact that there would be talk that Shaolin was eager for profit. Kantag is trying to object, and Mujin is approaching him. He asks, does the master really want to deprive Nan residents of the possibility of healing? One of the people timidly says that it is impossible. Mujin is interested. Where did they get that they needed their permission to open the hospital? He asks, do they have arguments in general? Or do they just think that Shaolin should not stick out? The guy demands that they speak straight. Suddenly someone's voice is heard. A person approaching them says that he no longer intends to listen to it. He is interested. Where does the little monk get such a long tongue? Kan Gvan, the eldest son of the head of the Path of a Great Sword, says that he will figure it out further. A huge man, hanging over Mugin, threatens to show him the righteousness of Shaolin. He offers to arrange an honest duel. Mujin believes that they all conspired here and agrees to the duel. He asks, what are they waiting for? And he offers the enemy to attack. Seeing the aura of the guy, Kangguan is scared. He was told that he was just a student from the third generation. Assessing the enemy, he thinks that he will iron strong. Mujin surprises him with his technique. He decides to use karate techniques and makes a cut. Kan Gvan spread on earth. The guy believes that even a child would dodge such a mild attack. He says that he won and asks to stop the booth. Guan, who watched everything from the roof, thinks that he did not even have to intervene. Mujin himself settled the situation, although he went too far. He believes that it was stupid. Warned by the locals will sharpen a tooth on him. Guan wonders how the boy is going to settle. Twilight sank into the city. Girls loudly admire the young man walking along the street, letting go of not quite decent jokes. Mujin, in camouflage, thinks that he did not suspect that he would once bring a wig. Damned Shaolin. But even though people do not know that he is a novice, he believes that while the community of Ways has not yet captured this area, it will not hurt to explore the situation here. Suddenly, some smell has reached him. He sees a restaurant nearby. But no matter how the guy would like to go there, he forbids himself to do it. He didn't just come here. Mujin wants to find the den of the community of paths, and to teach Ryu Solho and the rest of the villains. But the temptation is too large. He ate so much time with mushrooms and tofu. But he tells himself to gather. The guy reminds himself that he came here for information. So stop dreaming of meat. You can't succumb to the temptation. He has other goals. A loud rumbling is heard from his stomach. Sitting nearby, people look at him with surprise. Mujin sits at the table with an old dishes. He comforts himself by the fact that things do not solve on an empty stomach. So silver from the head of the company was useful to him. Mujin literally sweeps fish and meat from the table. He thinks that for a very long time he did not eat a delicious animal protein. And who knows when he can still eat. Continuing to enjoy food, the guy thinks that he worked so much to feed Shaolin, and also help the heavenly stream. Therefore, he earned a small reward. He wants to try stewed pork, which Master Guan loves so much. He thinks that she smells breathtakingly. But the guy does not have time to put the coveted piece in his mouth. Guan occurs on the windowsill. He looks inquiringly at Mujin, excited by his appearance. Guan calls him an unscrupulous student. He says that the guy is feasting here from the belly and fun. It is now clear to him who badly affect the Master Guan. The man asks, was he really so desperately eager for the Nanshan? So frantically fought for the truth, and by the end. But then he says, well, if the guy treats him, then he will close his eyes to his gluttony. The guy decides to take the opportunity. He believes that this is a good chance to get rid of the community of Ways. He thinks Guan will not refuse help. The mentor once again orders a drink, and the conversation continues. He clarifies. That means that the head of the heavenly stream, Ryuji Guan, believes that a gang has settled in the Nan, who abducts and sells women and children into slavery? He continues. And Mujin came here to collect information about them? He answers in the affirmative. The man drinks, and the guy thinks that he would not refuse to drink. Guan says that if this is true, then they will not prevent them from grins. He thinks that those who followed them were from the community of Ways. It seemed strange to him that they, having felt the power they emitted, did not react in any way, and attacked even after they saw the indestructible protection from the demons. Looks like completely crazy guys. The man calls the waiter. He immediately appears next to them. Mujin sees his money in Guan's hands. He took it when the guy turned away. A man, twisting a coin in his hands, asks, does he know anything about the sect of the community of tracks? If he tells, he will receive more money. The guy replies that for the first time he hears this name. But in the Nan residence there is one notorious sect. They call themselves the Shadows of the Gloomy Reaper. And for a long time they were working here. The criminal world is completely under their control. Perhaps this is the very community that they are looking for. Mujin thinks that this cannot be. Looking at the defeated opponents, Mujin tells Guan that the community of Ways cannot be so frail. They are weaker than the guy with whom he fought yesterday. Hebwa Hut beats on the cheek of one of the people lying on the ground. He says that he hardly knows about the community of Ways. But maybe there is some sect with which they compete, or recently appeared a new group. Hebwa warns that if he does not like the answer, then he will not live. The man replies that a new gang has recently appeared in the Nanshan. They constantly lead someone to them, but no one is returning. Their sect tries to stay away from them. Guan asks, does he know where they are? He promises to tell everything. Mujin and Mentor look at each other. They understand. This is what they are looking for. The guy believes that it will be dangerous to go there only together. He offers to call other brothers. Guan is sure that they do not need reinforcement. He says that his guys are enough. People appear on the roofs of nearby houses. The guy asks, are these demon fighters? Where did they come from? Guan replies that they are always where it smells to demons. The elders not only sent him to him. His detachment always follows him. Looking at his associates, Guan is interested in, are they ready? And calls, demon fighters, forward. The Community of the Paths was the name of the Gakul from the novel by Gakuen, The History of the Emperor Warrior Sado. In the novel, their activities were fully supported by the villainous organization of the Heavenly Stream, and they were engaged in drug trafficking and people. To hide the traces of their crimes, they settled far from human eyes. Night. There are armed people in the courtyard. Voices are heard. A man sitting in a room on an elevation asks, "Failure?" The second standing in front of him replies that, unfortunately, it is. They tried to set the locals on Shaolin, as he ordered, but that naughty boy prevented them. The man is interested. Was some novice really one? That is why he hates the righteous, useless hypocrites. A kneeling person asks, "Is he sure that there is no reason for concern if this indestructible defender from demons, Hyunguan, really accompanies this novice?" The interlocutor is interested. What's the matter? Then he adds, "Does the man think he will lose?" His subordinate says that he heard that he killed countless people. He asks, "Isn't it intriguing?" The man is interested. Who will win if the indestructible defender from the demons Higuan and he, the head of the sect of the Community of the Paths, will fight seriously? The alarmed guard peers into the darkness. He does not understand. It seems to him or sharply warming. Wait. The striker uses the technique of the palm of the Buddha. The noise rises. Screams are heard that this is an attack from the east. A general fee has been announced. The security understands that the attack occurs from two sides, from the west and east. The attackers learned? These are monks from Shaolin. The monk from the group of demon fighters easily copes with one of the guards. The battle continues. Individual teams are heard. Hyunguan in a jump hits his foot in the face of the enemy. He is interested. Is that all that they are capable of? The man is falling, and the head of the detachment of demon fighters says that it is even humiliating. The head of the monks, Mujin, opens the gate wings. The atrocity of those who tormented innocent people came to an end. Hebwa calls to attack enemies. Mujin watches how demon fighters quickly deal with opponents. Rushing the attack, he thinks that he did not even suspect that they were so strong. Their movements cause him delight and pride. Here it is, the power of Shaolin, the greatest school of martial arts. One of the monks tells him that Hyunguan went forward. He believes that he needs to catch up with him while they deal with the guards. Mujin rushes forward. He feels a powerful aura in front. The guy turns to the mentor. He asks, "Is a man in order?" And he adds that there were more opponents than they thought. He sees how to masterfully copes with the Hebwa, head with the head of the sect. Mujin cannot believe his eyes. He never saw such a battle. The enemy fights on an equal footing with the mentor Higuan. He understands that this is the head of the sect. The man in the jump attacks the mentor, but the blow of his spiked club falls on the ground. Hyunguan easily avoids attack. Now he and the enemy are changing places. Hyunguan, continuing to fight, orders to search the building. He gives the command to save all the captives who are held here, and find the evidence indicating the involvement of this rabble in crimes. Hyunguan is pursuing the head of the sect community of ways. He attacks the enemy. He turns around to fend off the blow. But Palitza Higuan does not withstand and scatters into pieces. The head of the sect settles on the ground. He says that it is simply amazing and incredible. The man believes that Hyunguan is really strong. Mujin cannot believe that he enjoys the battle. He wonders, perhaps it is worth interfering now and help the mentor. The puzzled Hyunguan, sitting on the ground and looking at the remnants of his weapon, scratches the back of the head. He sees that his hand was trembling. It is good that he called reinforcements, otherwise he thought that there was a bunch of weaklings. The head of the sect considers it a great honor to get a recognition from a great drunken monk. His opponent replies that he should not thank him. Hyunguan says that everyone he recognized is now in hell, and they wait. They will not wait for him to join them. The man draws the attention of the monk to the fact that his weapon is broken, and is interested. For a long time he is still going to make himself omnipotent? Having sighed, Higuan replies that those whom he sent to hell are always the same. They are sure that they will win him without a stick. Even if a man went astray, he should not forget that in front of him is a student of Shaolin. He does not need weapons to win. The head of the sect asks not to laugh him. Hyunguan beats him with his fist in the face. He uses the technique of a fist destroying demons. Falling, the man is amazed at the enemy. Hebwa soars into the air for the next attack. The monk says that he is much stronger without weapons, and he notifies the defeated enemy that he is the end. Looking at him, the man is amazed at his behavior. Hyunguan decides that the death of the enemy will wait. He has more important things. He tells Mujin that the time has come. The guy does not believe his ears. The mentor explains that he weakened the enemy, and now Mujin must defeat him in any available way. Heian Guan, who grabbed the guy by the gate of the shirt, convinces him that in the critical situation, his forces will be revealed. He pushes Mujin forward, and he finds himself in dangerous proximity to the head of the sect. The guy thinks that he was dropped from a cliff. Mujin must resist the head of the community of paths. His enemy is extremely strong and dangerous. Guan decides that the time has come for the lesson, and he sends Mujin to battle with the head of the sect. A man cannot believe that the monk wants him to fight his student. The guy who received acceleration from the mentor falls to the ground. The head of the community is outraged that the monk considered him an unworthy enemy. He considers what is happening an absurd provocation, but the very fact that he does this infuriates him. The man quickly rushes on the attack. Having rushed into the air, he lifts the club to bring down a powerful blow to the enemy. He decides to deal with this jerk and then do indestructible. Guan says that he did not understand anything, but he will explain to him what his mistake is. Before him is not a jerk at all. Mujin counterattacks the enemy. He strikes a powerful blow, and the mentor finishes his thought. The guy is simply at a tender age. Bowing over a defeated enemy, Mujin replies that it sounds even worse. He applied the standard self-defense technique and is sure that it should work perfectly. After such a fall, a man will be difficult to rise for some time. Guan picks the guy to break the enemy's legs. The enraged chapter of the sect resorts to the technique of releasing the respiration of ki. Mujina throws back a couple of meters. Having risen to his feet, the man asks the question, "What kind of technique of the enemy? And these signs on shaved temples and non-standard movements?" He understands that in front of him the same invulnerable novice of Mujin. Today, there are only celebrities in his way, the man states. He orders his minions to deal with the monk while he fights with the boy. Guan complains that he is not even allowed to see. The man says that he heard that the guy is a doctor from God. He wants to see if he will manage himself. Attacking, he adds that he is unlikely to be in time, because soon he will become a corpse. Guan fights with the minions of the head of the sect. At the same time, he manages to give advice to Mujin. The guy, reflecting the attack, says that he does not need his recommendations. The enemy lifts the club to strike, but Mujin fights off the attack, stroking with his foot. He applies a reception, the capture of the forearm. Falling to the ground, a man is perplexed. What kind of technique is this? But he is sure that the guy will not succeed. He again uses the technique of releasing chi breathing. Mujin flies away. The man says that he does not study mistakes at all. His tricks do not act on him, no matter how hard he tried. The guy thinks, which the enemy has calmly bursts out of the capture. Looking at the head of the sect, he thinks that it could be the difference in their spiritual levels. At such a pace, he will spend all his strength before he hit him at least once. He believes that an eye is an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and he decides that it is time to connect serious martial arts. Against the enemy's crushing whirlwind, he uses the palm of Arhat and a bunch of fists, and then repeats the blows in the same sequence. A man strikes with a club. In response, he receives a bunch of fists. Mujin is forced to defend himself with his hand from the club. The guy strikes the groin. Feeling incredible pain, the man swears dirtily. Mujin says fewer words, and uses the technique of the style of dancing wind, but the enemy gives him a rebuff. The head of the sect says he is tired of playing with him, and he decides to deal with the guy with one blow. Mujin is surprised that the man still had the strength. But then he understands that he put the latter in the final attack. He thinks that we also need to collect all his energy for a final blow. He wants to use the technique of a diamond fist. The guy tells himself to gather. He believes that he can win. The first welcome is the bunch of kulaks. The affected enemy sees how his club is scattered into the chips. He is sure that now the guy had no strength left, and believes that he did not hit him in vain at the same time. Behind the man there is a Guan with a question. Waited? He praises Mujin. The technique is a fist destroying demons. The guy beats the enemy in the face, and the mentor strikes the back. They attack the head of the sect on both sides. Mujin and Guan stand at the body of a defeated enemy. The guy says that the mentor quickly figured out. He replies that these guys were too weak. Mujin believes that he also seemed to be able to do good here. Guan praises him. After the battle, the mentor pulled another ingot as a reward with the guy. Mujin is sure that the master is probably about to get drunk. He believes that he is a real bandit. Seeing the leader unconscious, the rest of the fighters of the community of paths surrendered. They had no chance of victory, and it seems that they had some kind of suicidal rule. Therefore, no one is left living of them. The monks knock out the locked door. Seeing in the premises of connected people, they understand that Mujin was right. One of them screams that they found hostages and asks to report about it. The brothers from the Demon Fighter Detachment took up liberated people. They have a list of missing, so they will be able to quickly return everyone home. Having studied the seized documents, Mujin understands that there is only information about the people who were going to sell. It was not possible to find evidence against Ryu Solho. The guy cannot believe that there is not a single note written by him by hand. Suddenly, a small sheet of paper falls out of the book. The guy lifts it and turns it. The note refers to the spirit of children and a woman who should be delivered to the backyard of the Jaggle family. He recalls that this family is one of the important organizations of the original story. He thought that they relate to the world of another novel and that time. And they, it seems, are already cooperating with various kinds of bandits. Mujin considers them villains.